Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone here today. Kind of a rainy, sleety, cold morning in Washington with traffic delays and everything else, but we're really glad to have you here for our event and webcast on developing novel therapies for stimulant use disorder. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy. You can read more about me and my activities background on our website. And you can also read about the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy. It's hosting this event through a cooperative agreement with the FDA. We're very pleased to have you all here, and those of you who are joining us online, for this timely discussion of an important public health issue where there are very significant unmet medical needs. As everyone knows, there is a crisis of substance abuse, addiction, and overdose in the United States. Trends in drug use and overdose, however, continue to evolve, and we're now seeing what people like Admiral Giroir have called the fourth wave of the addiction crisis in America. Along with rising rates of morbidity and mortality associated with the opioid epidemic, there has also been an increase in overdose deaths related to stimulant use, including drugs like cocaine and methamphetamine. In recent years, mortality rates related to stimulants have increased, including an average of 37% per year between 2014 and 2016 for cocaine, and 26% per year between 2008 and 2016 for methamphetamine. We know from survey data that various types of stimulant use disorder are a widespread problem, including not only cocaine and methamphetamine, but also prescription stimulant use disorder as well. We're going to hear more about some of these emerging trends in stimulant use this morning, and we're also here today because while the evidence-based psychosocial treatments for stimulant use disorder exist, there is no FDA-approved pharmacologic treatment available, and there are gaps in current treatment. Addressing these treatment gaps will require cooperation and further action of all of us across the healthcare system. Supporting development, access, and adoption of evidence-based medication and behavioral treatments for stimulant use disorder is a key priority for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and for other agencies within HHS as part of their approach to addressing the substance abuse epidemic. And the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy is pleased to partner with these organizations today to better understand provider, patient, and clinical researcher perspectives on how we can address barriers to developing effective medications for treating stimulant use disorder. So as you can tell from the agenda, we've got a lot packed in today. We're looking forward to an active discussion involving people in this room and those of you who are joining us online. So we're going to get to that right away. In just a few moments, you're going to hear some opening remarks from the FDA's Doug Throckmorton. Then we're very honored to host Admiral Brett Giroir, who's the acting commissioner who has been until last week. My talking points did not get updated. I still are. Haven't been sworn in yet, but at least for a little bit longer, the acting commissioner of the FDA, as well as the, not acting, but the assistant secretary for health. He's going to give a few remarks about HHS priorities and actions relating to stimulant use. Very glad he was able to be with us this morning. But before I introduce them, just a few minutes on the agenda. After these opening remarks, we're going to have a panel of public health experts give an overview of stimulant use disorder and discuss some of the emerging trends in the area. Then we're going to have a presentation on the current state of medication development from Dave McCann from NIDA and a moderated discussion with clinical researchers in this area. We'll have a short break around 10:45 or so. After the break, we'll go into session 2 with a presentation from Kathy Carroll from Yale about assessing clinical endpoints used in clinical studies in this area. Then a break for lunch around 12:15, reconvening an hour later around 1:15 for session 3 to hear from Kelly Clark, who's past president of the American Society for Addiction Medicine, about the current treatment paradigms for addressing stimulant use disorder. Then another quick break, and I will moderate our last session of the day on future directions, focusing on strategies for promoting the development of new medications in this area. So a lot to cover. Just a reminder, this is a public meeting that's also being webcast online. Again, thanks to all of you online who are joining us. The record of the webcast will be available on the Duke-Margolis website after the event. For the speakers and panelists, let's see, Elizabeth Murphy will be there, and she will be keeping us on schedule with signs indicating how much time you have left in your presentation. Adam's demonstrating, so please take a look at those and be mindful of them. During the discussion sessions, we've also set aside some time for questions and comments from the audience. For those of you in the room, we want you to use the microphones in the aisle so that people who are on the webcast can hear you to keep things running smoothly. We want to keep the comments and questions concise so we've got time to get to as many perspectives as possible. There are coffee and beverages for those of you who are here that you help yourself to throughout the day. Lunch is going to be on your own. There are a ton of restaurants close by, and we've got some information available on them if you've got any questions, and feel free to bring food back here after lunch or a break or something like that. Okay, with that, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Doug Throckmorton, who's Deputy Director for Regulatory Programs in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. He oversees the regulation of research, development, manufacture, and marketing of a range of prescription, over-the-counter, and generic drugs in the United States. And we're looking forward to hearing more about these issues of how the FDA is moving forward in areas related to the development of drugs related to stimulant use disorder under a lot of Doug's leadership. So Doug, please come on up. Thank you.
Mark, thanks very much. And on behalf of the FDA, thank you for the partnership that we've had with Duke Margolis. It's really been terrific. I think in a variety of areas we've been able to learn a lot, make better regulatory decisions as a direct result. As Mark said, one of the things that I work on is the opioids crisis and confronting controlled substances abuse of all types as a part of my job at the FDA. And within that portfolio has been work that the agency's been doing around pharmacovigilance. And as all of you know, the opioids epidemic is continuing, the opioids crisis is continuing, and we're now seeing a rise in stimulant abuse, the so-called fourth wave, as Mark indicated. Our focus necessarily needs to continue to be on the opioids crisis, even as we continue to identify and confront these new areas of abuse. The statistics are sobering around stimulant abuse, and I won't belabor them. I'm focused first on the large numbers of individuals that are abusing stimulants, 667,000 reported in 2016, currently using in the United States. This portends an ongoing challenge. The future years are going to be grim if that's the large number of individuals currently using the product in the United States in inappropriate ways. More importantly, however, these stimulants are being used in ways that are different than we have seen with the opioids abuse. And importantly, opioids and stimulants are being used together in ways that we've not previously seen. 36% of one toxicology series reported the co-use of those two products leading to death. So bottom line, we need to get ahead of this. We need to understand it as well as we possibly can. And I'm delighted that you guys have set this up today so that we can get some more information. I will say personally, most important to me is to understand as best we can those patterns of social use. Because without understanding how people are using these two products, either alone and also together, we're going to make we are at risk for making poorly chosen regulatory interventions, identify solutions that aren't sufficiently tailored to the changes in how people are using and misusing these products. This work is also one of several things that the FDA is doing to try to forward our understanding and approach to this crisis of stimulant abuse. Earlier in 2019, the FDA put out a Federal Register notice soliciting comments about stimulant abuse. It was in the context of an understanding about the potential for abuse-resistant stimulants. But we asked many important questions that I think are going to be relevant to the discussion today. We have around 1,400 comments that we're currently working through. I believe, Marta, that docket is closing or will be closing shortly. I'm hoping that it's going to feed into the information that you all are able to consider. We also need to talk to the patients. And we're going to be announcing today or shortly our plans to hold a patient-focused drug development meeting at the FDA. actively sitting down with individuals with stimulant use disorder to understand what matters to them, matters in terms of recovery, matters to in terms of their own lifestyle. Importantly, hopefully, what matters to them with regards to interventions that would be meaningful to them to help us as we work to develop new endpoints, novel, more efficient ways of developing products to treat stimulant use disorder. With that in refinement, with a greater refinement in the understanding of the social patterns of use of opioids and stimulants together, I'm optimistic that we're going to be identifying important new things that we need to be doing as an agency as a part of the larger HHS family to confront this stimulant use crisis. With that, I'd like to thank the organizers again, looking forward to the discussion, looking forward to Admiral Jirwa. And Mark, are you introducing him, I believe? All right, then I'll shut up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a very, very quick one, because I think we mainly want to get to hearing from Admiral Jirwa. Brett, who I've known for a long time, has a number of leading roles in the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, where he's Assistant Secretary for Health, and also, as just mentioned, still the acting commissioner of the FDA. Admiral Jirwa, in this role, leads the development of HHS-wide public health policy recommendations, overseeing 11 core public health offices to protect and advance the health and safety of our nation. In addition to all of that, he also serves as senior advisor to the Secretary for Opioid Policy and is responsible for coordinating HHS's efforts across the administration on opioid policy, which obviously is a huge public health issue as well. Admiral Jirwa has stepped up. I've had a privilege of working with him now on a range of issues. If it comes to public health and addressing crises, whether it's opioids, vaping, you name it, he's been there. Admiral, thank you for your service, and thanks very much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm always here, and I will always come if I can, because I know what Dr. McClellan and the Duke Margolis Center can do, and I really appreciate the expertise and the teamwork we have in solving some of the country's major problems. Secondly, I'm here because I do believe, and I think there's strong data to support, that we are entering the fourth wave of the overdose crisis in the United States. The first wave being prescription opioids because of overprescribing, overuse, underappreciation of the addictive nature. The second wave due to heroin, primarily cheap, very pure heroin, grown in Mexico and co-marketed along, taking advantage of opioid addiction. Number three, the fentanyl crisis, which we are still in. We're certainly not out of that by any means, being fueled by very cheap, very potent, primarily Chinese fentanyl. But now, as the data would say, we are very concerned that psychostimulants, particularly methamphetamine, produced on an industrial scale at incredible purity and at low cost, is really driving our fourth wave. So I'm really here because we do seek solutions together, and I want to give you just a little bit of an overview to let you know how serious I am about this, how serious we are about it, and this is the one thing that keeps me awake at night. There could be many things, but among most things, this is really it. So I'm going to give you two very general slides and just get into the meat of this. We all know the seriousness of the overdose epidemic crisis in the United States. You can put whatever superlatives you want, but we've had almost 800,000 deaths in the US between 1999 and 2018. That far surpasses our combat deaths starting in World War I and throughout. The numbers are really staggering. You look at the tolls on individuals, on families, on communities, on the foster care system, on the economic development, you name it, it has been there. This absolutely is the most daunting public health crisis that we have faced and are facing. If you look at the 2018 end of the year data, and this is sort of my last positive slide for today. So if you look at the end of year 2018, still provisional data, but provisional for the CDC means it's 99.85% complete. So these are pretty good data. We had our first decrease in drug overdose deaths in 2018 compared to the previous year in almost 3 decades. And we're down about 5%. That includes all drug overdoses, and it also includes opioid overdoses, which were down a little bit more than 2%. But if you none of us claim victory on this. It's a positive finding due to all the work that everyone's doing, but it really hides a lot of the heterogeneity and the evolving nature of the overdose epidemic, which we're seeing. So I want to go into that a little bit to give you an appreciation. So these are the most recent data retrieved last week from the National Center for Vital Statistics that looks at trends in overdose mortality. And again, we're 6 months behind, right? Because it takes about 6 months to put this together to get the numbers that are right. If you look at the heat map here, the darker orange means an increase in overdose deaths. The darker blue means a decrease. And you see there's a lot of heterogeneity across the country. These are available on the web. You could have all the slides after this. We want you to use those slides. But some of the states you think that are the hardest hit, like New Hampshire, Kentucky, Ohio, down from the previous year, and this is building on decreases that have occurred many, many years, but many states, including California, Texas, New Jersey, Arizona, Montana, significantly up. If you look at the overdose mortality by class of drug, this continues on a trend that we've been seeing for the past 12 months. If you look at heroin, we're starting to see a decrease year to year. Natural and semi-synthetics, the prescription opioids, all the work that we've been doing together has really decreased the association of overdose deaths with prescription opioids. Methadone, very small. Synthetic opioids, fentanyl and similar, are still the leading cause. They are worsening at about a 9% change year over year. But when I started this job, they were worsening at a 60% clip year over year, then a 40%, then a 30%, then a 20%. They are still going up, but the rate of increase is decreasing substantially. Cocaine, about level, but what you see consistently, and this has been a consistent trend, 12-month to 12-month intervals, is that psychostimulant deaths are up anywhere between 20 and 30% on a year-to-year basis as we track this by month. So this really is, when you look at the overall decrease in 5%, it's a mix of all of this, but this is extremely, extremely concerning. This is the latest data put together by my team, and Jacob Wainwright is a public health advisor on my team who's been working very hard on this. My environmental health officer and aide, Lieutenant Commander Banty, and the whole team. If you look, looks at the overdose deaths by drug. All opioids are up here. Synthetic opioids are here. So this is your fentanyl group. But what you see right now is that psychostimulants continue to go up and has surpassed nationally deaths from prescription opioids. Far surpassed it. It's done this a few months ago and it continues to go up. If you see heroin and cocaine that are flattening out, we have no reason to believe that this methamphetamine curve will not continue to increase. So within a few short months, and you could model it any way you want, but methamphetamines will be secondary to fentanyl nationwide associated with overdose deaths. So this truly is the fourth wave. It's not a false simile or a false metaphor. It really is the wave that we're attacking now. Jacob put this very nice waterfall plot together. Now, what we asked the National Center for Vital Statistics to do, only 34 states give us month-to-month mortality by class of drug that have enough numbers to do that. So we asked them to at least do a one-year roll-up. So this was a one-year roll-up that they did for us and published that was available in September. And if you look, and I don't expect you to read all this, but it goes from the percentage of deaths involved, over 70% in Hawaii, and well over 50% of overdose deaths in California are associated with methamphetamine. And there's a wide range across the spectrum. Again, you can have these slides. Jacob also put together a nice heat map, and you can really see that this is not only a wave in magnitude, but it's a wave geographically. So on the left side, what you see in dark orange again is the percent involved in psychostimulants and overdose mortality. In the dark blues, down to the light green, the percent of synthetic opioids. And what you see is a geographic distribution where the West Coast, but if you did this month to month, you'd see the wave going from West Coast progressively to East Coast, where psychostimulants are involved in a majority of overdose deaths in the West, very little in the East, but that wave is a moving wave. I'll probably animate that in another couple of months just to make your life, more exciting. But when I'm on the East Coast, I say, believe me, methamphetamines are coming to a community near you if it's not already there. So this is qualitative because I don't think there's excellent quantitative data, but just so you understand the way we look at this. As Doug said, the methamphetamine crisis is really linked to the opioid crisis in many ways. First of all, there are increasing prevalence of polysubstance use among those with OUD. So it's not just using opioids, but they'll use multiple substances, and that is a trend. I think some of this was actually published by Chris Jones, or is about to be published by Chris Jones. But since 2008, 300% increase in methamphetamine use among heroin treatment admissions. And as Doug also said, when we look at psychostimulant-related overdose deaths, and we have good data for 2017, about 50% of those also have opioids on board during that. People using methamphetamine also, though, and again, getting back to the public health issues and the holistic issues, there's really high rates of co-occurring mental illness. Now, the data are all over the charts. Some are much less than 50%, some are much more, and maybe you'll hear more about this here in more detail. But however you go, there's a high degree of co-occurring mental illness, and there's polysubstance abuse predating methamphetamine use almost 100% of the time with cigarettes, alcohol, cannabis, or cocaine. So these are really polysubstance drug users. What I've been very impressed with is that many people are, I don't use this term pejoratively, but they are broken people. They're people who have had horrible adverse childhood experiences, physical abuse, sexual abuse. You look at some small series, particularly in the Midwest, and 50, 60, 70% of people who use methamphetamines have really had severe traumatic experiences during their life, and it's clearly a key risk factor for substance use disorder, but methamphetamine in general. And then finally, and I do highlight this, is that, and we're not going to get into the law enforcement issues, but the supply is creating a demand. These are intentional distribution from transnational cartels in Mexico that produce thousands of pounds of methamphetamine at a time that are coming to a community near you. They're 96, 98, 100% pure. They are very, very inexpensive, and they are creating demand. This is just one example because it can be smuggled in many ways. Can be liquefied. This was put in coconuts and smuggled across the border. Very difficult to discover. This is from a CRS report. There's lots of other reports looking at just methamphetamine seizures at the border. And this is just what was seized, but somewhere around 65,000 pounds of methamphetamines were seized at the border in 2018. That's just what was seized, not what's come through, and you see the trends there. So this is a problem of gargantuan proportions. Demographics, all age groups are impacted. Death rates are highest in non-Hispanic whites, in AI, AN, but rapidly increasing in blacks. Higher odds ratio of path methamphetamine use in metro and small areas, and then women are experiencing a very high burden of methamphetamines, which may be counterintuitive, but the data really show that. Challenges and limitations. I may go 2 minutes longer than my 3 minutes remaining. As we know, there are no FDA-approved medications for treatment, no MAT. And if you've heard us on the opioid stump, all we talk about is the need for holistic care, but that needs to be solidly based in MAT. No rescue therapies like naloxone. Medication development for stimulant use has been difficult. You know that. That's why we're here. And treatment can be effective, and Dr. McCann's cat certainly lets us know how that can be, but it's time-consuming, requires special training and intense follow-up, and it's often limited by attrition or retention issues. So in some degree, we don't have all the tools we have even for opioid use disorders. Also, this has been the case that state opioid response grants have not had the flexibility. So the billions of dollars by SAMHSA have not had the flexibility to use on patients who primarily have or exclusively have methamphetamine use disorder. And we see this all along. I love the quote, I don't need more opiate money, I need more money that will not be exclusively used for opioids, because it really, particularly on the West, it's methamphetamine over and over again. So last couple of slides. So what have we done? So Dr. McCann's Katz and I convened an interagency methamphetamine working group starting in March 2019 as we really identified this as the growing wave. And we've been doing a lot behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, improving our data collection through CDC and SAMHSA, focusing specifically on methamphetamines, very high increase in technical assistance for treatment from SAMHSA through their network. Many of you know, and part of the reason you may be here is because FDA and NIH have been doing outreach to industry to support development of new therapeutics. We've provided a lot of technical assistance to Congress, and we do believe in the new bill there will be flexibility in state opioid response grant funding so that that could be used for methamphetamine treatment. We don't know that. The funding bills will hopefully be out this week, but certainly we supported that. Lots of coordination with our Office of National Security, Department of Justice, CBP, and ONDCP. It is important because there is a big enforcement aspect to this. We've got to stop the thousands and 10,000s of pounds coming across the border. We are planning multiple state and local fact-finding and feedback tours for 2020, starting in January to the hottest hit areas. We are developing some real-time situational awareness tools so we could track and intervene, and again, continuing our overall SUD efforts, which will raise the tide and lift all boats. And finally, the last two things is, I do want to say that aside from methamphetamine specifically, my main goal in this year is to continue transitioning from a crisis framework based in grants to an integrated, sustainable, predictable, resilient public health system. And we're doing that over many aspects. The three that I think we really work on is the three buckets, and this is a whole nother hour talk. But number one, really working on workforce with SAMHSA, with HRSA, with CMS and all the agencies. You saw the Addiction Medicine Fellowship that was just announced by HRSA with $20 million going to that, but it extends all across the board, social workers, behavioral health counselors, right incentives to try to get the reimbursement right so we can get holistic care and all the care providers done. You've seen a lot in CMS, including bundled codes for opioid use disorder and other use disorders, and extra incentives for starting MAT in the emergency room. And then the right delivery system. Is it a hub and spoke model, using telemedicine, all those sorts of things to try to create a sustainable system. If you haven't read this and you want to lose sleep too, please read this from Don Burke. And it basically says, don't get fooled by temporary lulls. And I look at that 5%, and I think this could be a temporary lull because the US has been on an exponential rise in overdose deaths since 1980. So in order for us not to make Don Burke true, we need your work today. And I do think this is a pivotal moment for all the reasons I've said. So what you're doing is vitally important to us as we move forward. There is no disassociation between what you recommend and what we can do. That's why we're here. FDA, NIH, me, whatever hat I have on. I've encouraged Dr. Hahn to get sworn in as soon as possible, but I think he's going to wait a few more days. So again, I appreciate your time, and thank you for allowing me the time to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Admiral Drawar. So with that, we're going to jump right into our first session. So I'm going to ask our panelists on our first session to please join us at the table. And to quickly introduce myself, I'm Adam Kretsch. I'm a research director here at the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy. I'll be moderating this first session. So, understanding the epidemiological and biological basis of stimulant use disorder and the emerging epidemiological trends in the context of the larger substance use and overdose epidemic is really critical to understanding how we can better address these pressing issues. So our next presenters are going to help provide a public health foundation for today's discussion and a better basis for understanding the trajectories for individuals who use stimulants as well as other substances. So I'd like to introduce our panelists, and we are going to put their name tags up in just a short moment, so you'll be able to see who's who. But starting from the right, we have, excuse me, we have Wilson. I'll read them off, and they'll raise their hands. We have Wilson Compton. He's the Deputy Director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse. We have Dan Ciccarone. He's professor of family and community medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. We have Janetta Iwaniki, the interim director of research at Rocky Mountain Poison and Drug Safety, part of the Denver Health and Hospital Authority in Denver, Colorado. We have Amelia Aria, professor and the director of the Center on Young Adult Health and Development in the Department of Behavioral and Community Health at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. And last but not least, we have Jody Green, chief scientific officer for Inflection. So I think each of them have some slides to present, but we're going to kick off with our moderator, Wilson Compton, who's going to be presenting on behalf of the work that he's doing, as well as the work that has been done at CDC. So, please.
Well, thanks very much, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to be presenting to you sort of a beginning of an overview of the public health consequences and how we're thinking about stimulant use disorders and stimulant problems in the United States. And certainly you've already heard an introduction to those issues from Admiral Giroir, and so I'll build on those and try to provide some additional details, which hopefully will give you some insights as we think about how to develop effective treatments for a very heavily impacted population. Now, as I stall for time while I think about how to move my slides forward, I will okay. Thanks very much. I will say that I am speaking on behalf of myself and Dr. Chris Jones from the CDC. Dr. Jones was supposed to join us today, but was unable to due to his work on the vaping crisis, which has been an all-hands-on-deck issue for the CDC, and he's part of the Operations Center for the lung injury and vaping issues. So, but I do have a number of his slides and some of his work. I've had the pleasure of collaborating with him on a number of these papers, so you'll hear some of Dr. Jones's perspective as well as my own and a broader public health perspective for the next few minutes. Now, even in the title, I want to emphasize that while we're going to talk about the emerging public health concerns, these aren't new problems. Methamphetamine has been an issue going back decades with multiple waves of problems in the United States. The late 60s, the mid-2000s. We could have had this meeting about 12 years ago with a major public health concern around methamphetamine, centering around the manufacture of methamphetamine in so many, particularly rural areas of our country. Well, guess what? It didn't go away. And it's come back with a vengeance as new supply and new sources have driven the crisis in the last now just few years. Certainly cocaine has not disappeared either. I'm looking at Dr. Carroll down here, and she's been developing psychotherapies to address cocaine use disorder, which we are extraordinarily grateful for, because we do have treatments that are effective for cocaine use disorder. We don't implement those as fully as we might. So some of the issue is not only how do we develop interventions, but how do we make sure that they're out there in a useful and meaningful way to the populations that need them. That will be at least an implicit theme in what I'm going to present to you over the next just now few minutes. Psychostimulants are a broad category. I just remind us that while we think about methamphetamine and cocaine as the primary substances, and in terms of the most serious public health consequences, those would be the two leading agents. But don't forget about prescription stimulants as well. We could have focused on that issue, at least from a population perspective, but I don't have much data on that. But if you're interested, please let me know, and I'll share some background information on those issues as well. Now, we can lump cocaine and methamphetamine partly due to some of the neurobiological effects of these substances. We think about them both as having a direct impact on dopamine release in our central reward circuitry. So the way it does this is slightly different for the two substances, but it overlaps. And unlike other substances, it is a direct or a almost direct release of dopamine. So we might think about it in terms of the dopamine system being very important for these two substances, outpacing some of the impact of some of the other drugs of misuse. That's a very short version of what could have been about a 10 or 15-minute discussion as well. I've got a couple more background neurobiology slides just to remind us that while there are similarities in the substances, there are key differences. We see some work to remind us that the half-life, the duration of action in terms of a dopamine release can vary considerably among these substances. So this might help explain some of both the similarities and the differences, even just between cocaine and methamphetamine. While they are somewhat overlapping, they're not quite interchangeable. So it's unlike the opioids, which are virtually interchangeable among the different opioid categories. These are related, but not quite the same. Some key work coming out of my director's office, Dr. Nora Volkov, has been to remind us of the importance of the linkage between the central reward circuitry and our frontal brains. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is there's a strong correlation of the number of dopamine receptors in the striatum and the amount of metabolism or activity in the frontal lobes of our brain. Now, this is driven both by the anatomy, the direct pathways between the striatum and the frontal lobes, but it has a meaningful impact, we think, on behavior and outcomes. Because what we see is a strong correlation in both cocaine users and meth users of the dopamine receptors in the reward circuitry and the amount of activity, the metabolic activity in our frontal lobes. So this might help explain why judgment, decision-making, is so distorted in people that have stimulant use disorders, whether that's cocaine use disorder or methamphetamine use disorder. This is a key feature and one of the reasons why treatment is so essential and in some ways what makes the challenge so extreme. Even when people have a desire to turn their lives around and change, their brains are operating in a way that makes that very difficult because of their difficulty with controlling their own behavior, and also the way that these substances become so important as a cue for their own lives. Okay, you've heard quite a bit about the drivers of overdose deaths. I'll just remind us of the 3 waves. But I've got this summary, and this is even using the full data from 2017, reminding us that when you look at cocaine and methamphetamine, the psychostimulants, or technically the category in the death data will be psychostimulants. When you look into that in detail, it's mostly driven by methamphetamine, but it is a broader category based on ICD coding in the death data. But stimulants now represent the second most common specific substance involved in overdose deaths, just behind fentanyl. And when you look at that rate of increase, it's certainly dramatic and very disturbing. Now, I'm not going to go over this because we've heard this a little bit, but I'm going to pick apart some of this death data to provide, I hope, some important clues. I kind of thought that most of these increases in stimulants would be because of stimulants being having fentanyl or other of the synthetic opioids as agents within the cocaine supply or methamphetamine supply, and indeed we do see that. But when we look at the death data and we look at how many of the deaths are associated with opioids or without opioids, we see an important story in that the increases without opioids have been going up as well. And that was a bit of a surprise to me and some other public health officials, because we thought this was mostly an opioid story in terms of contamination of the drug supply, but that's not the case. Dr. Chicarone will be telling us quite a bit more about these issues in another few minutes. Similar data coming out of psychostimulants. That was cocaine before. This is now looking at mostly methamphetamine, where we see both with and without opioids rates going up dramatically in the last few years for both men and women. When we look at the data, though, this is, I think, a very interesting graph. Let's look at the age-related factors related to those with and without opioids. And it looks like we're seeing 2 different epidemics. For those without opioids, that's the stimulant deaths alone, that tends to be a slightly older group. Are they the ones who are most subject to cardiovascular or deaths or arrhythmias caused by the stimulants? That's purely a speculation, but something might explain why it's an older group that are dying from the stimulants by themselves without the opioids. Here's another way to look at it. Let's look at the differences in terms of race ethnicity of the decedents. And you see an important story here, and a marked difference in terms of cocaine and methamphetamine's impact on different populations. Particularly, I find what is most startling would be for non-Hispanic Black or African American and non-Hispanic American Indian Alaska Native populations, where we see almost the mirror image with high rates of cocaine-related deaths for African American and very high rates of methamphetamine-related deaths for American Indian Alaska Native. I don't think we can fully explain that. It has something to do with the drug supply, as well as other unknown factors, but these are the kind of clues in terms of the epidemiology that should remind us that we have additional work to be done. Another way to look at this in terms of differences in subpopulations will be urban versus rural populations. And while cocaine, that's the blue bars, follows sort of what I think of in the drug field as, a typical pattern. It's mostly or more predominantly an urban problem, not completely, but a little more urban. What's going on with methamphetamine, the psychostimulants? Well, that's more of an issue for rural populations. One of the few drugs that's more common in rural populations than in urban. When we look at how many people are impacted, we see an increase in past year use, no changes in initiation or use disorder, but an increasing use for cocaine. Less of a clear picture for the methamphetamine coming out of the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, but perhaps an increase, certainly an increase in the last 2 years, but it's harder to say an increase when you look at the slightly longer term trends. But a significant number of people affected by these issues. We have seen first a decline in treatment admissions related to cocaine, but an increase in the last couple of years. Again, this is an interesting, you'll see two of these, this one and this next one, which are the correlation of treatment admissions and the drug seizure reports from DEA, reminding us that drug supply and drug demand go hand in hand with one another. You've already heard a bit about the geography. Just a quick reminder, methamphetamine, although it's more common in the West, as Admiral Guar was reminding us, this is growing in many other parts of the country as well. If you look at men who have sex with men, that's been an issue. Methamphetamine been an issue in urban areas, now going back at least a decade or longer. So while it has been more in the West than in the East, stay tuned. This is growing in your neighborhood, unfortunately. This is another way to look at the geography. This looks at the different census regions, and I think you can notice two things. The rates of both treatment admissions and drug seizures have increased everywhere, but it is more common in the West and Midwest than in the other regions. Now, another key theme that I want to emphasize for you is the overlap of stimulants with other substances. Now, this may be a really important issue when it comes to treatment development and thinking about some of the reasons for lack of success of medication trials. If the underlying issue is not just the cocaine or methamphetamine, but it's also the alcohol use disorder or the opioid use disorder, and we only treat the one substance, we may never have the success we're looking for. Unless you have a very large effect size, a very large impact, you may not be able to detect the differences, even though you might be doing something quite good for stimulants, for example. So pay attention to the overlap with other substances, whether that's cocaine, or when it comes to methamphetamine, which is illustrated here from a paper we recently published. Look on the left-hand side, though, because it's not just the overlap with other substances, but I was pretty impressed in this household survey data, this is National Survey on Drug Use and Health, in the severity of persons that use methamphetamine. About a quarter of them use almost every day. About a quarter of them report that they inject methamphetamine. That's unusual when it comes to use of substances, to have that severity even among pretty much anybody that uses uses methamphetamine. About half of them report a methamphetamine use disorder. So again, this tends to be an end-stage, very severe population by the time you're getting particularly to methamphetamine. Another way we've looked at this is to show the overlap of methamphetamine with heroin treatment admissions, showing an increase in the rate of methamphetamine among persons admitted to treatment around the country for heroin. So again, speaking to the increasing overlap of these issues. Now, it would be remiss just to focus on treatment issues and the specific issues related to these substances without paying attention to some of the other concerns related to stimulant use problems. In particular, I'll highlight for you rising rates of hepatitis C, given that a quarter of meth users inject. This is a very large population that will spread infectious diseases, and we need to be paying attention to this issue as well. I haven't highlighted for you the relationship of methamphetamine to a significant degree, and also cocaine, to psychiatric illness and psychiatric symptoms and emergency room admissions related to psychiatric sequelae, but that is another major public health concern as well. Chris Jones did a very nice study of syringe service programs, and he highlighted for us in his summary of that work the increasing prevalence of methamphetamine reported in these syringe service programs. So this might be some of our early warning sign of the problems related to the overlap of opioids and stimulants, and also just the issue of injection drug use among stimulant users. Now, you've already heard a bit about the challenges and limitations. That's why we're having this meeting today, to try to address this issue. I'm going to point out one other potential solution that's outside the purview of this group, but I'm taking the opportunity to focus a little bit on prevention here as well. I had the pleasure of collaborating with colleagues from CDC and SAMHSA on highlighting the potential for universal, particularly family-based prevention as a way to reduce the onset of opioid misuse and opioid use disorder. Well, guess what? Some of the same data that highlighted that sort of overlap of a general drug prevention with opioid misuse highlights the same thing for methamphetamine problems. I remember when this paper was published now 10 years ago during the height of the methamphetamine problems. And Dick Spoth and colleagues reminded us that universal middle school interventions can have a beneficial effect on all sorts of substance use problems. So this is something a little outside of the purview of this room, but in our public health, wearing our public health hats, we need to pay attention to all the tools in our tool belt and think about universal prevention as another way to address these concerns. All right, I've highlighted many of these summary items already for you, and with that, I will close. We will have an opportunity, I think, for discussion when we're done speaking. So with that, I'll turn it over to my next colleague. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everybody. It is a real pleasure and indeed an honor to be here. Thank you to Duke Margolis and the FDA and others for having me. I'm excited to be here. So, following in line with Admiral Giroir and Dr. Compton, dive a little bit deeper into this issue of the fourth wave. The title of today's talk is Of Speedballs and Goofballs, Stimulants in the Fourth Wave of the Opioid Crisis. These are my colleagues on this presentation. So this comes out of the heroin and transition study. I'm not going to present a lot of methods today because of time. I do, of course, want to acknowledge my funder, NIH NIDA. It's a multi-methodological study. We're in the fifth year of it now. We're looking both quantitatively and qualitatively at how heroin has changed. So quantitatively looking at supply changes and how that has affected the public health of the country. You're going to see an example of that today, looking at an Ohio crime lab database. But we also do a lot of ethnographic work. We dive down to street level, try to understand users' perspectives on what has happened in their lives. How are they adapting to this, the craziness that is fentanyl and now methamphetamine. And you'll hear an example of that today. Both studies that I'm presenting today, unpublished data, preliminary work, not fully baked. I'm also grateful, of course, to our government, CDC, and DEA data, which I use generously. So we've heard about the triple wave epidemic. I've published a few papers on this. Deaths due to the pills, then superseded by deaths due to heroin, rising above it, both of which are leveling off, coming down now a little bit. The synthetic opioid wave, of course, continuing to grow, highly problematic still. And then the fourth wave. Cocaine and stimulant deaths rising up. I've debated with myself, thank you, Wilson, for combining them, because I've been struggling about whether I can actually combine those two curves. But if you did it, maybe I can do it. But the question that I come into this work, and I have been a little reluctant to come into meth because I focused 20 years now on heroin. I am an expert on heroin use. But really curious now about meth, and one of the things that I approach this work is why is it killing people? Meth is actually not that deadly a drug. It's a very potent drug, super potent drug, right? But but it's killing people. And so so just want to start with the basics. Well, is it due to supply? And we've talked a little bit this morning about the supply has changed, and unfortunately I chose not to discuss that today. I am going to focus on the contamination issue, because a lot of people have concerns about contamination of the opioid supply, of the stimulant supply with synthetic opioids like fentanyl. I can address some of the questions about the supply if y'all have questions about it. But I'm also going to look at, is it due to increases in use, right? Particularly from an ethnographic point of view, the most interesting question is there co-use? Are people combining it? And not just, are they combining it? Yes, some of the big data will show us they're combining it, right? Or the toxicologists will say, well, we find both of these in the decedent's blood supply. But how? Why are they combining it? Because if we want interventions to work better, I don't care whether they're pharmaceutical interventions, public health interventions, early childhood interventions, we need to understand the affected population. That's why I do qualitative research, because we're going to get into why questions, right? And why is going to give us mechanisms, and mechanisms are going to help us understand the culture better. If we understand the culture better, we will be able to apply our therapeutics and our interventions better. So let's get into it. Let's look at contamination. So we got this through FOIA. This was hard to get. We've been very curious about what is happening in the drug supply. What is happening in this phenomena that we call this triple wave, now fourth wave overdose crisis, that is not based on the decedents, right? That's based on the poison. What are they consuming? So if we want to know whether there's contamination happening, we can't deal with biologics. We have to go to the drugs, right? So we got a sample, a very large sample. This is 205,000 samples from crime seizures. It is across many counties, across many years, many drugs. And again, I can't do a lot of methods today, but let me just do the data. Let me just shout out a question, right? So if we think about let's do cocaine first. If we think about cocaine, what proportion of cocaine samples, based on this large database over a decade of data, do we think are co-contaminated with synthetic opioid fentanyl analogs? Throw out some numbers. Don't be shy. 20%, 10%, 50%. Okay, and the answer is 8%. 8% contamination with heroin, 7% contamination with fentanyl, because fentanyl in Ohio, when we're talking about heroin, there's, of course, almost 100%, 80% cross-contamination of heroin with fentanyl. And we see fentanyl contamination growing substantially, rapidly in the years that fentanyl has been out, along with fentanyl analogs and carfentanil growing as well, and the proportion of heroin in methamphetamine going down. Okay, let's do methamphetamine. Same question. How much cross-contamination? I'll give you a hint, though. It's low. If cocaine is relatively low, the methamphetamine is relatively low.
I think it's about less than 10%, but you're looking at Ohio, and you've got to figure out what state you're looking at. It's a lot different when you go further south.
Sure, it'll be different. So Ohio is sort of one of these mixed meth states. If we go west or south, we might see a bunch more. Thank you. Good to see you, by the way. And the answer is 2.5%, right, of heroin cross-contamination, a little less, was it 2% or 1.5% of fentanyl contamination. So the question is, are these meaningful levels? They're low. I don't have purity on this, so they could actually be incidental. It could be subclinical levels of contamination here, right? But we need to know this data because we should stop making assumptions that it's all or nothing, that it's, it's some. The question is whether it's meaningful or not. And whether it's purposeful. I can't answer that question. When I talk to drug dealers on the street, they ask questions. I ask them questions like this. They say, well, if you actually looked at a cutting table, or you actually looked at what I do with a blender or what I do with packaging, it's a very sloppy process. So there's going to be a lot of accidental, non-purposeful contamination, particularly if people are slinging multiple drugs, right? And cocaine and heroin kind of make sense because those drugs have been slung together for many decades, and I'll talk about why that is. All right, so let's talk about the increase in use, right? So if we understand the world as being a polysubstance world, let's get a little bit more into the mechanism and the why, all right? So first, some definitions. Speedball, cocaine and heroin. This is a well-understood term. It's a historically well-liked combination. It's two great tastes that go great together. The goofball, heroin and methamphetamine, not traditional, not that well liked. In fact, I went back to some of my early ethnography back in the early days of the earlier wave of meth use in San Francisco, and I looked up some of my notes, and I've actually talked to some people who use goofballs. Highly specialized. Need to know what you're doing. You can't just throw these two drugs together. Why? Because the methamphetamine will just bowl over the heroin. Just bowls it over. So you wasted your money on the heroin, right? So you had to finesse it, you had to layer it in there, you had to wave it in there, right? You had to know timing, you had to know dosing really well. It's also physiologically challenging. Methamphetamine is a very powerful drug, right? And so because of all this, I said, well, this really needs to be explored. And so we decided to do that. Here's a pre-speedball a photo from Baltimore, I believe, of scramble-based heroin in capsules and a couple vials of cocaine. This person's about to prepare a speedball. But I needed to do ethnography. I need to go into the street, find out why people are combining meth. We've done a number of hotspot studies within the heroin transition study. We've been to many cities prejudiced to go to the East Coast because of fentanyl. We spent a fair amount of time in West Virginia. We're going to present data from two field sites there, 2017 and 2019, again, preliminary data. We are trying to understand the lived experience of the users themselves and ask a lot of how and why questions you can't really get to on survey data. If you want more about my methods, I have a TEDx talk. Here's lovely southern West Virginia, both Charleston and Huntington, which we spent time at. First lesson learned. Again, this is very preliminary stuff. I'm going to go through it very quickly. Methamphetamine is back. Okay, we know this, right? But the supply has changed, and people know that on the ground. West Virginia, methamphetamine is endemic, right? So they know that the change has gone from domestic, so-called shake and bake stuff, which some people liked, and some people are happy to get rid of. It's a mixed picture, to more industrial strength, imported, high quality and cheap product. Mexican-sourced ice is back, and it's a big problem. It's very likable. It's super potent. People like it. When people make statements that supply is driving demand, I agree. And I also want to problematize that because there's demand driving demand as well. People also report that multiple substances are being sold by the same dealers, which is kind of a change. I mean, it depends on where you are geographically. Some places, divided up geographically, but in West Virginia, there's polysubstance dealing. Here we have a picture of some local Mexican ice. Looks a lot like crushed rock salt. So one respondent says, ice has become a popular alternative. Oh, sorry, this is from Julie. Ice has become a popular alternative or addition to heroin for those who used it, including Julie, suffering from scoliosis-induced chronic pain. There was both a pain management and market-based rationale. Quote, if I can get heroin, that's all I want for the pain. Now, if I don't have the money or can't get heroin, I get ice because it's so much easier, it's cheaper. And even if I'm feeling the pain, it gives me the energy that I can at least get something accomplished. Interesting juxtaposition between opioids and methamphetamine that kind of pushes a little bit, from those of us in the addiction medicine world, kind of pushes what we know. Interesting alleyway, South Charleston. Okay, the goofball, the speedball is back. The combination of meth and heroin is resurgently popular. It's been rediscovered since about 2015, also around when the supply changed. It's in the local parlance, they don't use goofball. In fact, we had these very funny conversations about the goofball and what it meant and where'd that come from. They really didn't know the term. It's called a speedball. And they said, well, what's the difference between that speedball and the speedball with cocaine? They pause and say, well, I do one with cocaine and I do one with meth, but I call them both speedball. All right, so there you go. Those who like it state the obvious. It feels really good. Methamphetamine is a pleasurable drug. Heroin/fentanyl is a pleasurable drug. You put them together, it's a fantastic feel. But some people said we really don't like this because they are sensitive to the physiological war that's going on between the up forces and the down forces. And some people don't do it. There are huge varieties of speedball. This is a talk in and of itself, or a paper, which we should be writing. There are a full range of ways in which people are interfacing between these two drugs. Some people are trying to avoid it. Some people will use methamphetamine, even though they are dependent on an opiate. They'll use the methamphetamine if it's free, if their friend's using it, if somebody's supporting the debt use. Some people are using it regularly, and even when they use it regularly, even when they combine it with heroin, it's done in a variety of ways, between the putting it together in the same shot, to dividing it, to separating it by minutes to hours in the same day, or different parts of the week. So it's very interesting in its complexity of the combination. To some people who are reducing their heroin use or avoiding fentanyl exposure, this is key, by switching to meth. So person before who had that methamphetamine on his lap has now injected a pre-made solution of heroin that he had used earlier that day, about an hour earlier than this photo's taken, is now dissolving the methamphetamine crystals and is about to inject a goofball speedball shot. Rebecca in her 30s preferred methamphetamine to heroin, but also liked to inject both together. I like heroin and stuff like that, but it's not my choice preference. And actually, mixing it with meth is the better buzz anyway, believe it or not. Well, how do you decide what to do on a given day? Well, just what we feel like. I like dope sickness. If the dope sickness is not bad, we'll choose meth, because then you can fend off the dope sickness. By being high on meth, you won't feel it. Again, confronts our notions in addiction medicine. So let me just start wrapping up the ethnographic stuff. The meth and speedball injection can be seen as an organic response. This is, again, stuff that I'm working through in my head. It's not my final answer. Wait for the published paper. But a response to fentanyl, right? Some like fentanyl. I have to just remind us all that some people like fentanyl. A lot of people don't. A lot of people simply accept it, right? That's what we're getting these days and have adjusted to it. But meth can be properly construed as helping to decrease heroin and fentanyl use, helping with heroin withdrawal symptoms, protecting for overdose when in combination with heroin and fentanyl, the so-called, useful to reverse an overdose. And I want to fight this stuff. And in ethnographic research, you're always kind of like, you feel like you want to push back and stuff like that. Suspend disbelief, accept, listen. Because when I listen, I learn the most. And this is just fascinating to me, I have to say. Overall summary, methamphetamine and speedball are back. Supply may be driving this. We didn't talk a lot about that. But also we need to think about this as a response to fentanyl and fentanyl prohibition. We can talk about that if people have questions. These are adaptive responses. If we understand the population well, we understand this is adaptation. Meth may be substituting for heroin and fentanyl. Fentanyl is still the problem. Okay, I know we're here to talk about meth and therapeutics and stuff like that. Meth is a problem, particularly in the western half of the United States. But in the area where the syndemics are overlapping, we need to understand how fentanyl is driving. We're in a polysubstance world. Let's not panic, right? Moral panic only causes more harm. It keeps people from accessing services. We need them to come in. Rise in stimulants requires a broadening of our public policy. That, again, is a talk in and of itself. There, of course, we need to focus a lot more on demand reduction. I really appreciate the Admiral this morning talking about ACEs. If we want to stop that Jalal Burke curve, exponential increase in deaths over the last 30 years, we need to understand demand drivers. Okay? I know we like supply. Supply is easy to look at. It's an easy correlate. It looks like a lot of these things are driven by supply. But overall, the picture is overdose deaths are going up. Why? Cracks in the society. Okay? We need to understand demand, and we need to work on demand reduction, healthier society. We can talk about overdose prevention. We can talk about harm reduction. Today, we're going to talk about treatment, and I applaud that. We need treatments. And for that, I'll end. This is my lovely team. I'm very appreciative of them. And a final photo, this is a full moon, Friday the 13th full moon, Huntington, West Virginia. Thank you all so much for your kind attention.
All right, thank you, Wilson and Dan. So now we're going to turn to some of our panelists to provide some reactions, some initial remarks. So I think we can just do this from our seat. No need to travel back and forth to the podium. So first up, we have Janetta. And I think you have some slides.
Thank you. My name is Janetta Iwaniki, and I'm with the Rocky Mountain Poison and Drug Safety. My background is as an emergency medicine physician and medical toxicologist. My specialty in this area of research is really understanding prescription drugs. We've heard a lot this morning so far about illicit stimulants, in particular methamphetamine and cocaine. And certainly those are absolutely crucial. And when we look at the sheer number of deaths and what we see with this epidemic in the country, I think those numbers really dwarf everything else. So I think, thank you to my colleagues to really laying out that as a starting place. But the other thing I want to talk a little bit about, and particularly as we think about trajectories of use and where some of this drive towards stimulants may be coming from, I think it's important to think a little bit about prescription stimulants as part of the problem. So when we look at prescription stimulants across the United States, what we've seen in the past 10 years or so is really dramatically rising rates of prescribing. And prescription stimulants in particular, we often think of as medications to treat attention deficit disorder or hyperactivity disorder. And most often, these are amphetamine derivatives, or there are some other stimulants such as things like methylphenidate or modafinil that have been shown earlier. And those prescription rates have really been increasing, particularly in this past decade. And what we've seen along with that, as supply has increased, we've also seen increases in exposures. The data you see here on this slide is data from poison centers from across the country. And these are phone calls that poison centers receive on what are called intentional exposures. So these aren't just a child who's accidentally getting into a medication they shouldn't. These are people who are intentionally taking these medications, most often with the intent to get high. And what we see is a doubling of the rate of exposures per population over the past 10 years for amphetamines. Now, I think as we think about pathways and stimulants and how society is being exposed to them, I think prescription stimulants are important partially because the more stimulants that are available, the more we see exposures. There's a very similar curve that we see as well for diversion. So what that means is that for the amount of stimulants that are available, a large proportion of those stimulants is being sold on the streets. And this is completely separate from things like methamphetamine and cocaine. And that curve has almost exactly the same rate that we see here. In addition, though, if we go through and take sort of a cross-section of what's happening with these drugs in society, what we can see is sort of what the relative rates of exposure are and how this correlates to use. So this is data from a national survey from across the United States. It's a cross-sectional survey called the Survey of Non-Medical Use of Prescription Drugs. And this is data from the end of 2018. And with this survey, we can create national estimates of prevalence of use. And what we see is about 2% of the US adult population over the age of 18 has non-medically used a prescription stimulant in the past year. When you translate that 2% rate is a little over 5 million people across the country who have non-medically used a prescription stimulant. Non-medical use in this case is defined as using a drug other than the way it was intended. So what that means is this person may have a prescription for that drug, but they're using it differently than they were prescribed it. That could be used to get high, it could be using it more often or more frequently, or it could be using somebody else's prescription or a drug that was purchased on the street. What we see is the vast majority of these prescription stimulants that are being non-medically used are prescription amphetamines, and it's just under 4 million US adults in the past year who've non-medically used a prescription amphetamine. And what we can also see is that there is some use of methylphenidate, modafinil, and atomexetine, which are other prescription stimulants, but again, amphetamine is by far the largest rate. If we dive down further into that number, what we know is that a proportion of people who are not medically using these drugs are using them by routes other than which they were intended. This includes intravenous use as well as intranasal use are probably the two most common, particularly for amphetamine. The other thing I want to point out that's really important is if we go back to some of that mortality information and we look at those deaths, the death data that's been presented so far has been at that high level, the ICD-10 code level. And what that tells us is that psychostimulant deaths, which are predominantly methamphetamine deaths, have rapidly risen. We've done some work looking more detailed into those deaths and looking at a particular data set called the Drug Mentions with Involvement, or DMI. This is another way of looking at that NVSS data at a more granular level than the ICD-10 codes. And with that, we were able to get some more information on what was happening with deaths, not just from all stimulants, but particularly from prescription stimulants. And when looking at data from 2010 through 2017, what we saw was that not only are the rates rapidly rising for methamphetamine-associated deaths, but deaths associated with prescription stimulants have been rising as well, at nearly the same rate. So we've been seeing a doubling of the mortality rate associated with prescription stimulants about every 4 years during that time frame. Looking more detailed as well at things like polysubstance use or co-use associated with those deaths, we see the rates are actually pretty similar to what we've seen with the prescription stimulants as well. About 50% of those mortality are associated with co-use. Opioids are most common, but we see quite a few other substances in there as well. So I think, big take-home points here are that prescription stimulants, while a smaller component of the problem, are really crucial to pay attention to, especially as we think about ways to look at these trajectories of use and trying to understand how prescription stimulants tie into this larger epidemic. I think that's really crucial. And when we think about looking at how to reverse some of these overdose deaths and how to really get a grip on this, I think prescription stimulants are going to be really something that we need to keep in mind and pay attention to along the way. Thank you.
And next up we have Amelia Aria. Oh, you can, please go ahead.
I don't have any slides, but I'd like to just provide you some context of how I frame this issue and see this problem. As was mentioned, I run a research center at the University of Maryland called the Center on Young Adult Health and Development. And one of the major research projects that we had the privilege of conducting was funded by NIDA back in 2003, where we were able to assess a large group of young adults who are starting to enter college. And at that time, they were 18, 19 years old, and now they're in their 30s. So we followed them regardless of continued college attendance, doing face-to-face interviews with them for the first 8 years, 2.5-hour face-to-face interviews. About 75% of the cohort is still in the study. So we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about the unfolding of drug use problems during young adulthood, which is the peak period of onset of some of these problems. And what I would really encourage everyone to do, because I think this morning's panel is really supposed to frame this issue and give you some broader context. I would really, really encourage you to think not only about the deaths, but people who are living with these problems. And also about the fact that this robs people of their ability to be productive. It results in lost opportunities. It really speaks to this, when it begins, there is some resistance to treatment. There's a lot of denial of the early signs. So I would add a category into, we talked about prevention, but I would add early intervention. How can we better address that period of time when we know the problems are escalating and we see the signs? How can we address those withdrawal signs of alcohol, of cannabis, that perpetuates the use of those drugs that we know are part of the polysubstance use progression? Because when we have seen stimulant use, which when we've done a lot of studies on the non-medical use of prescription stimulants, what we see is that it's 80 to 90% of those cases are preceded by excessive drinking and cannabis use. And alcohol and cannabis use precipitate problems with academic performance in the college setting And those academic problems are the things that sort of escalate the use of prescription stimulants as sort of a last-ditch attempt to compensate for that those academic struggles. So what we see is sort of low-level prescription stimulant misuse that doesn't appear to work. It doesn't help their grades. We've done studies on that. But the non-medical use are among people that do not have ADHD. I really want to make that clear because I think ADHD medications used therapeutically have benefited a lot of people. It's when they are non-medically used that you either get into trouble or is a sign that there is some escalation of problem use. The other thing that we've really learned from the college life study and my research in general is that the risk and protective factors fall into a lot of different categories. We've heard about availability, we've heard about adverse childhood experiences. We also know that conduct disorder is part of this problem, that a propensity for deviance. We know that parents, sometimes parent attitudes, permissiveness, even among the most socioeconomically advantaged, we have parental permissiveness that is part of the issue. Very well-intentioned parents doing things that they think would reduce the risk, but actually parental permissiveness tends to escalate the problem. Peers, availability. We heard about geographic availability. So in summary, I would really encourage you all who are trying to address this problem and treat it to step back, to look at possible targets for early intervention, both pharmacologically and non-pharmacologically. Look at those implementation strategies and know the types of people that get involved with this are young, sort of feeling invincible about it. Implementation of treatment strategies, implementation of early intervention strategies is a huge area that we really, really need more research on. And when I say that, not just in the treatments themselves, but who do we need to affect in order to implement those things, like school systems, like pediatricians' offices, like parents? How can we turn the tide on not turning a blind eye to those early signs that progress and escalate to these problems? And then in the end, if you're going to be developing treatment approaches, you've got to understand that the people with taking a person-centered approach, the person with a stimulant use disorder and co-occurring other substance use disorders and mental health problems will be complex cases. They will have a multitude of problems. So doing a drug-by-drug approach where we're going to treat this, it's not comprehensive enough. We've heard that. We need to deal with this holistically, and I would really, really underscore that. Thank you for your time, and I feel really privileged to be a part of this group. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jody Green, the Chief Scientific Officer at Inflection, and I have been monitoring and doing surveillance in the prescription drug misuse, abuse, and diversion for about 17 years now. I do have some slides also I wanted to share. We've been doing quite a bit of work through using the NaviPro system to look at patterns of use and really understand the prescription stimulant non-medical use using a variety of data sources. And I'm going to provide some teasers today because we have done quite a few studies recently funded by Arbor Pharmaceuticals. And these are some preliminary data, so I can't divulge all of the interesting findings. But I did want to share some today because there are certainly some differences to talk about, and I think they're beginning to emerge in the conversation already in terms of motivations. And you'll see throughout my slides here, I usually use the term non-medical use because this is a mixture of misuse for some potentially therapeutic benefit, as well as abuse, which we typically think of to get high or for the euphoria. And with the opioids, I think it's pretty well understood that there are some utilization of the prescription opioids to treat pain and to get high, and I don't think that those are necessarily mutually exclusive. What we see here is a great deal of use for the perceived performance enhancement in school, as well as some other ways of using it to do withdrawal or prevent withdrawal or to come down. But using the centers, the substance abuse treatment centers that use our clinical assessment tools to evaluate patients for substance abuse treatment, the past 30-day prescription stimulant non-medical use is reported in about 2% of the adult population, and double that, about 4% in our adolescent population. And we also know that a good number of these patients are also reporting past 30-day non-medical use of prescription opioids, and that's 70% in our adult population and 43% in the adolescent population. And when we add in there the past 30-day methamphetamine use, we do see about a third of the adults that are reporting prescription stimulant non-medical use are also reporting past 30-day methamphetamine use. And in the adolescents, it's about 29%. It was mentioned earlier about the higher risk alternate routes of administration, and about half of these individuals are reporting alternate routes, whether it be snorting, smoking, or injecting, of prescription stimulants that are in these programs. Primarily snorting, but it was curious to find the injection rates that are really supportive, I think, of some of the information we've heard earlier this morning. And the diversion has been touched on as well in terms of the source of these products. Again, this is the source of the prescription stimulants used for non-medical use, and they're primarily coming from family or friends or from dealers. So a lot of easy access. We have also conducted some studies using online survey panels, so from a general population and then also one targeting college students. So from a survey of about 12,000 general population respondents, we did see about a 6% rate of lifetime prescription stimulant non-medical use. And within that, about 4% of those 4% reported both lifetime prescription stimulant and prescription opioid non-medical use. We also see a large prevalence or proportion that report ADHD, anxiety, depression to complicate the treatment issue and the prevention issues are these underlying behavioral and mental health disorders. And also concurrent use. It's already been mentioned, the alcohol and the marijuana are the two larger ones, but then also, of course, the cocaine and methamphetamine, about 14 and 10% in the adult population and 12 and 8% in the college students. And then we also have done quite a bit of work on this trajectory or pathways, and certainly first off, there are a plurality of pathways. There's not just one pathway to getting to prescription stimulant non-medical use. But we do see in 3 out of 4 individuals, it typically does start with marijuana use. I did want to make a comment about the college student survey, because these were all college students with past 5-year prescription stimulant non-medical use. And so that is a little bit different composition there when you look at these data. But in terms of our discussion to here, I really want to, again, make sure we're talking about the really substance use disorder as part of a broader substance use pattern, usually starting with marijuana, concurrent use of other medications and drugs, and looking really at motivations, because we also note that the motivations or the reasons for use are also tied to the routes that are being used with the prescription stimulants. For instance, for performance enhancement, it might be swallowing the tablets or chewing, whereas when the respondent is saying they're really looking for a high or the euphoria, that's when we typically see the injection. And so for interventions and prevention, it's important to keep those in mind. And then also this underlying behavioral mental health issue, those who reported prescription stimulant non-medical use in the general population were 2 to 10 times more likely to report depression, anxiety, ADHD. The other ones, bipolar, alcohol substance use disorder, and Dr. Ari also mentioned the conduct disorders and oppositional defiant disorder. And then learning disability, and I think that last one is really important also in terms of treatment and prevention and understanding how, if this is an already vulnerable population and there are some learning disabilities underlying, how are we going to educate them and how are we going to be successful in our treatment approach? Thank you.
And thank you to all of our panelists. So in the interest of time, just taking a look at the clock, so we do want to allow some time for audience discussion and audience questions. So I would ask that if you are thinking of asking a question, we have microphones at either end of the room when and you can start thinking about a question and start lining up at the microphone. I'm going to just jump in with one quick question for you, or maybe not so quick, we'll see. One common theme I've been hearing quite a bit across many of your presentations is the issue of trajectories. That the better we understand trajectories, the better opportunity we'll have to both intervene early, treat effectively, and understand perhaps where the prescription and non-prescription stimulant use crisis is headed. So with that said, I'd be curious on on your thoughts about trajectories. Is there a fixed set of trajectories that we know and understand? I heard, I think, a multiple set of pathways that might exist towards stimulant misuse and abuse. Just be interested in your thoughts on the question of trajectories.
I'll be happy to start. I think we've heard some very important information about the importance of understanding sort of trajectories, but also in a sense of where do you capture patients for intervention trials or for clinical work. We'd love to capture people when they're 20 years old and just getting into this problem and do something to interrupt that pathway. But as was pointed out, you've got invincibility. I don't need any help. I'm 20, everything will be fine. I'll outgrow this sooner, it's temporary. Or you have also, for so many people with these issues, you have nihilism, where they just don't think there's anything that can be done. So combating those, among other factors, will be essential. I do think thinking about trajectories will be important for today's discussion, because that might give us some clues about novel outcomes for clinical trials. That don't include complete cessation as an outcome, but maybe look at broad measures of functioning and other meaningful approaches to improving health. That would be at least one short response.
And I would just add to that some of our preliminary information is it's behavior-based issues, and we look at different routes of administration and what is the driver for those who really just enjoy the process or the action of snorting or injecting, and how much of that is driving the behavior as opposed to the drug itself or the access to the drug. And those are really important components as well.
To piggyback on that just a little bit, I think both Dr. Green and Dr. Ciccarone have referenced this, but when we look particularly at polydrug use and co-use of opioids and stimulants together, I think one of the common patterns that we see is that people are looking to alter their sensations and things like that. It's not necessarily that they're only going to choose, one of those drugs that's their favorite sensation. They're going to pick what's available and what they can match together. And so I think when we think about trajectories, one of the important things to keep in mind, and this ties together, I think, a little bit with some of the data on cannabis, is that sort of initial step towards, altering your dopamine pathways may come from multiple different sources, whereas that polydrug use and stimulants as a part of that may be sort of that final common pathway.
I just wanted to add that I think that there are predictable patterns that precede the onset of substance use disorder that we've known for a very long time, and whether that helps us understand the root etiology of the disorder and or whether it could help us intervene earlier, I think should be part of the discussion. Substance use disorder is so chaotic at the end, but it seems so predictable when you look back. at the constellation of risk factors that you do see, and the resilience that you see among people in recovery. And I'm glad that we're having a representative from Faces and Voices talk about the resilience necessary to backpedal. So trajectories are also at the far end, where the trajectories of substance use disorder are sort of multidimensional as well.
Thank you, and I think we can turn to audience questions and start to my right.
Yeah, hi,
And if you could please identify yourself as well.
Hi, I'm
Thank you.
Francis Levin, and I'm for the Division on Substance Use Disorders at Columbia. And everything Dr. Arias said, I just want to say yes. Everything you said, I thought it was incredibly important. And I just want to make two caveats in that there's a tendency always as a prescribing physician, as well as being a researcher, of having extreme views on things. And I think the important thing to take away is that there's millions of individuals with ADHD in this country, and there's been numerous studies, and trajectories being very important, large databases, McCabe, Quinn, others, showing that treating ADHD early on actually prevents substance use and substance use disorders, and can be very effective in impacting the trajectory. So I think we have to be careful when we're talking about prescription stimulants of what are we talking about. I think long-acting stimulants, at least the data I've seen, show much lower rates of misuse and abuse than immediate release preparations, and I didn't see it broken down on the slides, but I think that's very important, and that helps reduce the risk of abuse liability. That's why the long-acting, some of it is available for that reason. So that was sort of the points I'd like to make, and whether or not there are data breaking it down. I know the Cassidy study, in fact, shows very low rates for oros methylphenidate and lisdexamfetamine compared to immediate release Adderall. So I think there needs to be made a distinction the same way we do talk about heroin and buprenorphine. There are many people who will put up slides about diversion of buprenorphine, and yet we know it's a very helpful therapeutic agent. And I think what clinicians feel strongly is that whether you're talking about benzodiazepines, buprenorphine, or stimulants, all of them have abuse liability. The question is how to use them effectively, and in fact, in some cases, preventing the onset of other disorders. So I think that I'd just like to make that point, and I'm not sure if the panel agrees with me, but I think sometimes we get into this extremism in which we demonize medications, and I think all of these medications have some utility and has to be looked at carefully. So that's more points than questions, but.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment. I think you bring up something really crucial, which is with any type of prescribing of any substance with that abuse liability, finding that balance between risk and benefit and that individual patient in front of you, I think is absolutely crucial. And quite honestly, we see the same issue with opioids, where the truth is not everybody needs an opioid, not nobody needs an opioid. It's somewhere in that middle ground, and finding where that safe space is, I think is really important. I also just wanted to point out, you mentioned the difference in rates of non-medical use with long-acting versus short-acting stimulants. We've seen that same information in our data as well, where it does seem to be that the rates of non-medical use are lower. Now, whether that's a difference in who's being prescribed those medications versus an actual sort of abuse liability difference is a little harder to tease out, and something that we're still working on. But I think that's another really important point. The final thing I'll say on that is when we think about how to be able to prescribe these medications safely, something else I'd encourage us to think about is things like abuse deterrent properties when it comes to stimulants, because that's one of the questions is how can we use these medications to prevent other disorders down the line, help people get really great educations, do what we can to manage ADHD, while keeping it as safe as possible and preventing some of those other routes. And I would encourage us to at least keep that in mind as we move forward with the discussion.
Great, and I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. So, gentleman to my left.
I'm sorry my CDC colleague isn't here to address that, but I'm going to take that question. The short answer is I don't think we know the absolute cause of death in those cases, but we might be able to pick out some details from the death certificates that would give us clues. I highlighted my sense of maybe it's cardiovascular causes as one, but that's sort of like waving my hands up in the air. So I think that's certainly an area that we could do the work to learn about those answers, which could be really important for treatment development.
Are these folks making it to the emergency room, or are they dying in the field?
I don't know the answer to that. It's a good question.
So I can just say, sorry, go ahead.
I do think we should pay attention to that age distribution that Dr. Wilson and Dr. Jones presented, and that is that older folks, the peak in meth-only toxicology seems to be older folks, and we can start thinking about physiological vulnerabilities, for example, heart and brain. That's traditionally what acute on chronic deaths would look like. And then the younger folks, right, combined use, of which my data then comes into play, thinking that there's some overlap between the synthetic opioids and methamphetamine, and synthetics might be, the opioids might be driving it. But this field is, catching up to it, we're catching up to it very quickly, and you're asking such a good and basic question that it's embarrassing that we don't have the answer at our fingertips, and we should, because like as I presented, I think this is what we need to know.
I will point out that with the refunding of the Drug Abuse Warning Network system, we may have answers to questions like your second one, which is what's the relative number of cases showing up in emergency departments compared to overdose deaths? And that's inherent in the way you were phrasing that question.
And then the last thing I'll say is that we're just starting to dive into some of that on our end, in particular looking at calls that are coming in through poison centers as a fraction of what's coming to the emergency departments. And what we're seeing is that the rates of presentation to EDs, at least so far, looks like it's a little bit higher than for opioids, but still fairly low as far as causes go. We've seen cardiovascular and CNS causes, as well as infectious disease-related causes, sort of at the high end. But very early days on that data.
I've seen a couple more people come up to the microphone, but I'm afraid we only have time for one more question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Vahan Simonian, George Washington University. 20 years ago, we would go to conferences just like this and talk, show the data about cancer and demonstrate how powerless we are against the endemic cancers and all of the increasing cancer deaths. Today, we are doing the same thing here for substance abuse disorders. But in cancer, we did something wonderful. At some point, we recognized that we have to understand the science of it, understand genetics of it, and the epigenetics of it. And we, as society, have funded billions of dollars into it, and we came up with personalized approaches, understanding how cancer works. Today, we are in the same place as we were with relation to cancer 20 years ago. So my question is rather to NIDA, NIH, FDA, are we going to start bringing the question to much larger scale to Congress, to President, and understand that we need much larger funding to understand personalized and develop personalized approaches? If cancer is personalized, given genomic variability between human beings, substance abuse disorders are even more personalized because in addition to the genomic variations, you also have connectome variations, epigenetic variations, etc. So my question is, again, to FDA, NIDA, NIH, type organizations, what is being done, if anything, to raise the awareness to the degree that we need billions of dollars to fund this area of research in order to have the success stories, just like immuno-oncology that we have, success stories for these particular areas of disease?
Well, I'll take this first as the representative from NIDA and the NIH. I would highlight for you our investment in basic science of drug abuse and addiction as a way to address these long-term issues. About 40% of NIDA's budget is funds basic science, neuroscience research. which is very broad-based. And so we understand by investing in a broad-based set of programs and grants that we have the opportunity for those discoveries that may lead us to a situation, as you describe, in the cancer field. We're very grateful to the increased funding for the BRAIN Initiative, for example, which is a trans NIH program to look at investing in neuroscience to help us develop new tools and technologies to do the neuroscience research that will uncover the basic pathways that explain addiction and other psychiatric illnesses and other neurological illnesses. These are just a couple of examples. We certainly are appreciative of the appropriations that Congress allocates, and you as a representative from a university are welcome to advocate to Congress for additional funding, which we will put to good use.
Anyone else in the panel have any thoughts on that, or in the question of personalized medicine and personalized treatment for substance use disorder more broadly?
I will point out a report coming out of the Office of Science and Technology Policy that you might be interested in. It's a roadmap for research related to opioids. And while that isn't specifically addressing the topic today, there's a lot of basic science research emphasized in that report, which might be a roadmap for addiction research more generally. You might pay attention to that as well.
All right, well, thank you. And thank you to all of our panelists for a great set of presentations and great discussions. Thank you. So I'm looking at the time. We are at 10:50, so I think we can go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So I would ask that you be back at 11:05. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. We do have a packed schedule for the rest of the morning. So, welcome back, everybody. I'm excited to welcome the second panel of the day. In this session, we're going to take a deeper dive into past and current medication development efforts related to stimulant use disorder. We're going to hear about some of the barriers that researchers have encountered when evaluating the efficacy of medications to treat cocaine and methamphetamine use disorders, as well as evolving clinical trial design and the current pipeline for both preclinical and clinical development. For our panel today, I'm glad to be joined by, in order, from my left to my right, Dave McCann, Associate Director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences within the National Institute on Drug Abuse, Jerry Moeller, Professor and Division Chair of Addiction Psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry, Francis Levin, the Kennedy Levy Professor of Psychiatry at Columbia University and the Chief of the Division on Substance Use Disorders at Columbia University, and Tom Costin, the J.H. Wagoner Chair and Professor of Psychiatry, Pharmacology, Immunology, Pathology, and Neuroscience, it's quite a bit, at Baylor College of Medicine. So thank you all for joining, and I'll now turn it over to Dave for an initial presentation.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everyone who came in person to focus on this important issue, and then also I'll be the first speaker to acknowledge the folks who've joined by WebEx that are out there. I know that a lot of you are doing email and other things, but the whatever percentage of attention you can devote this way, we really appreciate that. I have been in the NIDA medication development program for over 25 years, and maybe that's why I'm up here. I have 25 years of failure in getting a medication approved for cocaine or methamphetamine addiction. It has really been a priority within NIDA for all those years. The program itself dates back to 1990, when that year when NIDA got its budget. Congress recognized that the pharmaceutical industry was not really working on developing medications for substance use disorders. And so they, this was right at the end of the 1980s. I think the term back at that time was the crack cocaine epidemic. Today we would correct that and tell them it's a crack cocaine crisis. It's not really an epidemic. But at the end of that period, Congress really recognized the need for developed medications in this area. And so they increased the NIDA budget by, I think, about $10 million. And they put in a mandate that we establish a medication development program to work closely with the pharmaceutical industry to focus on treatments for heroin and cocaine addiction. Of course, we've expanded that to focus on methamphetamine and other substances of abuse. They want us to develop a close working relationship with the pharmaceutical industry and to work to gain approval for new medications, working closely with the FDA. Over the years, we've had a number of successes in terms of NDA approvals. Some of these have been very hands-on. For example, the Suboxone products, where we designed and conducted the efficacy trials in partnership with, at the time, Reckitt Benckiser. Others have been less hands-on. For example, Vivitrol, where we funded the initial work through what's called an SBIR contract, and then the small company that was successful was purchased by Alkermes, and they took it forward with private sector funds. I don't want to spend too much time on this. The point is that among all these successes, there's nothing for cocaine or methamphetamine dependence treatment. So why the lack of success in this area? If you were coming to this as a pharmaceutical company executive who hadn't worked in the area, the first thing you'd ask is it because we have a lack of knowledge about the neurobiology of stimulant addiction? Do we have a lack of targets to pursue? I don't think that's the case. We have devoted a lot of resources within NIDA to understanding the basic science of addiction. As Wilson said, we're continuing to devote about 40% of the NIDA budget to understanding the neurobiology of addiction, to basic research. So it's not that we feel we know everything there is to know, but as will be discussed this afternoon when we talk about future directions, and our division director, Kurt Rasmussen, comments, I think he'll have a number of targets to run off that we're very interested in pursuing. The next question would be, do we have appropriate animal models? We can never be too complacent that what we have is perfect, but when we've described our models to pharma company folks, maybe working in the field of antipsychotic research for schizophrenia, they would love to have the types of animal models that we have where the animals can actually self-administer the causative agent of addiction. So, I think in general we have pretty good animal models. Do we lack appropriate human laboratory models? I need to give just a 20-minute presentation. There's so much that could be said about this, and our three panelists I know will bring this up later on in discussion, who all have experience working with human lab models. We certainly have some good ones, and as with anything else, there's probably room for tweaking and improving. Then we have to ask about the clinical trials that we've conducted. How well have we done in evaluating the efficacy of potential medications? Have we failed to recruit appropriate subjects for the efficacy trials? Have we failed to design appropriate proof of concept efficacy trials? Just because a trial is negative doesn't mean the medication doesn't work. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time focusing on the issues of medication non-adherence and professional subjects, and things that we need to keep in mind as we conduct efficacy trials. Now, what we're really talking about is kind of bad behavior in clinical trials. Because our substance abuse population is so stigmatized, I don't want anyone to think this is unique to substance abuse treatment and clinical trials in med development for stimulant dependence. So the first few slides I'm going to show you are from AstraZeneca's psychiatry trials focused on endpoints other than substance abuse. I ended up writing a paper on this. At the time we were dealing with this issue within NIDA clinical trials, we had a project going on with scientists at AstraZeneca, and they were just going through the process of analyzing all of their negative CNS trials. So this table here is the first table from that paper we wrote together. And it's going to be difficult to go into much detail and stay within the time limit, but focusing on the PK column, the second to last column there, on all of these trials that they analyzed, they had taken at least one plasma sample to measure for the concentration of the medication the subjects were supposed to be taking. In some cases, they only had one, sometimes two or three. And what you see in this column there are the percentage of subjects with greater than half of the PK samples below the limit of quantification. So you couldn't detect any medication in the plasma samples. So if there was only one sample, then that sample had to be undetectable. If there were two samples, both of them had to be undetectable. You can figure out 3 on up. Greater than half of the samples with no detectable medication. You can see it ranges from about 12% to almost 40% of samples with no detectable medication in patients who should have been taking medication. If you can compare it with the last column here, non-adherence calculated from pill counts, this is, self-report. In most trials, the subject's supposed to bring back their bottle and show the docs, how much pills they haven't taken. That just doesn't happen. People don't bring back a full bottle and say, look at the pills I haven't taken. So you see a total mismatch between non-adherence based on pill count and what you see from measuring drug and plasma. So if there's one take-home lesson, it's that pill count during outpatient efficacy trials is not something that you can rely on. The other relationship you see here is between the first and third columns. I'll show that in the next graph here. So the percentage of subjects with greater than half of their PK samples drug undetectable on the left, and the number of subjects in the active treatment group, so the size of the trial on the bottom. And there seems to be a linear relationship here, so that the larger the trial is, the worse of a problem this medication non-adherence is. And this is really mind-boggling if you think about the implications. How many times in CNS med development have you seen a very positive phase 2 trial, and then they go on and do phase 3 trials, and it's negative? A lot of times the phase 2 trials have been criticized for being misleading, but this is all with the assumption that all subjects are the same. The larger trial has greater statistical power only if everything else is equal. If you have a much higher percentage of people in these larger trials that aren't taking the medication, then what may be actually giving you the true answer are the smaller phase 2 trials. This is something we have to keep in mind. Once we get a positive signal in a small trial, what do we do next? So now heading back to the substance abuse field, those were all trials in anxiety, depression, and so forth. This is the first set of data we looked at from our own multi-site trials in substance abuse treatment. We had collected these samples to look for methamphetamine metabolite to judge whether the subjects were abstaining from methamphetamine or not. But we still had them in the freezer. We decided to assay the first sample of each week for modafinil. All of these subjects were in the modafinil group, different dose groups, but they were supposed to be taking modafinil every day. And what you see here on the bottom is self-reported or pill count-based compliance. And on the left here is the compliance based on urine testing for modafinil. So the percentage of subjects that had the percentage of urines that had any detectable modafinil in them at all. And the red line there would, in theory, be the line of truth. The blue line is the line of reality. And the data are actually worse than they appear, because that upper left-hand point where the subject said, I'm 100% compliant, there's no non-compliance at all. There were overlapping points on these where none of them ever had any modafinil in their urine. So that's shown in the next table here. On the bottom, 0% compliance. So 10% of the subjects never had any modafinil in their urine throughout the trial. Some of these subjects were in the trial for 12 weeks and never took anything. If you look at 80% compliance, which maybe that's what you need to take for medication to work, we had about 43% of the subjects taking medication that much. So this is clearly something we need to improve on if we're going to show efficacy in our medication trials. So this leads to the next question. Why would subjects enroll, probably not patients, subjects enroll in a trial with no intent to take medication? And the answer for almost all of them is likely the financial compensation they get for study participation. That even if it's a small amount of money, $30 for time and inconvenience coming into the lab for somebody who's unemployed, that could be meaningful. We know that professional subjects are out there. No particular site investigator likes to think that their subjects are professional subjects and lying to them about their desire to quit using cocaine or meth or be treated for depression. But we know from the use of clinical trial registries, the publication on the left is really nice. It was one of the first times that multiple sites conducting trials in one location started using a registry so that they could pick up on sites that were enrolling for multiple things. And they found patients enrolling in one site for depression, a different site for treatment of schizophrenia. It's really eye-opening when you read through what they uncovered. The publication on the right, Eric Devine did a very nice survey where he just put an ad in the paper saying, have you participated in more than one clinical study in the past year? If so, you qualify for this survey. So it was a survey of people who responded that had been in multiple trials. And it is scary when you read through that. The percentage of people who admitted to withholding information so that they could get into a trial, 18% admitted to pretending to have the diagnosis, like depression, that was under study so that they could get into the trial. It's really scary when you look at the details of this. Now, the first time we ran into this problem and it really hit home, we were conducting a multi-site trial for cocaine addiction treatment in collaboration with Teva Pharmaceuticals. We had 2 sites in the LA area, and a very good site monitor picked up on the fact that there was a subject with the same initials and the same birth date at the 2 sites. We ended up with a subject enrolled at 2 sites within the same trial. I mentioned that to a friend at NIAAA, and he said, we had the same thing, and their subject was at a site in Philadelphia and Baltimore. Traveling that far, who knows how many other studies that subject was enrolled in. Now we can prevent that through the use of a clinical trial registry. We use that, and I'll get into that in more detail later, and I'm losing track of what my next slide is. Okay. So we did, once we saw this, we got into a discussion with my friend at NIAAA. He says, I think that's one of the reasons we have to do such large studies. We have to have a large N so that we can make up for that. But I thought to myself, I don't think we can make up this. So we did some modeling, and it's in the publication that I mentioned previously. What impact would a subject have who's destined to succeed? So say somebody who pretends to have depression. to get into a study and then starts answering questions truthfully and appears to be a success? What impact would a destined to succeed subject have? And what impact would a destined to fail subject have? Somebody who isn't interested in stopping drinking, but they want to earn money to buy their next case of beer. So as we did that modeling, clearly the destined to succeed subjects, pretending to be depressed, now those have a dramatic impact. I mean, just 10% of subjects enrolled like that have a terrible impact on your outcome. We're a little bit luckier with the destined to fail. They don't have as much of an impact, but if it's a high enough percentage, this is what I've shown here, they can have a great impact on the success rates. The success rates will decrease in both the placebo and active groups. But then the number of subjects that are required for 80% power greatly increases, and the apparent effect of the drug goes down. It doesn't seem to be working as well. So it's not something that you can overcome with a large N. Now, you may look at this and say, oh, come on, you can't be suggesting that 50% of our subjects are just pretending they want treatment. We don't know what the percentage is. I would guess we've been able to keep it at around 10% based on some of the medication adherence numbers that we've seen. But we need to keep in mind that there are many subjects out there. These are data from, and I apologize for the fact that I haven't updated this. I think maybe this is 3 years old, but I've been presenting this for 15 years. Every time I update it, it stays the same. About 95% of people who would meet a substance use disorder diagnosis and are not in treatment say they're not in treatment because they don't think they need it. So we have millions of people out there who could come into a trial and give a urine that's positive for benzoylecgonine or whatever shows that they're using a drug. But an important thing to keep in mind is in these SAMHSA reports, it's over and over, it's stated that about 50% of these potential study participants with SUD disorders not in treatment are less than full-time employed, either unemployed or part-time employed. So although they don't feel they need treatment, what they need is money to buy their next case of beer or the next vial of crack. So we have to keep in mind that those people are out there. This is an interesting ad that showed up in one of those free papers they hand out. This was in Philadelphia. And actually, Kyle Campman faxed this to me. He saw this. He said, "You wouldn't believe this." He's one of our clinical trial sites in the Philadelphia area, but this wasn't for his site. This was a competing advertisement. This was actually a site in New Jersey. They were busing people from Philadelphia if they responded to this. They qualified to the treatment center in New Jersey. But to mention in the ad that you can get a total compensation of this dollar amount, you're really setting yourself up for recruiting people just because they want the money. Now, for the NIDA-funded sites, we always read and approve advertisements like this. We would have never approved anything that mentioned any dollar amount. A different issue, there's always the concern about coercion. Are you coercing people to commit? So we've never mentioned dollar amounts because of that. We just mentioned you could be compensated for some time. But going to the extreme of adding up all of the different visits and what they could possibly earn, I mean, that's clearly something we need to avoid. So a bigger picture, how can we handle the reality of medication non-adherence in professional subjects? Always use a clinical trial registry. Right now, we used Verified Clinical Trials, VCT. If nothing else, that will prevent enrollment of a subject at 2 sites within your trial. But the more broadly the registry is used, and VCT is used by a lot of pharma companies, you're also going to prevent enrollment in your trial and other trials that are participating in use of the registry. Another thing we can do is, prior to randomization, try to identify subjects that are likely to be medication non-adherent and either exclude them from randomization or, as we did in the trial that we just completed, exclude their data from analysis for the primary efficacy endpoint. Now, a lot of the principles behind of what we're doing are summarized in this FDA guidance for industry on enrichment strategies. Most FDA guidances are not thrilling reading, but I have to say, this is actually very interesting to read through. If you're dealing with the issue of clinical trial design and medication adherence, that's all I can go into the short Then finally, after randomization, you can consider different ways of promoting medication adherence through either counseling during the sessions they come in, dosing reminders. These could be calls from the sites or texts from the sites, or they now have medication bottles that will start flashing at programmed times when it's time to take your pill, or buzzing. There are all kinds of things that can be done to remind subjects who are trying to get better but have trouble remembering to take their medication. You can do observed in-clinic dosing to the extent that you can get people to come back to the clinic, and it depends on how frequently they need to be dosed. And then you can also do observed at-home dosing. There are a couple different ways that can be done. There are ingestible sensors that they formulate it into the pill or capsule, and when they hit the acid in the stomach, they start sending a signal that can be transmitted. I'm not going to get into all the details in that. What we've done in our most recently completed trial is use a software called AI View from a company called AI Cure that can get installed on a device where the patients actually take the pill in front of the device, and it records, first there's facial recognition, and then recognition of the pill. It has to be the right size and color, recognition that they put it in their mouth. It follows it through, and in addition, while we were bringing this in, I asked them, well, could you program it to ask them each day, did you use cocaine yesterday? Did you drink alcohol yesterday, and if so, how much? And they said, oh, sure, we can. So they just added that in there. This is something we usually collect by timeline follow back at the site. They're trying to remember what they did over the last week, but they're able to capture each day their statement of what they did on the previous day. So we literally just got the draft study report a couple weeks ago from this trial of lorcaserin in treating cocaine use disorder, and we haven't had a chance to get into a lot of details, but the AI Cure folks sent me this one slide to show what the actual medication adherence was documented with the device, and we were able to get 43% of the subjects at greater than 80% adherent. What's going to be important is to look at what are the other variables? What percent were above 70%? How many, we've really got to take a picture of this, but it'll be useful also we have this data for both placebo and active, so we can compare the compliant placebo takers with the compliant medication takers and see if efficacy is any different between those two groups. Finally, one other thing we can do related to the issue of medication non-adherence is to consider developing implants or sustained release injection formulations. I spent a couple of years really pushing that with CSOs and CEOs, people we know in pharma companies, and inevitably it's a very expensive endeavor to develop that kind of a SR formulation, and they all would like to see evidence of efficacy first. So that doesn't help with that first efficacy trial. Okay, shift gears. I'm going to now quickly run through, in 2 minutes, probably a little more, what's in the development pipeline. And I only have time for clinical highlights. I think, as we talk about future directions this afternoon, Kurt may be able to mention some of the preclinical projects that are going on. Public information is what I'm limited to talking about. You can find the publicly available information on grants at the NIH Reporter site. I'd be glad to share these slides with anyone who's interested, and I've included the grant number in the slides, so it'll be easy to look up information. And in terms of ongoing studies, you can obviously find information clinicaltrials.gov. That's what I'm limiting myself to here, is the public information. In terms of ongoing multi-site trials, we just finished a lorcaserin versus cocaine use disorder trial, and as I said, we're just now looking at the data. That was a 12-site study, 272 subjects, about one-to-one randomization, and we will be presenting those results next June at the CPDD meeting. We actually have a 2-hour workshop on med development for stimulant use disorders, and at least 45 minutes of it will be going into great detail on what we found in this study. Novartis is currently funding a trial of an mGluR5 antagonist for cocaine use disorder treatment. This is in 3 sites outside the US. I believe it's Argentina, Switzerland, and Spain. And they estimate they'll be completing that in January 2020. So obviously we're in touch with them, and we'll be interested to see what those results are. There is a two-site study going on with the use of ketamine for treating cocaine use disorder at Columbia. And there is a study to begin sometime in the near future on the combination of metirapone and oxazepam for cocaine use disorder, and that's obviously focused on the idea of stress-induced drug seeking and trying to work on that. Single-site efficacy trials, I won't go through them one by one, but you can see that among the first three, they're focused on uptake inhibitors or releasers of dopamine norepinephrine. The last one here, alpha-2A agonist, is a population of women with comorbid substance use disorders, but all of them must have cocaine use disorder, and they're looking at an alpha-2A agonist. In phase 1B or 2A, and it's hard to classify some of these things, we have a methamphetamine monoclonal antibody, and we have a couple of folks who are in charge of that project. We'd be glad to tell you more during the discussion period. And I won't go through each of these. We have an interesting compound, mGluR23 compound, that's in a methamphetamine safety interaction study. Hopefully will progress to an outpatient efficacy study. We do have at least one device being tested against cocaine craving. And you can, again, find more information about these on that NIH Reporter site. And then finally, phase 1 studies, we have an ongoing study looking at our second generation cocaine vaccine. And the idea behind this is that antibodies will tie up cocaine in the bloodstream, prevent them from getting into the brain, decrease the high. We also have 2 studies where their IND is approved, but they haven't begun enrolling yet. One for a cocaine-directed monoclonal antibody, and then finally, we have a research study funded to do gene therapy. And actually, this is to insert a mutated enzyme that will rapidly metabolize cocaine, and these will be inserted into the liver. So it's very much similar to, I just have 2 more slides here, I think, a study we did with Teva Pharmaceuticals where they had a mutated human butyrylcholinesterase able to metabolize cocaine 1,000 times faster than the normal enzyme, linked to human serum albumin to prolong the half-life. Looking at efficacy, this was the percentage of subjects achieving abstinence during the last 3 weeks of treatment. We had 0 for placebo and a little over 5% for the 2 dosage groups. I can tell you that our average placebo response rate is usually around 5%, so it's hard to say this is anything more than chance. But fortunately, there was only 1 secondary endpoint. This isn't a case of 20 secondary endpoints and showing you the one that worked. Looking at the percentage of urines that were negative for cocaine metabolites between the placebo and the 2 treatment groups, we did at least see this encouraging dose-related difference here. Now, a challenge here was that this was as high as they could go with the dose based on cost considerations. They just didn't feel it was reasonable economically to try something that's a higher dose than that. But hopefully, with the gene therapy, we'll be able to achieve higher levels of enzyme activity, and at least we've seen something encouraging that may work. So I'm sure I'm over by 5 minutes. If you have any questions, I have a simple email address, and again, I'd be glad to share the slides.
All right, we're now going to turn it over to our panelists to provide some additional remarks.
So Jerry Muller from Virginia Commonwealth University. I think Dave did an excellent job of surveying a lot of the challenges in our clinical trials that we've all experienced over the last many years. And just a couple other comments. So we do have excellent animal models, but we haven't done a very good job of translating those models. So, and I don't know all of the reasons for that. I mean, we have talked about, before this discussion, we had email discussion about this, and that how much of the lack of translation of the animal models is because the patients aren't taking the medication. It's hard to know that. I can say that, things like, you sort of back translate this, looking at the percentage of patients who use cocaine for 10 or more years in these clinical trials is very high, versus the animal models usually administer cocaine for a very short period of time. So that may be part of this lack of translation. A second issue is what was brought up earlier is the one-size-fits-all model for the clinical trials. And we all struggle with recruitment, and this isn't just in addictions, all clinical trials struggle with the recruitment of patients. But the fact that other than the severity of substance use, we've tended to just recruit anybody with a cocaine use disorder without trying to subtype them based on either a behavioral phenotype or imaging. And Dave said we've done tons of imaging work, but we haven't really used that to try to subtype those patients or design the clinical trials. And then lastly, those phase 1 studies that Dave mentioned too. So routinely we do phase 1 studies to look at an interaction between cocaine and a new medication because you want to do safety before you give it to phase 2 trials. And they tend to be powered just on the safety of those studies, but they also collect a lot of other information about craving, drug liking and things, but those tend to not be translated into the design of the clinical trials. So just saying there are several things like that I think we could do a better job of. And just overall the idea, and it's a challenge because, as Dave said, NIDA has been trying for over 20 years to come up with a medication for stimulant use disorder. So there's pressure to try to get a medication out there yesterday. But and it takes longer to do some of these studies to really design them with some of the basic science involved in that. But that may lead to a better outcome.
Hi, everybody. We were all told to not have any slides and only talk for 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to do that, which is usually very hard for me. But so I think, I just want to emphasize some of the points that David made, which I think are very good. And I think one of the issues is enrolling appropriate patients. And I think that, one of the things that, we often say when we're putting out ads or, that you'll get a good evaluation for psychiatric and medical, and that isn't something that research subjects are going to really be excited about hearing, and also transportation, and we don't emphasize how much. And I think that's a focus of a way that we try to avoid, maybe not as successfully as we believe we are in terms of professional subjects. And I think the other thing that we've standardly done, and we learned it from our depression colleagues, Fred Quicken, Don Klein, who are sort of the giants in the field of developing medications for depression, is having a placebo lead-in period, which generally review committees have liked when we've put that in, which is taking people and looking at them for a week or two and seeing how committed, it's a single blind period, and how they're doing in terms of following the rules of the studies. Often we lose the patients who, once they find out there's a medication, they'll drop, so that not randomizing until we get a feel of them once they're enrolled, that helps as well. And particularly if they come in with totally negative urines that first week, that's sort of what you do in depression, is you get rid of the placebo responders, and that's sort of what we do in our trials as well, particularly trials in which we're trying to get heavy users, which is usually what we're doing when we're looking at agonist treatments, is that we're emphasizing facilitating abstinence. So somebody's abstinent before you've even enrolled them, it becomes hard. You have a floor effect in terms of finding an effect. So those are some of the technologies that we do and try to getting people in. Post-randomization, as I saw David present, maybe, paying people for returning bottles and doing pill counts is useless, maybe. What we've started using, and it's really not our brilliance, it came from Cyril D'Souza in the FAH trial that we're doing with cannabis use disorder. We're using the Coroma method, which is obviously much cheaper. It's not as great as facial recognition, but we do think that that's helping a lot, and we're seeing patients every day with the FaceTime and and we found that it's very easy to utilize, and it's a new technology development for our division. And pretty much every trial now we're going to be including something like that. I think smart design is another way to go. I was reading on the plane today Joy Schmitz's paper again about having people have psychotherapy up front, and then if they don't respond, then starting a medication. In her case, it's looking at modafinil versus placebo. You need more treatment arms, and it gets complicated. The study that was on the board that you showed, David, with Ken Carpenter and myself, looking at Adderall XR, and I'll emphasize the XR of that, extended release. Patients are coming in, and they're getting the treatment educational system, so they're going to get CM, and they're getting psychotherapy, mostly done through the intervention of the computerized intervention. And then those that are still using, they're the group that then gets abstinent, gets placed on either medication or a placebo. And that way you've got 4 weeks of working with them and seeing what happens. And if they become abstinent, then they don't need medication. That's sort of what happens clinically. Most of the time, the clinician starts with non-medications, and then if it doesn't work, move to the medication. So I think this smart design approach, which is not just us, but also Joy Schmitz is doing it, I think is another way to perhaps reduce the professional patient or high placebo response rates. Other things that I'd also mention that I think are sort of problematic in the field, but something we've all learned over 20 years of doing this research, is that we have that trying to find a medication for the heterogeneity of the population is very difficult. I think that buprenorphine is sort of a blockbuster, and they may not take the medication after they're being prescribed it, but if they take it, they're going to do very well, most patients. With medications for cocaine, there's so much other stuff going on that I think it's complicated to find treatments that work. So what we find both with cocaine and amphetamine use disorder is that medications may work in subpopulations. So Alkashaf and Choctaw have found that bupropion for the lighter users, or the people who are abstinent at baseline, that's the group that you see differential effects, and the same with topiramate. On the other hand, for cocaine use disorder, topiramate may work as well, if not better, in alcohol use disorder patients, where modafinil works less well. So we may have to do, as you've said, Jerry, is phenotyping people at baseline. Also, heavier use versus lighter use seems to make a big difference, particularly with agonist treatment. Walter Ling published a paper with orosmethylphenidate, and the overall study was negative, but when he did a sub-analysis looking at the heavier users, there was a significant finding. And that's what we found at Columbia, that topiramate with Adderall didn't seem to matter. It was actually maybe a little worse if they had low use. Heavier users, significantly better on the active medication versus placebo. Last week we just published another replication study, found the same thing again. So I think the point is that this behavioral, the phenotype, going by behavioral phenotypes may be something that we need to be thinking about. It's not great because it means that you've got the slower samples, harder to recruit for, and you might need larger number of sites in order to recruit for these subpopulations. So, and then the final point is dosing. I think that's another big issue. Maya Constenius did a nice study in Sweden looking at those with amphetamine use disorder and ADHD, and found that at low doses, and low by my standard, 72 milligrams of orosmethylphenidate, which is the maximum FDA approved dose, did nothing for the ADHD, did nothing for the amphetamine use disorder. We had a side conversation. I said, Maya, I think maybe go higher. She went up to 180 milligrams, and now the paper after that was significant for both ADHD and for amphetamine use disorder. Similarly, I found in a study with cocaine use disorder, high doses, robust doses worked for both the ADHD and for the cocaine use disorder. The lower doses didn't work. So again, we're stuck with this problem, is that we often worry about safety, understandably, but we may have failed trials because of the dosing. So, and finally, I'll just say psychiatric comorbidity. More than 50% of patients have psychiatric comorbidity, and most of the clinical trials do not assess adequately for PTSD, or if they do, they still take the patients. If they have ADHD, is never diagnosed, except if it's a trial targeting ADHD. We know that people with ADHD do less well in treatment. They drop out more frequently, and yet we don't diagnose, despite the fact that over 20% have the disorder in substance use populations coming for treatment. So I think all these factors complicate things. I'm an optimist, and that's why I'm up here, because I think we still can do this work. But I think this is the knowledge you gain after 20 years of doing this kind of work, is that there are all these factors that we don't talk about and yet are probably influencing our results. Comments.
Thank you, Francis. Tom?
All right, well, in the interest of no slides and talking fast, I didn't take lithium this morning, and there ain't no pictures. So, first, thank you very much for inviting me. In spite of having led the failed cocaine vaccine trial, I don't give up easily, and I still think that biologics are going to be a large part of the answer. And it was towards the end, and sometimes towards the end of talks, people lose their concentration a little bit or some such thing. And I want to say, I mean, vaccines, monoclonals, enzymes, cell and gene therapy, genetic matching of biologicals to specific immunological genotypes, which we're doing with Harvard right now, and phenotypes, these are essential. If you look at anything else in medicine, it's ridiculous how little we pay attention to this, and it's ridiculous how much we're paying attention to this in depression and schizophrenia now with these genetic markers that are, quite frankly, BS. But there are markers that will matter. So, the things that I'd like to say is these treatments with biologics, I mean, they last minimally for months if you're giving things like vaccines. The monoclonals, understandably, and the enzymes themselves, if you give the enzyme, can't last that long, a couple of weeks maybe, although there's ways to modify them so they last longer. But the cell and gene therapy, with Steve Brimajoin and I have been working on now for years, it works. There are adenovirus vectors that specifically put the DNA only into the liver. It doesn't put it into your stem cells. So that means you will make these, whether it's the enzyme, whether it's the monoclonal, whatever protein you want to make, you can make it, and it will be there for minimally 2.5 years, the life of a liver cell. That's how long they last. So in the rodents, what happens, we put it in, they last for the lifetime of the rodent. But that has to do with the lifetime of liver cells. So I think this is an unbelievably promising area. And if I was talking to you about AIDS right now, if I was talking to you about cancer right now, if I was talking to you about almost anything else other than substance abuse, people would be saying, why are you so stupid and you're not doing it already? Well, because we don't have the money to do it. I don't want to tell you how much it costs to make one of these damn little adenovirus things. I mean, right now, it's closing in on $80,000 to make one. But that's because we don't make very many of them, and we don't use, there's other viruses you can use that are much cheaper, and they're industrial quality, but we're still working the academic end. The vaccines will work. Just one thing I want to point out about, Steve Brimajoin that is, and I published a paper back in 2012, more than a few years ago. We took the enzyme, the cholinesterase, we took a lousy version of it, one that would not work at all by itself. We then took a lousy version of the vaccine I was playing with, because we could already see that the vaccine by itself wasn't going to work in this multi-site study for lots of reasons. But if you put those two things together, we could not infuse enough cocaine into the animals to get any effect whatsoever. Why? The enzyme itself is too slow. It's got very high activity, 10,000 times the activity of the usual enzyme, but the binding to that is too slow compared to how fast cocaine gets in the brain. The binding on the antibody, on the other hand, is quite fast and much faster than it gets into the brain. But what can you do with that antibody? You can saturate it. It's a competitive antagonism. So if you have the enzyme there that's chewing up the cocaine, you never can saturate the antibody. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's like plumbing or something. I mean, this is not rocket science to do. We now can, of course, make vaccines courtesy of NIAID. I mean, working with them now for the last couple of years has been unbelievable. The kinds of things that the allergy and infectious disease people have for, you believe me, in 2 minutes, I'll be just warming up. No, sorry. I'll get you on your feet yet, screaming, yelling, more. No, maybe not, but Anyway, we can make this. We could do it tomorrow. We need the money to do it. We need the companies who will, in fact, make it. NIAID has got these adjuvants that are unbelievable. We've used some of them and raised our antibody levels 7-fold from what we were getting in the old vaccines. And they go up a lot faster, like 1 or 2 doses instead of 4 vaccinations to get them up, which means we can get them up in a few weeks. This is, I mean, I sit here feeling like, why can't I live another 25 years so that, maybe I will, right? Yeah, right. Well, anyway. And the matching up by genotypes, we've been trying to match up by, you might say, foolish genotypes in terms of psychiatry, because we really don't know what the heck's going on with most of these disorders. With immunology, we know how to match up. We know how to match up by T cells, TLR4, TLR5. We've been looking at TLR4, TLR5, TLR7, TLR9. Got a whole batch of these, and we have specific agents. And the thing that we have found out that's been absolutely astounding is we thought that the people had variants that made these receptors impaired would be the people who wouldn't respond when we gave an adjuvant for that type of receptor. Well, it ends up that's exactly wrong. Totally wrong. If you have an impaired receptor, it means it's not that you have no receptor, but you have an impaired receptor. It's got poor linkage to the second messenger system. And you give an adjuvant for that receptor, you get super responses to your vaccines. Why? Probably because you've made a lot more receptors, because your body's in homeostasis. When it's got a poorly functioning receptor, it makes more receptors. I mean, that's the way the body works. So, I mean, we know a tremendous amount. We know how to move it forward. And, you know, NIAID's given millions and millions of bucks to our collaborators at Harvard to come up with how to do this matching. And you can match them up very simply. You just take a white blood cell or 2 out of the person. You can then cell sort it out, find the B cells that are in there, and you can then give a little of your vaccine, and you can find out what this patient's going to respond to ahead of time. Ahead of time. You can't do it with a dipstick yet, but I swear if we made any kind of effort like we made with AIDS, we would have an answer to this in 3 years. I mean, it's astounding to me, and I don't think it's going to be a pill. It's going to be a biologic. They're highly specific. They don't have side effects, and you can give them to anybody. Now, are we going to use them to put in the drinking water to give all kids? I certainly hope not, that these are therapeutic vaccines. But I'm telling you, when they work therapeutically, having been on a National Academy of Medicine group with the mothers and fathers groups and the lawyers and all that, the lawyers are all, you can't vaccinate, you can't put it in the drinking water. The mothers and fathers groups are all, why can't you put it in the drinking water? The people in the middle are saying you should at least vaccinate the people in high-risk neighborhoods and high-risk areas, and that makes sense as a secondary prevention. Most of them have, in fact, been exposed already, but they're not addicted. I mean, the potential for this is just, my grandmother always told me I should have been a preacher. You know, maybe she was right, but you know, late in life I'll become one. You know, I'm late in life. Anyway, I can't say enough about biologics, but I'll contain myself. I think that they're the future. I think we need to make a huge investment in them. And one of the things that's a little irritating to me is, having worked on this for 25 years, it's become very difficult to get money for these because the nicotine vaccines failed. But let me tell you, nicotine is the most difficult thing to make a vaccine for. Why? Because you can overload yourself with nicotine very easily, thanks to the cigarette industry. And what do you do when you overload yourself with cigarettes? Even if you decide vaping is the way to get to the nicotine into you, you get, with a cigarette, if you have to take 10 cigarettes to overcome your antibody, which any adolescent will gladly do, you're getting 10 times the carcinogens in you. That is not something we want to do. It's like vaping. What does vaping do for adolescents? Vaping gets them introduced to smoking a lot sooner because it tastes like bubble gum. And it's a huge problem, and there's all sorts of toxicities from vaping, not the least of which is a publication we hope to get out tomorrow or the next day. It is highly associated with suicide, particularly in youngsters. There's data all over the place around this. It's coming out of Korea mostly, because that's where they're studying it. Should we be studying it in the US? We should certainly do that. The odds ratio, stop, it says. She's not very subtle. Nonetheless, I'm going to say one more thing, which is, I know. Don't worry. I know.
You have a lot to say.
I have a lot to say. I'll let you ask one question, maybe. Yeah, she's going to push the button pretty soon. I really think we have to think about this leads into the next presentation, which is cognitive disorder in methamphetamine abuse is beyond belief how much, those people they're demented. When you see them, they are they have no frontal cortex left, as far as I can tell. They really need, and if you look at the things involved, what? They inhibit monoamine oxidase activity, which makes for, what? A toxic metabolite of dopamine. Increases the activity of, the other things. Oxidative stress, neuro and excitotoxicity, neuroinflammation. Methamphetamine hits the TLR4 receptor and it makes cytotoxic agents. Those cytokines it releases are cytotoxic. It makes reactive oxygen species, it stimulates autophagy. Radical nitric oxide is made by its combination of the dopamine with proteins that are in there. It leads to increased apoptosis. Tumor protein p53 expression is increased. This is a cancer causing. What else does it do? Inflammatory cytokines, as I've already said, they are massively increased. Microtubule deacetylation disrupts the blood-brain barrier. You disrupt the blood-brain barrier with methamphetamine and all sorts of gobbledygook that's not supposed to be in your brain gets in there. What else can I say bad about it? Oh, I don't know. Well, the other thing is that you actually affect purines and pyrimidines, which are the makers of DNA, which leads to DNA missense and damage to the DNA. So you damage the DNA with methamphetamine. I can't say enough bad things about methamphetamine or amphetamine, and it's all dosage dependent. People with ADHD do get better. All right, I'll push my own button all by myself.
All right, thanks to our panel. Thank you. So we have a lot to cover, and you can tell we have a very passionate group here. We have some time for questions, and we will then have some opportunity for the audience to come up and ask questions. But first, wanted to talk a little bit more about barriers. So, we've talked a lot. I think in this conversation alone, we've heard about the challenging patient population. We've heard about challenges in adherence and recruitment. We've heard around the challenges associated with the heterogeneity and the disease and comorbidities and response. In translating from these animal and human models, challenges in dosing. Next session, we're going to be talking a little bit more about endpoints and some of the challenges there. And in funding, whether there's sufficient funding to support research to help us overcome some of these challenges. So I just wanted to get your sense, as you look at these challenges and barriers, where do you all see some of our best opportunities to make real progress? What are some of the, I wouldn't want to call it low-hanging fruit, but perhaps opportunities to really overcome some of these critical barriers?
You don't talk fast, I will. Jerry, I already lectured.
So I would say some of the phenotyping that we're doing is sort of a low-hanging fruit to look at subgroups that are going to respond. Because it's easy, as Dave will lecture us on the fact that, and the FDA knows this, that post hoc analyses, you can always find something that worked. But if you do that in an a priori fashion, I think you can come up with a novel treatment. So that's where I think the low-hanging fruit is.
And other thoughts? I know Tom has some.
Okay, you asked for it. I think the issues that we have is, one thing you have to understand is that treating with an agonist, right there, and treating with an antagonist ends up with very different ways you got to think about outcomes and very different ways you got to think about how it works. Antagonists in a rat in 3 trials will learn you have an antagonist on board, will stop pressing the lever. Terrific. People are remarkably stupider than rats. They will continue to press that lever for weeks. And they just always, that hope springs eternal that somehow this blocker is going to wear off, that it's really not right. When we did our vaccine studies, we asked people, how many people think they got the active vaccine? Absolutely every person. Half got the placebo. They all thought they got. How many people think that the vaccine works? A deafening silence. They all said, because I know this other guy who took cocaine and he really got high from it, so I know it doesn't work. A person got the placebo. And in the people who in fact got active vaccine, we got benzoylecgonine levels back over 1 million. Now, I've never seen a benzoylecgonine level over 100,000 except in a dead person. So they clearly were getting substantial blockade, and they were trying their best to override it. I asked one of the patients then, well, what was it like? And he said, I don't know, it was kind of lousy cocaine. I think I need to get a new dealer. I could feel my heart pounding. I could feel my chest pain, but I really didn't feel much of a high. And I said, oh, that's great. You know, yeah, you're going to have a heart attack instead. So I think the issues about, who's dying from stimulants, that's the methamphetamine effect on their heart and their head. They stroke and they get heart attacks. The younger ones, though, I can tell you in Texas, it's fentanyl. Fentanyl. The younger ones are dying. They come into the emergency room. They have pinpoint pupils, but their friends will say, but we all were taking in methamphetamine, And it took us a while to teach the interns, pinpoint pupil means opiate. And if you don't give them naloxone, they're going to die. And that's hard for them. They're just looking at the patients and they're saying, well, a patient, it's kind of funny presentation for methamphetamine that they don't seem as agitated and active. I said, because they're almost dead. They've been taking a respirator. So I think that this is an issue that's going to spread beyond Texas. I mean, Ohio's far from Texas, and it may be they're more careful in their medicinal chemistry in Ohio than they are. In Texas, they just take the two things, here's methamphetamine, here's fentanyl, put them in, take their finger, they figured out put a rubber glove on your finger, because otherwise you'll die as you mix it up, because it's absorbed through the skin.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to make sure that the audience has an opportunity. Sure. But one more thought, and then I want to turn it over to the audience.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that you sort of learn from other fields, and one of the things that Tom, you were talking, I was thinking about, is that this idea of an antagonist versus an agonist, and patients definitely have preferences of what they want, and that there are patients that come in and want the antagonist, or parents who definitely want to put an antagonist on their kid versus an agonist, and I just recently American Journal of Psychiatry had an interesting article on PTSD and whether or not people could choose between exposure therapy and medication, and the compliance, adherence, staying in treatment, and how well they did really was affected by whether or not they had choice in making that decision up front. And we really haven't designed trials that way. We just take people and then put them on things or give them psychotherapy, and I think that is something to think about. It doesn't answer your question about what's the low-hanging fruit, but I think in terms of adherence and attending, we assume that because they come into the clinic for a drug treatment trial that they want that, but often they don't. That's something we find, and a lot of patients wind up leaving. So that's just another point in terms of thinking about designing the trials in the future.
And I'll put in a quick plug. So last year, FDA held a patient-focused drug development meeting on opioid use disorder, where this issue came up quite a bit. In terms of the stigma to a certain extent or discomfort that patients had with agonist treatment for opioid use disorder. And I expect that we'll be hearing and have an opportunity to hear more about these kinds of questions at the upcoming event. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our audience. So again, we have 2 microphones, one on each side of the room. And it looks like we've got just one so far.
Good afternoon. Caleb Bantagreen, University of Washington in Seattle. You guys have raised a bunch of things. I think fundamentally thinking about human beings with methamphetamine use disorder living really complex lives, a lot of comorbidities, a lot of childhood trauma. I think talking about what Dr. McCann was saying around sort of the ideal efficacy study, Dr. Levin really raising issues around why do an idealized efficacy study if we don't get results we can never use. So I want to hear more about how do we design studies that have adequate phenotypic behavioral heterogeneity so that we can really understand what's going on. And I would, also this group, I'd be interested in the profound differences, as you already mentioned, between people who can get in and stay in and do well in our efficacy studies, who may be fundamentally different than people who cannot, and who we might think of as a professional patient might be a person with methamphetamine use disorder trying to survive. So I really would love a little more insight and ideas about how do we design big enough, heterogeneous enough studies that we don't end up with a great medication in 30 years, but in 5.
Just to keep Tom from pressing that button. I wish we had a good answer to that question. How can we do a study and have an answer in a short period of time? Get real patients involved in the study, and that's really what I was focused on, trying to get patients who are seeking treatment into the study, as opposed to someone who isn't planning to take the study medication and wants to cash in the money to buy drugs on the street. It's a challenge. We've gone back and forth. We all have great sympathy for the actual patients who want to improve, but it's very hard to weed them out from people who may be getting into a study because of a small amount of compensation. We've talked about, well, can't you just eliminate all compensation? Well, even for the legitimate subjects, head shaking no. Half of them may be getting placebo. We can't tell them that the active drug actually works because we haven't found out yet. Unfortunately, for the patients who really want treatment, having that small amount of compensation for travel, for time and inconvenience, gets them to participate in the study too, as opposed to saying, forget that. I don't know any easier answers, but anyone who has specific suggestions on how to deal with that issue, we're looking for them.
But then the other issue which you raised is the psychiatric comorbidity and the trauma and everything else. And I think on the one hand, we exclude a lot of patients in our clinical trials. I mean, more than half the patients who come in, we wind up excluding either for medical or primarily psychiatric reasons. And the better job we do in assessing psychiatric conditions, the more we find. So there's almost a tendency to not ask too many questions, and therefore, I think it's very complicated. I think trials that target, again, it's not going to give you a fast answer like what you're asking, but I think trials that target psychiatric comorbidity versus not are important. And the dirty secret is it's not even one psychiatric comorbidity. I was saying to Tom over there that when we talk about ADHD, in my private practice, they all have anxiety, they all have depression, they all have ADHD. And that's not even with a substance use disorder on board. So I think that it's a messy population. And I think that, yes, you can do some, if you have an elephant gun, if these vaccines work, maybe it won't matter as much whether or not you have a psychiatric comorbidity. So I think we need to look at what are the things that are showing the strongest signal and take people with comorbidity, because when it finally gets out there, people don't prescribe naltrexone and disulfiram very much, even though they're FDA approved, because there's a common lore out there that they don't really work very well when you get into real patients. So we need to be attending to that as we're designing trials, of not excluding too much, because then it gets into the real world and nobody's, even if it's FDA approved, people aren't prescribing it.
And I'll just share to your point, we'll talk more about this afternoon. I'm going to share a little bit of data, but asking people if they want treatment, not a very helpful question.
Right.
It's usually it depends or no. So we got to do more than that. People don't want to use, they want healthier behaviors, they want the supports to do that, but they don't necessarily want treatment. And we can go out and find them. So we'll talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you. Please.
Ashok Mukherjee, ex-reviewer for Food and Drug Administration. Right now I do private practice. The issue here, and I reviewed the LAM, by the way, the first NIDA approved product. The issue here is I hear a lot of toxicities and things like that, for which I consult. I think, and there are a lot of drugs under development, mostly Schedule 1, they are seeking for indications. And the most important thing, as you mentioned, toxicity. I think NIDA should concentrate on determining a level to beyond which we won't be, FDA will not let them use, basically toxicity screening, maybe in animal models, so that they can develop a therapeutic index very early on. And if that is not done, there is a lot of difficulty in the product development. And that's what I find now. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Was the question really in determining a safe level of cocaine or methamphetamine use that could be accepted?
In early 90s, there are a large number of INDs. I had to review every day one, and most of these are sponsored by NIDA. The question was, how safe is cocaine to give it to a subject to determine for screening? Okay, I'm not talking about just cocaine, I'm talking in general, because large number of products which are ritualistically used as stimulant, things like that, now coming for the development for an indication. So we know the effect, but we do not know how safe it is. And when the INDs are submitted on these, the major question remains unanswered is, do we use it for phase 1 trials just to see how efficacious now in a controlled conditions? And when these submissions are there, basic question is, as you are saying, some of the drugs removes the frontal cortex in terms of its biological effect. It is there, no doubt about that. But we have to identify how much toxic is toxic. And I personally believe that we do not have really good data on those things and to establish that. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it for a better benefit and therapeutic purpose. That's my comment.
Thanks. Any comments or thoughts on the question of toxicity?
Just, if I think I understand it, it's a matter of how much of a drug can you give till you get toxicity, and determining that fairly carefully. And sorry? And early on. Yeah, and this is an issue that comes up certainly with agonists, where it does seem like, as Fran was indicating, with these slow-acting, long-acting agonists, you can probably give pretty hefty dosages, and they're not abused, and they're not particularly toxic. Now, that doesn't mean if you give it to somebody who's got almost a Q-on-T on their heart, and that they're just about ready to die, and they're 70 years old, do I want to give them, dexamphetamine or... No. On the other hand, I think that one has to think about blockers again. Blockers are drugs that we have actually had for cocaine with the vaccine. We had people lined up that wanted to take the vaccine. We, in fact, had to deny people taking it. Now, whether that was coming from their employers or their mother or God knows what, but people didn't mind taking this thing that was going to be a magic bullet. I mean, that's how they viewed it. And I think if you look at buprenorphine right now, while Dave was showing data that 95% of people really aren't interested in any treatment, I think if you showed that data for opiates, you'd get a very different picture, which is about 50% are interested. Once you have a treatment that actually works, then people will line up for it. And so I think the first thing we have to do is change our attitude about whether we can find a treatment that works, and then be willing to take on treatments that have risks. Giving an agonist has risks. Giving a drug that's a blocker where the damn patients are just going to test your blocker over and over again, and are going to do it in such a way that, yeah, could be dangerous, I'm afraid that that's the price of the business we're in. So I think that safety issues are quite important, but we're going to have to push the limits on some of this, or we're going to be nowhere. If we continue to be sort of, we don't want to give too big a dose or something. So.
All right, thank you. And so Marta I think we have time for one quick question about, just keep in mind you are the last questioner before lunch. But please, go ahead.
That pressure. Just one quick question. Thank you very much for a very valuable comment. Thinking regarding the drug development, but also the fact that we are faced with the large population now that is actively misusing these drugs, what do we know about how it's being treated, and can we use real-world evidence to support some of the treatment? A lot of the paradigms that you have discussed, Dave, include medication that are currently FDA approved, and I assume that they might be utilized currently for treatment. Do we have any real-world evidence, rather than just clinical trials, that might support further evidence to use these medications rather than just clinical trials, traditional phase 3 clinical trials or phase 2?
I mean, the problem is a lot of this is anecdotal, and so you're going to be hearing anecdotal right now out of me. You know, I have several colleagues, and you know, I'm an addiction psychiatrist, and I talk to a lot of other addiction psychiatrists in New York. And at least for cocaine, people are using offline or off-label modafinil quite a bit. They're using topiramate, using lisdexamphetamine. I mean, people are all doing that and telling me that it's helpful. Showing it or proving it in clinical trials or all the complications I just talked about make it hard to see. But those are being used. And, you know, I think that, you know, if you design the trial right and, you know, with people on this stage, I think, and people in the audience, you know, we could have answers, but I think it requires a multi-site trial with the right phenotype, the high enough dosing, and you'd get answers, but it's probably 2 or 3 years away. But I can tell you, people are using things offline. I'm an advisor to Oasis, and they asked us all to meet about treatments for cocaine and methamphetamine addiction. And, you know, I sort of reviewed the literature. Tom heard me present at AAAP, and they're putting it in. They're going to put in big black writing or red writing. None of this has been FDA approved, none of it's but whatever. But, you know, metrazapine, a study just came out last week. People are using it already, you know, or topiramate, or, you know, lisdexamphetamine. People are using these drugs. And in Australia, they're doing a study right now, 250 milligrams of lisdexamphetamine. The normal dose is 70. So they're going up to 250 amphetamine users in Australia, and they've got a multi-site going on right now. So people are using these drugs out there off-label, and they're telling me that it's worked. Now, again, it's anecdotal. You know, it's like, you know, so I can't sit here, you know, you need the clinical trial to definitively prove all this stuff.
I think that the big problem is that those are essentially open label studies. And to quote,
Right.
I remember a CPDD meeting maybe 20 years ago, Tom, when you presented the results of an open label trial that looked really good. And at the end you said, well, now remember, this is an open label trial. That means you have to rush out and use it now before we do a placebo-controlled trial and find that it doesn't work.
Right. I mean, it has to be said with a caveat, but you know, all of clinical psychiatry, most of it, the big dirty secret is we use I use gabapentin a lot in my practice. There's not a lot of data, you know, so I mean, we are, and maybe it's a placebo effect, you know, that's a possibility. But yeah, I mean, a lot of, once you get to the treatment-resistant patient, people start using things offline, off-label.
All right, thanks. And that's all the time we have. So first of all, I want to thank our panelists for a great discussion. So we're now going to break for lunch. And as we mentioned before, lunch is going to be on your own. We have some guides to the local restaurants in the area, if you're not familiar with the area, outside. And we will be reconvening back here at 1:15 p.m. sharp. So we're looking forward to a great conversation this afternoon. Thank you all.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you back. Hopefully you had a good lunch break, and also welcome back to those who are joining us online today. So we're going to pick up in this session on assessing clinical endpoints and methods for data collection. As you know, we just spent the morning talking about the public health landscape and current research efforts related to stimulant use disorder and some of the challenges and opportunities to address and facilitate those research efforts, like issues including better understanding of the phenotypes of affected populations, as well as a range of other issues. We're going to delve further into some of these issues around treatment development this afternoon, in particular focusing on some of the clinical outcomes that are meaningful to patients and clinicians, as well as the current treatment paradigms, including behavioral therapies. And with the upcoming meeting that Doug Throckmorton announced this morning on patient-focused drug development in this area, it's a very timely discussion. In this particular session, we're going to focus on whether or not there are endpoints beyond abstinence that researchers should be assessing in clinical trials and methods for data collection. So that came up this morning as well. Now we're going to get into it in depth. We're going to start out with with a presentation, then some brief remarks from our panelists, a moderated discussion, and some participation from all of you, I hope. Our panelists include Kathleen Carroll, Albert Kent Professor of Psychiatry at Yale University School of Medicine, Philip Rutherford, Director of Operations at Faces and Voices of Recovery. And then, unfortunately, Kinsey Preston is no longer able to join us, so we get the privilege of an encore appearance by Dave McCann, the Associate Director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences at NIDA. Dave, thank you for stepping in this panel, too. And then finally, Celia Winchell, who's the medical team leader for addiction products in the Division of Anesthesiology, Addiction Medicine, and Pain Medicine at FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So we're going to start with Kathy for her presentation. Thanks, Kathy.
Hi, everyone. I'm really, really delighted to be here. I can do these slides. We'll figure out which way this goes. Lunch? Nope. There we go. I called this the search for meaningful outcome indicators. We've been doing this work for close to 20 years now, and so I want to first acknowledge my collaborators, Brian Killock, Charla Nitsch, and Corey Roos, who've been working with us on this data set that we have now of data from 7 pooled randomized clinical trials of cocaine use disorder. All of these were funded by NIDA through separate grants, as well as my center, so I want to acknowledge NIDA for this. There's my contact information, and I will be touching on CBT for CBT, so I'm disclosing that. So what I'm going to do today is kind of take you through very, very quickly what we found through basically interrogating this very large data set, comparing and contrasting different candidate outcome markers, and essentially moving away from urinalysis only to how people think, feel, and survive, which is of interest as well. Very quickly go through a large study we did comparing different commonly used indicators for cocaine use disorder, looking both at how people do with cocaine use during follow-up as well as their general functioning. We've also tried to come up with new ways of relating decreased frequency of cocaine use to those indicators of general functioning. We've done it backwards too, try to pick up on people who really have very clear good functioning after they leave treatment and look at their patterns of cocaine use within it. And where I want to end up here is the current work we're doing on looking at DSM criteria as an outcome measure. DSM, cocaine use disorder or any kind of, that's what we're treating. Those are the symptoms. They've been shown time and time again to be meaningful. A lot of smart people have worked on them for a long time. So now we're getting into work where we're repeating the DSM criteria as a potential indicator for outcome, and I'll talk about that. So these are the trials. So there are 7 trials. This is most of my career. Oh my goodness. They've been published, as you see, in pretty decent places. 5 of them, I think, included some medication, either disulfiram, galantamine. All of them include some sort of behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, contingency management, or treatment as usual. And I believe 3 of them took place with people who had primary opioid use disorder who were also cocaine dependent. So heterogeneity is the name of the game here. Just smashing them all together, this is what our 720 people look like. The little star is there just because there's a lot of heterogeneity. If you compare it study by study, there's huge significant differences in all of these variables at baseline as well as the outcome as well. So in general, we get about a third of the people who are female. Mean age is 37, so people do take a long time before they wander into treatment. A good representation of ethnic minorities. Most of them are high school grads. About half are employed. And then all the kinds of comorbidities we've been talking about show up. 72% have alcohol use disorder. 20% have major depression. They all have PTSD. They all smoke cigarettes, and they all smoke marijuana. And then 40% are methadone maintained. And, you know, because of the sort of episodic nature of cocaine use, on average, people say they're using about 14 days before they come into treatment. I will also say we don't advertise. So we have done these in all sorts of different clinics throughout Connecticut. So these are all people who have already sought treatment who are not responding to an advertising. So we probably have some pros in there. And some people we've seen a couple times. But on average, these have always seemed to be real suffering people. And here's the sort of the treatment outcome funnel across all these studies. About within the 12 weeks of treatment, we get about 40% urine specimens that are negative for cocaine metabolites. About 34% get to that magic 3 weeks of abstinence. 25% get to the finish line. They complete treatment and they're abstinent at the end. That bar of 13% complete abstinence, which are people who came in pretty clean, is there. And then we have this cute little thing we call problem-free functioning. So they're not using at the end of treatment, and they're not reporting any area. They're working. They're not in jail. They're doing pretty well. We get to about 9% at the end of treatment. In terms of the design features, we do things over and over the same way. So all of these trials have about 12 weeks of treatment. The behavioral therapies are done by me, so fidelity, and more recently we do it by a computer. For the pharmacotherapies, they're all placebo-controlled with riboflavin checks, or they're administered at people's times of daily methadone. We got urine screens between 1 and 3 times a week, depending. Follow-ups all the way through 12 months. And 80% of the intention to treat sample, so the whole denominator, we get at 12 months after. So we've got a lot of data here from a lot of people. In terms of the data that we have to work with, our battery includes a substance abuse calendar timeline follow-back, which we get day by day by day. We fill it every time we see somebody. So we have a pretty complete record of cocaine, alcohol, marijuana, whatever use from the 90 days prior to treatment through the end of the final follow-up. So we can manipulate that data a bunch of different ways, which is really useful for looking at outcome measures. We get urine toxicology every time we see people. There's obviously more missing data with that, but the average level of discrepancy, if we get 1,000 urines in a study, the percent of total urines where the person has told us they have not used in the last 3 days, but their urine indicates recent cocaine use is only about 13%. So we've got an error right there, but it's probably not huge. For lack of, we've got the ASI, and people can criticize the ASI, but it's pretty good at getting a reasonable view of people's functioning in areas that are of importance: work, psychosocial functioning, family functioning, legal functioning, and so forth. So these are our follow-up indicators for this very big chunk of time we've got on people. We've got mean days of cocaine use through the end of follow-up. We've got abstinence through the full follow-up, and then we play around with looking at these psychosocial areas as well. So we get days of problems in these non-drug ASI areas, and we've got this cute little problem-free functioning kind of thing. So people who are doing really, really well. And now I'm going to go through, we've probably done 20 studies with this data set so far, so I'm not going to go through all of them. They are all published, but this is one that came out in 2014, where we basically said, all right, if we're looking for a perfect outcome indicator, what would it look like? So it should be easy to calculate, it should be psychometrically sound, it shouldn't be that susceptible to missing data, which is an issue in all of these trials. It should be verifiable in some way, it should be sensitive to treatment effects, it should predict long-term cocaine outcomes, and it should be related to indicators of good long-term functioning. There we go. Right after lunch, this is what you want to see. There is a paper for those of you who are thrilled by this kind of thing. We go through all 15 indicators, and we talk about cost, verifiability, what are the strengths and weaknesses. It's fascinating. And just to give examples of some as I'm going through this very quickly, continuous versus dichotomous indicators, there's the trade-off there between sensitivity versus clarity. We threw in retention as a strong man. That one, as you would suspect, does not fare very well. I can talk for days, and I have, about how to calculate percent cocaine negative urine toxicology screen. That can be manipulated in extraordinary ways, and I've seen it all if I've reviewed the papers. But it's very susceptible to missing data. It's complex in some way. And again, we're not just looking at cocaine use in these people. We're looking at marijuana. We're looking especially at alcohol in all these people too. So that's complicated. There are continuous self-report measures. Some of the favorites have been longest abstinence during treatment, getting to the finish line and not using cocaine, percent days abstinence. And there's a bunch of different very cool and very fun dichotomous measures you can cut up all different ways. Are they completely abstinent, abstinence for X period of time, reduction over time? But there's, we had 15 different ways. So we call that my 50 Shades of Gray table. And I've tried to make it meaningful, so I don't think there's a pointer here. For this side of the room, these are the 15 indicators, and including this thing at the bottom here is not using and not having problems. These are indicators of days of cocaine use, month 1 during follow-up, all the way through 12 months, complete abstinence, and these are sort of our composite measure of pretty good functioning. So just looking across, if it's blacked out, the correlations just don't show up very much. If it's black with white, there's a pretty consistent signal there. There's correlations in the 0.3, 0.4 level that are significant. So basically what falls out? Days of retention. Don't believe that one. What shows up fairly nicely are percent cocaine negative urine specimens, percent days of abstinence, the tried and true ones. Things that also fell out really quickly is we had a reduction from baseline levels of use. That didn't show up, and then these sort of getting to the finish, completing treatment and being absent for X period of time did very well. It's a little easier way to see it, so I marked in red things that sort of bombed out in this analysis. And this is sensitivity to disulfiram effects, sensitivity to behavioral therapies, relationship to follow-up cocaine use in relationship to general functioning. So again, the tried and true ones that we have used in clinical trials look pretty good. The bomb outs are retention, completely abstinence. Just turns out not to be related to anything. So it's not only a high bar, it's not that meaningful. Oops. And these reduction measures and our good enough thing worked pretty good. So that's where we were. So again, the outcome measures that we see consistently used in clinical trials are not that bad. I can't have 5 minutes left. We're going to skip that. All right. So So since then, we've done 3 studies trying to relate reductions in cocaine use, reductions in frequency. You really can't do much with quantity. Brian did a very nice latent growth curve modeling study, which is exactly what you want to see right after lunch. Woohoo! Look at that. Isn't that pretty? But basically, looking at various latent indicators of cocaine use during treatment, sort of baseline levels of use, and these are sort of indicators of general functioning after treatment. There's a pretty solid relationship between reductions in frequency of use and functioning in these areas. That's great, but no one ever wants to see your latent growth model, let me tell you. So we wanted to look at something a little clearer. So Brian also did a very nice study where we looked for people who had unambiguously good outcomes, again, designed as this problem-free functioning, and then went back and looked at their patterns of cocaine use within treatment. And so this is the probability of achieving this very good level of psychosocial functioning during the months of follow-up based on frequency of cocaine use at the very end of treatment. So best functional outcomes are associated with people who were not using cocaine at the end of treatment, whenever that was. But that deeper green arrow indicates people who were using like once or twice. So again, it's still a continuous relationship, but there's not a whole lot of difference between people who shift to infrequent use and people who aren't using at all. This one is just off the press. We got Corey Roos, who's from the incredible Katie Wickowitz's lab, and he's a new NIDA grantee. We're very excited about this. So this just came out. So he did a much more sophisticated an analysis looking at people who fell into 3 different categories at the beginning and at the end of treatment. So they were either abstinent, they moved to low frequency use, which was never more than 1 day a week, or continued in high frequency use. 40% had some kind of reliable reduction in use, and this sort of shift to lower frequency use is associated with much better functioning in cocaine use and all other problem areas in terms of treatment. So, essentially, reduction looks pretty good. I threw this in for Phil because in the phone call we had, we talked about like, what about sort of recovery capital indicators. So another postdoc from our group did this very nice analysis of people who shifted from being unemployed at the beginning of treatment to getting a job by the end of treatment. So this is, the first line is unemployed to unemployed, unemployed to employed, and then employed staying employed. And there's a nice sharp distinction between cocaine use during follow-up, as well as these other indicators, including functioning as you do. I'm not going to spend my time on this because I don't have any time on this, but some people argue that we're not treating frequency of cocaine in urine, but we want a nice clear indicator of, is there a level of urines that matters? So Brian's playing with this 75% cocaine negative urine thing. We've defined it carefully there. We're replicating this with one of Nancy Petrie's studies, but this is sort of looking at cocaine use indicators depending on whether people got to that 75% cocaine-free level or not, and it's a nice clear distinction, for cocaine use, as you'd think. But it also really nicely ties onto this sort of problem with free functioning, and we can look at that in all kinds of different ways. So this is what I want to talk about. So one of the sort of the reduction in DSM criteria for the substance use disorder we're dealing with, and the value of repeated measures of this. So this is Brian's paper using an alcohol sample, but it pretty matches on. We get DSM SCID at the beginning of treatment, at follow-up, and at end of treatment and follow-up, looking both at symptom counts, so between 1 and 11, and then also whether that people fall in those severity levels. Baseline count is nicely associated with things like the audit. chronicity of use, and the SIP, which is substance-related problems, but not with frequency of cocaine use. So this sort of severity versus frequency thing gets very complicated. The mean counts, treatment actually seems to do something. So people come in with about meeting 6 criteria. By the time they get to the end of treatment, they're at 2.5. And at follow-up, they're at 2.0, and it's clearly related to alcohol use levels throughout. You can see, that's sort of the pie is sort of the dark is people who meet for severe, and you can see how that goes down over time. But the nice thing about that is it matches up very, very nicely with our treatment outcome indicators as well. So this one shows, this is a study with treatment as usual, so outpatient treatment, our little computer thing, and our little computer thing plus treatment as usual. These are people, this is the percent of people who shift down 2 levels, I think, yeah. And then the darker blue is people who complete treatment who are complete treatment and are abstinent at the end. So it looks like it's sensitive to treatment effects too. So it's I think a very nice indicator of how people are feeling and functioning. This is a trial that we did with a mixed group of substance users, so about 40% cocaine, alcohol, and so forth. Same kind of thing. We had to use DSM-4 here. This is a little bit older. We looked at the end of treatment at the proportion who are no longer, when they get to the end of treatment, the proportion who are no longer meeting criteria for whatever substance use disorder they reported as their primary. And again, so this is, I think, a treatment as usual. The orange is CBT by a clinician. Blue is our little computer program here. So 67% of people who got the little computer program are at essentially, have moved from dependence to no use or dependence just to abuse at the end of that. And again, it matches so nicely onto our other outcome measures during follow-up. So we want to pursue that. We don't have data specifically for a cocaine, just a cocaine use study, but we've got one now in the follow-up phase. So we peaked at that. We peaked at outcomes. We did not break the blind. But this was a fairly serious group of people with cocaine use disorder. So they come in with a mean number of symptoms of cocaine use disorder is about 8. They go down to 3.2. And again, sort of getting to that shift of 2 levels or low is associated not only with less cocaine use, but also a lot less alcohol use, a lot less other kinds of problems as they go through follow-up. And I'm sure I'm over time now. So, so again, the utility of these nice pooled data sets for for evaluating cocaine indicators is great. We could not have done this without our NIDA Center and our great collaborators. It does look like these continuous measures with all their bumps and bruises look pretty well. And as we're getting more into looking at how people are doing in terms of their substance use as well as other kinds of functioning, the things that seem to be giving us a signal at this point are the shifting to infrequent use. I like that 75% negative urine sample as a nice dichotomic quick and dirty indicator. And the DSM shift in symptom count is there. And we've got a grant under review at NIDA now where we're going to take, it's not so simple to do these diagnostic the skid is set up for past years, so we're going to have to modify it a little bit to turn it into a clinically useful instrument, but we hope to do that very soon. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank NIDA for the support, the Action Committee, the FDA, as well as our collaborators. So, ta-da.
Thanks, Kathy. We covered a lot of ground in terms of outcome indicators and correlations and validation among them. So now I'd like to turn to our panelists for their comments, starting with Phil.
Thanks, Mark. My name is Phil Rutherford. I'm Director of Operations for Faces and Voices of Recovery. And I agree, I can't remember what you called it, the latent, there was some sort of latent
growth model.
Latent growth model.
Really sexy.
That is not sexy, the latent growth model. But I will say that I really appreciated the data there. One of the things that we do at Faces and Voices of Recovery is that we have an organization called ARCO, and ARCO is an acronym. It stands for the Association of Recovery Community Organizations. And recovery community organizations, for those of you that don't know, are places around the country where people practice peer recovery services. Peer recovery services are places where people with lived experience help people on the recovery journey. And the reason I'm mentioning this is we collect data at these places, and one of the things that we notice specifically on the measure of abstinence versus infrequent use versus continued use is that there is not necessarily a straight line between abstinence and success. We know for a fact that abstinence is a component. We absolutely know that, and we've got data to support. I don't have a ton of slides to show that, but I do have some data that supports that. But I appreciate that your study looked at it that way, and I think something that's important for people in recovery is this notion of good and bad. And we had a spirited discussion at lunch with some of the folks I was having lunch with around what role stigma played in treatment and recovery. And I think that for people coming in and out of our centers, there is quite a bit of resistance to the notion that even though their life is on the line and they've experienced lots of consequences, they used yet again. So this business of abstinence or not has actually become kind of a cudgel for people in recovery to like people almost get beat up with it. So I appreciate the data. If I could broaden the lens a little bit, I'm a person living in long-term recovery, specifically from cocaine use disorder, so it's timely. I didn't know that I was going to be on this particular panel, but this is what a person with long-term recovery from cocaine use disorder looks like. And I've been... Thank you. I appreciate that, but I have a mentor in recovery, and he suggests that what I did amounted to running out of a burning building. So I appreciate you for congratulating me on running out of a burning building. Thank you very much. I did that all on my own. The building was on fire, and I ran out. But I think to broaden the lens a little bit, another thing that we've been talking about today with my group at my table, which if you want to have a spirited chat, come over and talk with us, is this business of the universe of substance use disorder and how much of that is actually represented. We're here to talk specifically about stimulants, but what we see at our centers is that alcohol use disorder is still a primary. Right, so I'm not going to go off on a tangent about that. I just want to put it out there that our datas show that 45% of the people walking in the door have a primary diagnosis of alcoholism, and if you scale that number up to polysubstance, it's more like 58 or 60. So I just want to get that on record. One last thing, and I don't know if I have a time. I haven't gotten a thing from the time lady yet, but.
You're unlimited.
I'm unlimited. Okay, great. So when I was 5 years old, no. Another thing that I just wanted to point out is, as it pertains to this particular disorder, Dr. Arya brought up a beautiful point earlier about whether or not people could be scaled or identified for having risk factors associated with substance use disorder. And I believe that to be 100% true. And so your study of 12 weeks, if I had cancer and I had a diagnosis of cancer, some sort of primary diagnosis of cancer, at 12 weeks, at 12 weeks of remission, they would be getting around to the first of a series of studies or follow-up appointments that would be happening for the next 5 years. We don't do that with substance use disorder. I know that's beyond the scope of this discussion, but I think it's something to bear in mind as we talk about treatment of this. I was impressed that we're talking about 12 weeks. A lot of times when I'm in discussions about treatment, we're talking about 30 days. As a person with cocaine use disorder, I can tell you that at 30 days, not ready for a whole bunch of stuff, not ready for a whole bunch of life challenges. But with consistent time and consistent work with peer support and some other help in other areas of things that are social determinants of health, things got better. But I just think it's important to kind of point out that this is a chronic illness, and that it is something that even if we just look at 12 weeks, it's probably not a sufficient cut to just look at that. So that's all.
Thanks very much, Phil. Thank you. And, Dave, welcome back.
Okay. To start out by saying I'm a very poor substitute for Kenzie Preston. You know, they obviously want a certain number of bodies up here. Kenzie has done some great work in terms of recently, especially working to develop new endpoints for clinical trials, clinical studies. My experience has been mainly for the past several years, in writing the protocols for medication trials that we're going to start right now. So what endpoints are acceptable right now? Our primary has always been a period of abstinence at the end of the study, because if you can choose one endpoint that's accepted by the FDA, that becomes your primary. We're very open to other endpoints, and we always include secondary exploratory endpoints, but we're only going with the primary of abstinence because we know that'll be accepted. But we want to look at a lot of these other endpoints. Now, my experience in endpoint development is really more in learning about what was done on the alcohol side of things. For about 7 years or so, I was the NIDA representative to the active work group. Now, I know A stands for alcohol.
Clinical Trials Initiative.
The Alcohol Clinical Trials Initiative. See, I knew you'd be able to help me with that. Celia's been on the group and is still on the group. And a lot of the discussion about endpoints in alcohol for approval went on there. Now they've settled on no heavy drinking days. There are other discussions about non-abstinence endpoints for alcohol. But one of the things that impressed me in those discussions is much of the data to support the difference in health consequences of heavy drinking versus less than heavy drinking did not come from 3-month clinical trials looking at medications. It came from long-term epidemiology studies, long-term follow-up studies like Dr. Carroll just presented for cocaine. So it may be expecting too much to see these changes during the course of a 12-week clinical trial. You know, we're always looking for those things, but we're really hoping to find guidance from longer-term studies on what non-abstinence endpoints are reasonable. We have, as an institute, put out at times different funding opportunity announcements to try and stimulate work on establishing new endpoints with the idea of getting some longer-term data. So I don't think that we have any RFAs sitting there with money specifically for that purpose, but I would just encourage people, if you have research ideas related to this, please, we're always open to unsolicited grant applications, and working to really establish other endpoints is important to us.
That's it. Thank you very much. And next, Celia.
I'm trying to organize my thoughts, but first I should mention that I have also been working in this area since 1995, and it does seem like maybe it seems like we haven't made any progress, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress. There are a lot of things we didn't know that we have learned. When I first came on board at FDA, it was all about cocaine, and then methamphetamine became an issue. We didn't know the PK of methamphetamine, the metabolism, the metabolic pathways, the enzymes that were involved, the differences between the effects of methamphetamine and cocaine, and all of these implications, how you would detect methamphetamine in biological fluids and the time window and all these things. This is all knowledge we have that we didn't have 20 years ago. So you can't do a clinical trial without knowing these things. So there has been more progress than it seems like. But yes, it has been a long, strange trip. I wanted to start by talking about the abstinence endpoint being acceptable to FDA. So years and years ago, I gave a talk where I pointed out that cocainuria was not the disorder under treatment. And measurement of cocaine in biological fluids as a way of detecting response to treatment is a convenient and traditional approach, but by no means is it the only approach to detect response to treatment. And in fact, we were quite keen to find other ways to detect changes in how people feel, function, and survive, ways that they would benefit from treatment that could be detected in some other more direct fashion. The consensus was that to observe clinically meaningful improvements in people's function, we would need to treat them and observe them for such a long time that the study would be impractical. And that essentially what we were doing is we're using the detection of the use of cocaine or methamphetamine, the drug use pattern as detected by repeated toxicologic samples as a surrogate for clinical benefit. So this is what we've done. So drug use patterns are a surrogate. And we were willing to believe, without any further data or corroboration, that people who stopped using drugs completely would have, of necessity, those people would benefit. Maybe not right away, maybe not magically, but we would buy that without any additional information. At no point did we ever say that was the only pattern of use that we thought would be a valid surrogate, but any other pattern of use, we said, we'd really like you to give us some information that would help us justify, not just to ourselves, but to the world when we approve this drug, that this pattern of drug use detected in this population is a valid surrogate for clinical benefit. And so everybody walks away from that conversation hearing the FDA only accepts abstinence. Right. We have never said that. We have always said, we will accept abstinence for free. You don't have to give us anything extra for that. But if you want something else, you got to help us out, because we have to make a case when we write a review, when we tell the world we believe that this drug works. We have to explain to the world why we think what it did was worth doing, and why those benefits outweigh the risks of the drug. And all drugs have risks. So if I leave you with only one thing, I hope you'll remember that. I am very struck by the heterogeneity of the population that we're attempting to treat. And I know that from a business perspective, pharmaceutical companies who are developing a product want to sell their product to a very large population of people. And so they are loath to restrict enrollment to a smaller group, because then that's the only people that they could sell it to. But the more I hear, the more I believe that that's the only way to find treatments that will work for people. We've heard that there are people who are using methamphetamine, as you said, Dr. Ciccarone, not because they like it, but because it helps them with withdrawal. Do those people need a medication to help them with their methamphetamine use disorder, or do they need to be treated for their opioid use disorder? Or the people who use methamphetamine to stay awake so nobody will steal their belongings while they are trying to live in a public park. There is no medication for that. Those people need a home. And there is no medication that will work for that. So obviously we need to be a little more mindful in who we're treating how, and make sure that the treatment we provide them is something that will address the reasons that they have this problem. I think it's helpful to measure how much people use drugs, because everybody always wants to know that. And every time we say, well, what if we didn't measure that at all? People say, oh, no, we still have to measure it. But one of the most striking things that I wrote down from this morning's discussion was, I think this was Dr. Arias said, that short of killing people, this disorder robs people of their ability to be productive. And what we would love to see is people return to productivity and function in life. So if you go to another meeting and people say that the reason there is no FDA-approved medication for cocaine use disorder or methamphetamine use disorder is because there are a million drugs out there that work, it's just that the FDA insists on an endpoint that's impossible, I hope you'll tell them that that's not right.
Yeah, pick up on that last point with the panel. So it's sort of like, sounds like a bad joke, what's the right endpoint, the one accepted by the FDA? And it just to follow on Celia's comments, clearly FDA is interested in other measures besides abstinence. And we heard, thanks to Kathy, and some of the earlier discussion this morning, that there is a growing amount of evidence on measures short of complete abstinence. Phil, you talked about the lived experience evidence on this point as well. So are we there yet in terms of reliable measure? Maybe it's 75% free days, or is there another indicator that's reliable enough, has enough evidence backing it, that should be part of FDA considerations and drug study designs?
Is no longer meeting criteria for the disorder acceptable for other mental health disorders? If we move people from having the disorder to not having the disorder?
Well, I will note that we included that as a possibility.
Microphone, sorry. Microphone.
So in our guidance on opioid use disorder endpoints, that's an option too. Meeting criteria for remission or no longer meeting criteria for diagnosis. It seems sort of self-evident that that should be an endpoint.
But nobody does it.
Nobody does it
Nobody
because
does it.
it takes time. And this is always the issue. You can't achieve remission and no longer meet criteria for a diagnosis 12 weeks after you first presented in distress seeking treatment. I mean, unless your diagnosis was strep throat. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So, and it could be that we just need to be more patient. Obesity trials are 15 to 18 months long because in order to achieve the categorical endpoint of 7% of body weight loss, you can't do it any faster than that. If that's how long it takes to move the needle, you might have to treat people for that long. So that, I think, is one reason people push back against that endpoint.
Yeah, and just picking up on the longer term outcome, I mean, Phil's obviously right. This is a chronic illness, and if you look at some of the innovations in treatment, and we're seeing this in opioid use disorder treatment too. I mean, they are focusing more on tracking reintegration in the community, longer term outcomes that really matter. Those do take more time. It's something that in some other projects we're doing, some payers are starting to integrate these kind of long-term functional outcomes into the way they pay for substance use disorder treatments. Just wondering, in this case though, for getting to approval of treatments, is there more clear steps? Is there an efficient path to having a measure that is observable at 12 weeks or at some more feasible time for completion of a clinical study, enough to get a treatment to market? Another indicator besides just abstinence. I appreciate the Kathy, Dave, others' thoughts on that, since you're close to Philip, since you all are close to this area of treatment development.
I was just going to say, and I recognize that I'm in a room full of researchers, but I really feel like there has not been enough research specifically into the determinants associated with wellness around the illness. So, and it leads to the business of treating the condition longer than 12 weeks or 6 months or whatever that is. I think that there's been plenty of research around that 30, 60, 90 day response, but and maybe there's a ton of research out there that I'm just not aware of, but I've just not seen a bunch of 1 year, 2 year, 5 year longitudinal studies on treatment. So I'll be quiet and listen to the researcher people.
So one of the issues with duration of clinical trials for a new molecular entity where you're not sure whether it will work or not, I think we recognize that if a medication is effective, we're going to have to end up doing longer trials than 12 weeks. But if we can't see a signal of a meaningful change within 12 weeks, I mean, how many people who have given a prescription, if they take it for 12 weeks and it doesn't help, are going to keep going back and get it refilled? We have to have an onset of action sometime within 12 weeks. So it's the 12-week duration is just to pick up on efficacy. And I think once we see a robust signal, we will end up doing longer-term studies. But it is very expensive to do all of the good clinical practice, monitoring, the paperwork involved. I mean, I would like to see what happens to people after we're done, but to keep them coming in for another 3 months, you're doubling your cost per site for paying for all of that. A lot of it is economics. You know, we have a number of different medications we want to test, so it's a challenge.
Kathy, any comments on?
You know, I do think, and I've been pushing for a long time to have, you know, kind of longer term registries so we can look at some of the natural history of some of these things over a longer period. I mean, a year is about as good as we can get in the trials. We have 80, you know, we've got 80%, and you know, I do think it's pretty remarkable that, you know, I don't see this so much with opioid users, but a lot of those alcohol people moved from really being severely in trouble to doing reasonably well, corroborated by a lot of things. So, you know, and you know, there's, you know, I come back to the idea of phenotyping and just getting at these, you know, what are the subtypes with these different trajectories of change over time. And I do think it takes not just a drug, but it also does take, you know, social support and those kinds of things too. And I think those are the kinds of things you just can't fit, you know, nicely into a 12-page grant application at this point.
Are there, picking up on the issue of phenotypes, which has come up repeatedly today, in terms of study design, are there some major categories of phenotypes that would be important to consider, maybe starting with one or a few first, and then thinking about a more development paradigm over time that could also get more evidence after a treatment's initially approved?
You know, I think the things that we should be paying attention to are things that have been discussed one way or another, you know, kind of all day. You know, comorbid psychopathology, you know, it's a huge risk factor. It's there before the substance use starts. Tom talked a little bit about cognitive function, and you know, if you don't have a frontal lobe, you're not going to get out of this. You know, we have to find a way for people to be able to do that, and you know, sort of this notion of, you know, impulsivity and reward sensitivity. So, you know, you know, I've been striking out at phenotyping for a long time. I am the Charlie Brown of cocaine use disorder. I will keep trying until we do it. But I think, you know, thinking along a dimensional way with some of these people, because you know it when they walk in. You know it when you've got, you know, the Yale kid who got a little bit into, you know, too much stimulants. He's going to do fine, you know, but the kid from down the street, you know, with everything against him and 87 traumas, you know, a pill is not going to take care of that.
Can I ask, not just the panel, but the assembled, is it fruitless to toss all comers who meet diagnosis for stimulant use disorder into one bucket and try to study them in one study? Is separating them into cocaine, methamphetamine and prescription stimulants enough?
And this is actually a good transition point, as I do want to have some time for comments and questions from the audience. So in case the answer to that question isn't just a simple yes or no, I would like to encourage those of you who are here to respond, plus any other comments or questions you have for the topics we've been dealing with on this panel. So please feel free to go to the microphone for those comments. Before I open it up, any additional things from the panel? Okay, great. Please go ahead. And be sure to let us know who you are again if you need. Is that on? Or? I'm not sure you're on there. The microphone's on. Let's see. There we go. Okay.
That's a very important point. One thing is DEA in their scheduling, CSS scheduling, they categorize depressant, stimulant, things like that. So in doing that, they have put all the stimulant together in one basket and then they go for scheduling. I think it will be a good idea to put all the stimulant together in the basket and to develop some idea about the endpoints. But I have some thinking that no cocainuria in 3-month study, to me it sounds like hemoglobin A1C determination for diabetes, which is good. But then there are secondary effects of diabetes and the treatment. I think that's what we should develop, a composite endpoint that will sustain for a long period of time, maybe 6 months to 12 months. I was thinking in terms of COPD treatment, that we all look for the FEV1 improvement. That's an improvement. That's the same as a hemoglobin A1C or your cocainuria. But then it goes beyond to see how many emergency visits are there by these patients and et cetera for the determination of the drug effect. I think we know enough. I mean, what are the problems of those who are abusing drugs, cocaine or any stimulant or depressant or whatever it is, that social behavioral problem, economic problem, et cetera. From that, we can identify some composite endpoints which can be looked into beyond 3 months. That's how I feel as a reviewer.
Thank you. Any comments from the panel? Okay. Please.
I'm the guy who needs a red button to turn me off.
Nope, you're good. You're good. We hear you.
But I think I'm turned on to this microphone. The simple answer to the question is no. The answer is more complicated way is we at least have to have one other subdivision, which is many patients come in actively using and are quite a bit different to attain abstinence than it is if they've been abstinent for even as little as 10 to 14 days. So that relapse prevention in that sense has a very different clientele, and it may be as simple as relapse prevention for a blocker is possible, whereas abstinence initiation with a blocker can lead to some remarkable medical consequences, like as you keep trying to override it. So I think and the treatments that have worked better, there's no two ways about it, agonist treatments. I mean, those are the ones that work. They stay on them because you get sick if you don't take them, et cetera. Whether we'll find that for stimulants, I'm not sure, but not without some big risks. But anyway, yes, I think cocaine and methamphetamine are clearly quite a bit different in the neurobiology. Cognitive impairment is a much bigger problem for methamphetamine. And I think that unless you get cocaine abusers, if they stop using for 2 weeks, their brain is sort of recovered. You have to stop for 2 to 3 months before you got half a brain left with heavy methamphetamine abusers. It's much more damaging.
Okay. Next. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this discussion. I wanted to just ask each of you to maybe address this concept of that we were just talking about abstinence. Because for me, you know, the way I think about addiction is you should take any sentence with the word addictive disease or addiction in it, and if you can't take out that word and put in diabetes or epilepsy or Parkinson's, then you have to reconsider what you're thinking. And, you know, what we don't say is, you know, here's a person who's out of control of their diabetes. They're in and out of the emergency room. They're in ketoacidosis. They're inpatient. We get their sugars normalized, and then we send them out without insulin, and then they come back, and they're doing this on and on. This is a person out of control of their disease. Now, say they start checking their sugar, they start doing their diet and exercise, and they're doing really well, right? They're managing their disease. They're working a recovery program, right? And they go to a party, and they have a beer and a cupcake. Okay? They have now blown their treatment plan. They are no longer non-adherent to their treatment plan. Do we call that a relapse and say they failed the treatment? This is nonsensical, right? That's not even a relapse. That's a lapse even. A relapse is they stop checking their sugar. They stop doing this, and they end up back in the emergency room. Same thing I think is true with addictive disease. We do not expect 100% treatment plan adherence for any patient with any chronic disease, much less a chronic brain disease. How is this abstinence, or what I like to think of as time to first cupcake, a reasonable, you know, something to look for as data, instead of what we really look for, which is, are you managing your disease, right? Are you showing that you're out of the emergency rooms, you're back to work, et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. And so this whole kind of concept about abstinent construct as a relapse, I'd like to hear your opinions. Thank you.
Please do respond if you've got things to add. I mean, my sense from hearing the discussion up here was kind of agreement in concept with your concept, with your comment, but still some trying to push this group on, okay, well, what is the measure of progress in functional management of the disease that would be acceptable for a drug approval or other regulatory actions?
I can speak specifically. So definitely you're preaching to the converted. I'm 100% on the same page as it pertains to your take on abstinence. In terms of measures, I can just speak to what we look at and what people identify as success for us. And we look at, so SAMHSA has the 4 dimensions: health, home, purpose, and community. And so one of the things that we look at for people as a marker of success is where are they along those dimensions? How is their health? How is their physical health? Are they in stable housing? I appreciate your nod to recovery capital. If you don't know what recovery capital is, I'd say look it up, but the short version is this. People arrive at the decision point of recovery with different things in their toolbox. To the point of the Yale kid that shows up for recovery, maybe he has a supportive home, maybe he has access to, I don't want to get anyone upset, good treatment, because there's good treatment and then other treatment, but he has access to good treatment. So he has some things in his toolbox. The person with a lot of trauma and maybe no supported home, that person has less recovery capital. So we look at those markers, health, home, purpose. Do they feel purposeful in their life? And what is their connection to their community? Do they have a community? Is there social engagement outside of their home? And if those things are good, the funny thing is we see a reduction in use associated with that, but it's not the other way around. It's not like we see people abstinent and then all of a sudden that's the only thing that matters. When those things are good, sometimes full abstinence follows, sometimes moderate use follows, but if those things are good, we consider those people to be successful. And I won't go off on a tangent on stigma, but to your point about the cupcake relapse, which I may have had one of those, but to the cupcake relapse, this illness is very punishing, right? There's quite a bit of shame associated with it, and we really shouldn't shame our patients.
Maybe I can just say one thing on behalf of abstinence. We know that each time someone buys a substance on the street and injects or smoke it, it could kill them. I mean, who knows what's in it? They might be intending to buy cocaine, but it's fentanyl. So when it comes to treatment, the goal of treatment, I think, will be, in the long term, abstinence. But we're looking for meaningful endpoints on that journey trying to get there. Knowing that it's a worthy goal, I think that's how it has become an endpoint. But we really want to find other endpoints that we can use in our trials and in med development.
Which I think has to do with functioning. This will come up later, but the hardest thing about once you've got treatments that work and getting them out into the community is that the substance abuse community does what it's reinforced for, which is reducing the cost of treatment to nothing and doing the cheapest possible thing that they can do, which is putting people in unstructured groups with no accountability for outcome. So that's a hard one too. And so I think the way I think about it now is, people come to treatment because of the consequences of their use. They've lost their job, they're losing their recovery capital. And I think those are the markers that we really do need to develop. There'll be a pain in the neck, they'll be individualized, we'll have to look at them over a long period of time. But these were the questions for discussion. What do the people who come for treatment really want? They do want better lives. They do want to have some of these problems go away. And unless the treatment field becomes accountable for that or measures that or shows any interest in it, I think we're going to have a lot, continued lack of, moving ahead.
I would say the progress here, though, in measuring related to determining effectiveness of treatment, I think there's sort of a similar process going on in the payment and care delivery community where there is dissatisfaction with the unevenness of quality, and there does need to be some similar accountability for results. But once again, it's going to have to be measures that are reliable enough for payment to depend on them, and that gets to a similar kind of challenge, not necessarily the same measures, but measures that are reliable enough for regulatory decisions to depend on them. Yeah.
Josh Barocas, Boston University. This has been a really fantastic discussion to watch, and I've seen it sort of evolve. And I think that all 5 of you are actually saying very, very similar things, at least what I've heard. But just to ask the elephant in the room sort of question, and I'm not picking on NIH or FDA, but if we were going to start developing trials, well, maybe I am, but if we were going to start developing trials that literally said my endpoint is housing stability, that my endpoint are some of these social determinants of health, improvements in social determinants of health, on the way to abstinence, would that be an acceptable, would that get more medications approved? Would that fund studies? I mean, I think that there's this practical question at the end of the day. We may want to talk, we may like this idea of looking at housing stability or employment stability, but if it's not going to get funded, if it's not going to get approved, then then nobody's going to do the study. So that, I guess it is a pointed question. Is that something that would move the needle for FDA or for NIH?
Well, it's, we can broaden it to say incarceration rates, employment rates, a number of things like that. Most likely, what you'd need to show in long-term studies, maybe epidemiology type studies, is the association between those kind of outcomes and level of drug use. To make that connection, to say that using less than 4 days in a month, people are much better in terms of the outcomes than if they use more.
At least for a particular phenotype.
However, then that would cement that as an endpoint that you could then use. The endpoint in the clinical trial would then be, can we get people down to using less than 4 times a day? We wouldn't have to show during a 12-week trial that we're changing incarceration rates and all of that, because you'd need so many people, it'd need to be such a long study you couldn't do it. But I think we'll need to learn from the longer term studies to guide the shorter-term medication studies.
Yeah, and on that point, we are about out of time for this session, but just seeing if there are any last words on the panel about if you think of this challenge as in two parts. One is the impact that you actually want to have on people who have different goals and different resources they bring, different situations, different phenotypes in terms of impact on their health, their home, their purpose, their community, versus what can be done as a proxy for that, a surrogate endpoint that's feasible in a trial. What's the most promising direction for those surrogate endpoints? I'll start with Kathy.
We're still, playing around. Where that data set gets bigger every time. I think we look at composite measures and slopes over time, which is not sexy, but that's essentially these more complicated kinds of things. If you've got a simple case, it's probably just are they abstinent? But with these people come under such huge loads, you can't hold them to the same standard. So we're just going to keep plowing away, and I really do. I'm excited about developing something like Debbie Hassan did it with the SDSS, which nobody used, but something that's a repeatable assessment that gets at what is the core nature of substance abuse and are we moving that needle, which is not just cocaine in the urine.
Yeah, and I can't speak to the clinical side of it. I can say that what we do and the way that we practice is much more in the real-world evidence field. So I just want to put a plug in for real-world evidence as a real thing, because there are plenty of people in centers all over the country that are getting well from cocaine use disorder and other things. And it is based on, to the gentleman's point, housing and lack of involvement with criminal justice and that sort of thing.
So Kenzie Preston has not sent me any texts with answers to this question, so I'm going to pass this down to Celia.
You have an excuse.
So I think that the briefest answer I could give to the question that we get asked all the time, would this be good enough for approval? If we knew that, we already would have told you. And that this whole process is for us to learn. And we're learning more all the time. And if we had given you an answer, in fact, I think we did pull an answer out of our ears in like 1997 or so, and it was wrong. And it led to 10 years of barking up the wrong tree. So we don't have the answers. We're asking you for the answers. So we want to learn from the people who take care of these folks, from the patients themselves, what their goals for treatment are, and reverse engineer a way to detect that. Yeah. If a treatment is effective.
Yeah, Celia, I want to thank you for that answer and that effort, and thank all of our panelists for helping to find the underlying answers here about what we should be measuring and helping to improve the treatment development process. So thank you all very much. Now, we're running slightly over. We're going to start on time at 2:45. So that's about an 11-minute or so break. So please try to be back in the room and join us again for the next session. We're going to get started with our next session, and I think we've got just about all of our panelists up on stage. We're headed this way. Come on, Josh. And in this session, we're going to talk about current treatment paradigms, the treatment strategies that are currently used for patients with stimulant use disorder. We'll also hear about some of the complications and barriers associated with the delivery of evidence-based treatment, and I think a lot of this will build on the discussions earlier today. First, a presentation by Kelly Clark, who is an addiction medicine specialist and psychiatrist, and the immediate past president of the American Society of Addiction Medicine. Also, Larissa Mooney, who's a board-certified addiction psychiatrist and associate clinical professor of psychiatry at UCLA. Joshua Burokas, who's assistant professor of medicine at the Boston University School of Medicine and infectious diseases physician at Boston Medical Center. Caleb Banta Green, principal research scientist at the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Institute and an affiliate associate professor at the School of Public Health at University of Washington. And last but not least, Daniel Raymond, who's the deputy director of planning and policy at the Harm Reduction Coalition. So first a presentation from Kelly, and then comments from the rest of our panel, and open to the rest of you. Thanks, Kelly.
Well, good afternoon. So I have I have 12 to 15 minutes, and I already started my clock. So this is me, and these are my disclosures. And I'm going to start with a definition of terms, because what is more fun? But at least we can talk about the same thing, right? So use. It's after lunch. Who has one of these? Cup of coffee, stimulant to wake you up. That is substance use, use for a specific purpose. Okay, if you are a military pilot and your military physician prescribed you a stimulant because you get tired, okay, that would be appropriate use. It would be off-label use, but it would be appropriate use. If you take your wife's, who is a fighter pilot, stimulant, because it will help you study in medical school, that would be misuse and the diversion of a controlled substance. We all clear? Excellent. Substance use disorder, not really the same thing as addiction. Mild substance use disorder, not addiction. Severe is addiction, moderate. Okay, when we say addiction, what I mean is a chronic brain disease. And by chronic brain disease, I can't really look at your brain and do this, but what I look at is, looks like you are out of control of your drug use, and it looks like you're out of control of your life because of your drug use. That's what it looks on the outside of the chronic brain disease of addiction. Next definitions for us, remission versus recovery. I'm a doctor. Remission, lack of active signs or symptoms of a chronic disease. That's my goal. I'm a doctor. That's a medical goal, remission. Okay? I don't always meet it. Doesn't mean I'm a bad doctor, doesn't mean you're a bad patient, but I'm aiming for remission. Recovery is the process by which a person lives their best life and manages their chronic conditions. That's a whole person goal. Recovery is a whole person goal. Remission is a medical goal. Still with me? We're off and running after lunch. Okay, this is the classic photo from Dr. Nora Volkow, who you all know and love. On your left is the low dopamine receptors of the normal dopamine receptors of just a normal brain. In the middle is somebody who is a month after their cocaine use, last cocaine use, and the next is 4 months after their last cocaine use. You see brain going back toward normal, still not normal. This is a chronic brain disease. And so when we know about chronic brain diseases, we can break it apart. Let's start with disease. What do we do with diseases? We put doctors in charge of a treatment team, and we manage the disease. We bring to it a biological, psychological, and social approach to managing a disease, okay? A brain disease means we have stigma. That's very clear. Any brain disease has always involved stigma. Epilepsy, people were possessed. Brain means stigma. And chronic means we're not looking for a cure. Our goal for chronic disease management is not to fix you, okay? What is our goal? Well, we want to decrease the disease-related morbidity and mortality. We want to decrease your total cost of care, and we want to improve your functionality and quality of life, or basically stay alive, get healthy, stay out of the hospital, get back to work. And when we look at doing this for diabetes, we look at markers, okay? We look at blood level markers and things, but that's not what we're really trying to do. Those are just markers that are affiliated with these kinds of outcomes. So if addiction is a chronic brain disease, and I'm going to assume you're all scientists here and you're going to believe, I see nods. This is good. I like that. if we assume then that addiction is a chronic brain disease, well, let's see. Doctors should be involved in care. Care should be based on science, should not be primarily spiritual in nature. It should be longitudinal, it should be individualized. Then you need to have quality standards. It needs to be paid for with health plans. And as we approach every chronic disease, a person should be treated with an individualized treatment plan that is based on structured best practices. And both pieces are important. I just don't shove a structured best practice at you without individualizing it. And I don't just give you my concept of individualized care. It should be based on those structured best practices. And that means right provider, right kind of treatment, the right place, the right dose of treatment. How often are you seen? For how often are you seen, et cetera, as needed at a specific point in the time during the course of your illness for as long as needed at that point in time. So, when we treat a disease, what do? Well, an appropriate clinician first has to evaluate a person, make the diagnosis, work with the patient to get a treatment plan, shared decision making, and then deploy the resources and work that treatment plan, and then repeat. Assess, how's the treatment plan working? Right? Is the diagnosis right, et cetera, et cetera. In our situation, the United States lacks all of the adequate infrastructure capacity to treat the population at each of these steps. We do have addiction physician specialists, only a few thousand of us. We have some treatment programs, and we'll talk about how we lack this capacity. But let's just start out with diagnoses and where do you need treatment? What is your treatment plan going to look like? And so we've heard before about the Psychiatric Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. And the diagnosis that's made. Well, now what do we do with treatment planning? The ASAM criteria does three things. It's a multidimensional patient assessment tool. So how is that patient, what are they in their life? Not just a diagnosis, but a full assessment. What kind of treatment do they need then? What are the modalities? What are the kinds of the intensity of treatment do they need? What is that dose of treatment? And then based on that, there's a universal standard that comes out of that. So I'll talk about the criteria in a minute. There's a short version called co-triage, and there's a computerized version called continuum. So the ASAM criteria, basically, this is someone interviewing the patient, gathering information, and that information goes through a decision matrix that's been around for decades, and it sort of comes out with where the person is at right then, what's the dose of treatment that seems to be like the right treatment for them. So the information that comes in is around multi-dimensions, biological dimensions, psychological dimensions. Their sort of emergency medical dimensions. Are they at risk for an alcohol withdrawal seizure? Have they been injecting stimulants and you're hearing a murmur? And they might have an infected cardiac valve and need to be in the hospital emergently, et cetera. So it goes through multiple dimensions. And then part of the output is a concept of a placement on this continuum of care. And the continuum of care is not just inpatient or outpatient. Inpatient means you sleep there. Outpatient means you go home or someplace else to sleep. That's it. But just the same way you know a hospital is different than a nursing home, they're both inpatient. An outpatient cardiologist's office is different than a cardiac rehabilitation program that you go to multiple times a week. There are different levels between inpatient and outpatient, and the ASAM criteria delineates those levels. What staff are needed? You know, a physician being on site 24/7 is really there for level 4. A doctor doing rounds once a day is there for level 3.5, et cetera. What are the kinds of staff? What are the programs that should be there? How many hours of treatment? That's the dose of treatment for each of these levels of care are spelled out in the ASAM criteria. Okay, so now we've gone through this and we've determined the dose of care. There is no way currently to know whether a treatment program actually even has the capacity to deliver that level of care. Stunning, right? Programs are licensed by their states. There are no consistent criteria. There's even one state that, I was talking to somebody there, well, what do we do about level 3.2? I said, there is no level 3.2. They said, oh yeah, it is, it's in our regulations. I looked it up, the state made up their own ASAM level. And as we know, even as we know by the data on the use of medications to treat opioid addiction, which is only 40% of the programs use any of the 3 FDA-approved medications and 2% offer all 3, most treatment programs do not even offer the basic level of quality of care for evidence-based treatment in their programs. So, ASAM and CARF have a program going together now which does voluntary certification, where essentially CARF goes in and it's voluntary and says this program has the policies and procedures to support level 3.1, 3.2. How can you even look at data on outcomes and management if you don't know what a treatment program really is, what it's delivering? And that's different than what it is across another state. And here's the scary part, your health plan that's paying for this and sent you there doesn't know. You can't look and find out easily on the website. Okay, so what are the current treatment for psychoactive substance use disorder? So Dr. Bizaga just gave a talk on stimulant use disorder treatment at the International Society of Addiction Medicine in Delhi last month. Great talk, and so I've just thank you to him for these slides, which I just took from his talk. But three kind of concepts. There's this detox concept, and ASAM does not consider detox in and of itself to be treatment because people leave their inpatient withdrawal management and they use immediately. There's no outcomes data that this is useful. The purpose of withdrawal management really inpatient is because of the danger of withdrawing from alcohol or benzodiazepines or barbiturates. There is something that people think of as residential, and sometimes it's residential treatment programs. And sometimes they're therapeutic communities or other kinds of community housing programs and support services that aren't sort of delivered by licensed clinician treatment. Kind of high decrease of use while people are in it, but then high relapse when they leave, and it's very high cost to deliver. And then there's the outpatient treatment, which is psychosocial only now, as we know, sort of abstinence-based, low cost, but really has very small reductions in drug use. And if you think about, well, what do each of these kinds of interventions do? There's psychosocial treatment. This is what treatment does. It's to help a person with skills and sort of try to retrain their brain to approach things differently. There is medication that we're looking for here for stimulant use disorder. There are mutual help groups to provide social networks supportive of recovery. And then there are recovery-oriented activities of different types to develop satisfying lives and do recovery, living their best lives. Okay, psychosocial treatment modalities for stimulant use disorder right now. So two things really merit a mention here. There's the matrix model and contingency management protocols, which are kinds of work around motivational incentives. There are three other, just to mention, general cognitive behavioral treatment, 12-step facilitation therapy, and the mobile reset program that is the only, I think, still FDA-approved mobile app that can be used for substance use disorders broadly, which here. But the two really to talk about are the matrix model and contingency management. So, matrix model, this is a manualized way to deliver psychoeducation and structure and support in peer groups that's very, very structured. And there are a certain number of cognitive behavioral treatment sessions. There's family education. There's a wide variety of very clear pieces that go into this, including drug testing. Now that sounds like it's hard to put together, right? Well, look what we have. Our tax dollars at work, folks. We've got multiple documents that are available on the SAMHSA website to help any clinician do this, set up their matrix program. Okay? And these are, by the way, excellent documents. I've used them in an opioid treatment program. You can use these are great documents that can be utilized. So what we find with the matrix approach, significantly better retention in treatment than treatment as usual. Significantly more methamphetamine negative drug tests during treatment. But the in-treatment superiority of that, so people were doing better while they were in treatment, after they get out of treatment, that superiority is lost. It's not maintained. Who would have thought that stopping treatment for a chronic brain disease would not be an appropriate way to treat that disease state? So you make a diagnosis. Now what? There's a lack of infrastructure. Few matrix programs actually exist. Do you know if there are any in your community? All of those who you're working with, substance use disorders in general. How many matrix programs are there? How many treatment programs utilize a matrix approach, which they can utilize for any kind of drug? But it is a very rigorous, evidence-based, standardized, manualized approach. So let me talk about, so here it is, we've got the data, we've got great resources, no one's using it. The most studied and promising psychosocial approach, per a Cochrane review of 2016 is contingency management. And now, compared to treatment as usual, any psychosocial treatment might improve adherence and retention in the treatment, but it might not improve that abstinence after treatment. And contingency management tends to work like this, okay? You're a patient, you're coming in, and you're doing well, and you're adherent to your treatment plan today. Great, your drug screen was negative, you went to do what you were supposed to do, go see your primary care doctor. Great, here's $2. Okay, and then you come back and, 5 days later, you did the same thing, everything, you're adherent to your treatment plan, your drug test is negative, great, here's $4. All the way up to $20 or $25. And then you come in and you know what, oops, you had a lapse, you slipped, or you didn't go see your doctor the way you were supposed to, or whatever, sorry, nothing today, and the next time you come back in, you're back to $2. And working your way back up to $4. That's how contingency management typically works in that very, very directed approach. It can also be things like you're seen less often when you're doing well. There are a number of ways to put it together, but really it's that sort of dollar gift card thing that is the best studied sort of construct. So when we look at contingency management versus cognitive behavioral approaches for stimulant-dependent individuals, during the study period, contingency management had better retention. Contingency management had better rates of decreased stimulant abuse, drug test negatives. But at the longer term results, so after treatment, now what happens? And this study went out for a year, okay? They had comparable outcomes, and there was no evidence of additive effects. So throwing the kitchen sink at, we tend to do this, right? Oh, we're going to give them this and this and this and this, and adding this did not improve outcomes. It just wasted resources, which is what the data are currently showing about adding third-party individualized counseling to buprenorphine treatment, right? It's not a necessity to improve outcomes. But also, the takeaway here, and these are my takeaways from the data at the bottom, is that treating a chronic brain disease with an acute care model does not produce long-term efficacy. I know I'm sounding very profound here with this, but now, what do we have problems with our contingency management? Well, the OIG right now has an open comment period on contingency management. They are proposing to allow a safe harbor protection from the anti-kickback statute, federal statute, for patient engagement tools and supports, but they have proposed to exclude cash, gift cards, and other cash equivalents. But it's the cash and gift cards and other cash equivalents that have the strongest database for working. So they would like comments on allowing these. There's the website if you'd like to go and make your comments. Now, here's my shameless plug, and she's already given me the 2-minute warning. ACM has developed standards of care, quality metrics, practice guidelines for medication treatment for opioid addiction. We are just completing standards practice guideline for alcohol withdrawal management. We still have too many people dying from alcohol withdrawal in this country. The development of a practice guideline for treatment of psychostimulant use disorder is a potential topic. So if it does emerge, ASAM would welcome any support from the FDA or other federal stakeholders to develop the document. Bottom line, we don't have infrastructure. We don't have enough treatment workforce that's there or trained workforce to do it, or programs that actually provide evidence-based care. We're not requiring evidence-based care to be provided. And so even if we do have a medication tomorrow for stimulant addiction, that doesn't mean our providers are going to be using them. They're not using the medications for alcohol, nicotine, and opioid addiction. That's my depressing talk. Thank you.
Well, maybe more than depressing, I think hopefully a good foundation for the rest of this session discussion. And I'll turn to Larissa first for comments.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Larissa Mooney. As was mentioned earlier, I'm an addiction psychiatrist at UCLA. I have treated many patients with stimulant use disorder, particularly methamphetamine use disorder is highly prevalent in California, where I practice, and I've been involved in clinical trials looking at behavioral and medication treatments for stimulant use disorder. And our panel is on the larger side, so I will keep my comments brief and really focused on 3 main points that I'll elaborate on. One, I want to reemphasize an issue that has been brought up by a couple of prior speakers, including Dr. Levin, really the need to focus on development of treatments that target co-occurring psychiatric disorders and symptoms that predispose individuals with stimulant use disorder to relapse. I think we need more attention in this area, and these individuals have very high rates of co-occurring disorders. Also interested in adapting behavioral treatments to this population and studying more combinations of behavioral treatments with some rationale, and also combining behavioral treatment with pharmacotherapy to see if there are more synergistic effects that may be present. Also, I think it will be really important to keep thinking about expansion of technology, technology-based interventions to facilitate dissemination of evidence-based behavioral interventions, such as CM, which we know has good evidence base, but can be difficult and challenging to implement in certain clinical settings. We really need more technology in general healthcare settings, and also for populations that may have more unique treatment barriers, such as rural communities. How can we use technology to really scale up treatment access and availability, and give general mental health, general primary care providers user-friendly tools? So I'm just going to mention a couple of studies that I've been involved in that some of the findings highlight some of these points. In an interesting study looking at an exercise intervention led by Dr. Rick Rawson at UCLA, we randomized individuals with methamphetamine use disorder to an 8-week exercise intervention versus health ed control, and this was administered during an inpatient residential stay, so adherence was pretty good. But what we learned was that we can get methamphetamine users to exercise pretty rigorously, and their health outcomes greatly improved after just 8 weeks. Interestingly, the exercise intervention was associated with significant reductions in depression and anxiety symptoms, and in those individuals who had less severe use at baseline, exercise was actually associated with reductions in relapse to meth use post-discharge from residential care up to 6 months later. Just interesting findings there. Also, in a mindfulness intervention study led by Dr. Suzette Glasner, also at UCLA, stimulant users were randomized to receive either MBRP, mindfulness-based relapse prevention, versus health ed on a CM, contingency management platform. And also in that study, the mindfulness intervention was associated with significant reductions in depression and anxiety, and in stimulant users who had elevated rates or severity of depression and anxiety at baseline, they were less likely to relapse to stimulant use if they received the mindfulness intervention. So, and my last point about technology is that, you know, we do have an emerging interest in use of telemedicine to increase access to treatment in rural communities and other settings, and also web and app-based delivery of evidence-based interventions. There are at least a couple of app-based interventions, including Reset, that incorporate some contingency management principles, but I would say there may be more that we could develop, and more adaptations for specific populations to really facilitate this delivery and make them user-friendly and accessible in rural communities and other general healthcare settings where access to specialty treatment providers may be limited. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Larissa. Covered a lot of ground there. Josh, I think you're next.
Yeah, thank you. So before I begin, I usually begin any sort of talk that I give, however brief, which I will be, with a brief land acknowledgement. So we're meeting on ancestral lands right now of the Nacotchtank people, and I just wanted to pay my respects to them. I'm the infectious disease guy in the room, I think. I was asked to talk about our treatment paradigms as it relates to co-occurring infectious diseases, as well as other comorbidities, and stimulant use disorder in general. We've covered mental health disorders, and I'm not an expert on that, and we've covered a little bit of cardiovascular disease as well. I'll focus a little bit on HIV, hepatitis C, and a very emerging problematic area, which is in the bacterial complications of injection drug use, specifically with stimulants. And this may get to one of the questions earlier, really early in the day, which was what are people dying of? And maybe we can talk a little bit about that. So just a few points. So, aside from the cardiovascular risks, I think that infectious diseases, the ones that I've mentioned, are at the top of the medical comorbidities. People with HIV who are using meth or cocaine have decreased odds of virologic suppression. People who are both HIV infected and uninfected who use meth, particularly MSM, are at high risk of actually sexually acquired hepatitis C. We've seen doubling in methamphetamine use among people with primary and secondary syphilis. And I believe in Washington State, there have been, it was a little while ago, but there was a case series of TB clusters amongst people who were using meth together. So I think that the two take-homes that I want to sort of wrap my head around are, one, that when we are able to engage people in care, in treatment and in care, however we want to say it, for either and both their stimulant use and their infectious diseases, they actually do well. So, and I wrote a couple notes that I have to remember. So, HIV-infected MSM who use meth, who are engaged in substance use treatment, have threefold greater odds of being adherent to ART, antiretroviral treatment, and maintaining viral suppression. But I think that the key there is that they're engaged in care. And this gets to one of my earlier comments, which is we have to sort of look beyond just the pill, and it's about also how do we, when we're structuring these trials and we're structuring our studies, how do we actually engage people in care? The same sorts of things have been seen in hepatitis C care, and I won't go into. But the difficult thing is that we're all species of priorities, and it's hard to engage people in care when you don't know where you're going to sleep, you don't know if your belongings are going to be taken away, and what we've seen is also cocaine use, methamphetamine use decreases PrEP adherence, pre-exposure prophylaxis, it decreases care engagement, decreases ART engagement, and so I think that instead of in an ID clinic where we see a lot of these co-occurring issues, we can't take one without the other. And I think that it actually goes beyond one without the other, and it's another and another and another. There's multiple layers to care and barriers to treatment in people with co-occurring medical comorbidities, least of which are some of these social and political determinants of health. So I think that any discussion, truly any discussion that we're going to have, really has to include those, taking into account how we structure studies and approach these issues, taking the larger context into account. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you very much for the comments. And next is Caleb.
Great, thank you. So I just want to share some additional data and also give you a sense of my background really quickly. I'm currently a health services researcher and epidemiologist, but when I trained and was doing my social work training in the mid-90s, I worked in a specialty addiction treatment program, a methadone clinic, and I worked in medical social work in the VA, and those are some systems of care where some people are able to access and stay in care, but not most. I think that's kind of important. My first experience working with people with methamphetamine use disorder was working with young MSM who inject methamphetamine to understand why they had a fourfold higher risk of HIV than MSM who did not inject methamphetamine. And I think one of the things I learned was how to use my social work skills, since we were doing 3-hour qualitative interviews with people with methamphetamine use disorder, so I got lots of practice there. But more importantly, what I learned was to understand the meaning and context and value of drugs in people's lives. And if you're not addressing those things, you're not going to address drugs, no matter what magic we're able to do to people's receptors in their brains. So I want to share 3 different things with you. I want to start with some syringe exchange program data we just wrapped up 2 weeks ago. They're still preliminary. Just to share with you, this is our 3rd round of a statewide syringe exchange survey that we've done since 2015. You can see here where we've done this. This reasonably aligns with where our population base is. This is almost 1,300 people at 24 syringe exchanges, Brief Street Intercept Survey, anonymous. And these are the types of places where we're doing syringe services work in Washington State, for instance, a van down by the river. And just to share with you as well, we have a population of almost 7 million, and we put out about 17 million syringes in Washington State each year. So are you able to advance? Great, thank you. So in this survey on the left side here, you'll see we just asked people which drugs they've used at all in the past 3 months. 2/3 are using meth and opioids. So for context, in Washington State, our best guess is that about 2/3 of methamphetamine users are smoking, and about 1/3 are injecting. And for heroin, about 1/3 are opioids, illicit opioids. About 1/3 are smoking, and 2/3 are injecting. So this is not representative of all methamphetamine users. So the majority of people are using meth and opioids. That's another 5-hour conversation about how and why they use those drugs together, but most are using both. Minority are using just methamphetamine or just opioids, and a small percent are using other drugs. That's mostly cocaine. This population, 2/3 are homeless or permanently housed. Over 1/3 have been incarcerated in a prior year. In the past 12 months, we asked people where did they get medical care. Only 18% said they did not need medical care in the last year. Most common was an emergency room with over half, almost a half in a primary care or provider's office. 1/4 were admitted to hospitals. People also got care at syringe exchanges and in jails. What's also important, we didn't ask it in this round, we asked it in a previous round. We asked people, did you need medical care in the last year and not get it? And 59% of people said that was the case for them, generally because of how they were treated by medical providers. They were treated very poorly. So if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. And my last slide, and I have a few other points. So I mentioned earlier, asking people if they want treatment, I have not found to be a very helpful question. So we've been asking, we've published a few papers on this. We asked people, are you interested in stopping or reducing your use? It's a very concrete question. And for methamphetamine use, this is the distribution. And what you can see here is, for those who say somewhat or very, you have definitely almost 2/3 of people say they want to stop or reduce their use. That's actually up from 2 years ago, what we saw, and still quite a bit lower than for opioid users, where it's 78% of people. And this is what I want to really impress upon you. We asked people the types of help you would want to reduce your stimulant use, methamphetamine use, assuming it was easy to get. Number 1 answer was a theoretical medication that may help reduce use. So people are in fact interested in that. Counseling with someone to help navigate services, and then detox, outpatient mental health medications to address their methamphetamine use, and so on. So it's not any one thing. And I think what we're hearing today is it's not any one thing, and I'll loop back to that in a minute, that it's not any one thing. So I'm going to switch topics just briefly and mention a care model that we're working on that I think is going to be a piece of the solution, and this actually has to do with opioid use disorder. We had a paper in Substance Abuse this summer. The first author is Julia Hood, and we actually what we did is we basically started offering buprenorphine same-day drop-in at syringe exchange services. With no preconditions around counseling or recovery support attendance, no preconditions around other substance use. We wanted to work with people, and so we invited them in to do that. People started lining up about 2 hours early within a few weeks. That program was full in 3 months. This initial pilot project had a statistically significant decrease in illicit opioid use per urines, had no change in methamphetamine use or benzodiazepine use in urines, but qualitatively people reported a reduction in methamphetamine use. So tremendous demand for care. Again, less than 1/3 of people were housed, so we're getting the most high needs people. We have preliminary evidence that shows that we're suppressing mortality, and we have an expected mortality rate in this population of about 6% annually, so it's a very high mortality rate. And then most importantly is the qualitative, is the anecdotal. And the nurse was sharing with me a story very early on in a program of a client who came in and she said, I relapsed last week, and normally when I relapse and I'm in treatment, I say, screw it, I'm out of here, I'm just going to keep using. And she actually said, I didn't keep using because I knew you wouldn't kick me out of care. Think about that. She didn't keep using because she knew she was not going to get kicked out of care. That is 180 degrees compared to what we're normally doing. So lastly, I just want to share, we held in Washington State methamphetamine symposium, a policy and research symposium in June. And we started off with people with lived experience. And what I really heard from them about what recovering from methamphetamine use disorder meant was it took 10 to 15 years, and it took people not giving up on them. And by the way, no thanks on all the punishment. That did not help. So people did want care, but they needed people not to give up on them, and that was really integral, I think, to what's important here, particularly since one of the other things, I don't know if that was that same paper from Dr. Volkan in 2001, cognitive impairment, decreased dopamine transporters in the brain, that lasts months, if not well over a year. So 12-week endpoints are really not going to be meaningful in that context. What I really think we want to do is figure out how to engage people in care where they are on their terms, retain them in care, not judge them. I jokingly say we kind of want to bubble wrap them for that year or two while their cognitive functioning returns. That bubble wrap might be a roof. It could be a lot of different things. But I also think some of the frequency with which people are incarcerated and arrested and also hospitalized, those are not unreasonable midpoints for clinical outcomes. I think we should really be looking at those. So I think just in closing, just want to mention, I think we need to really look at long-term engagement with folks. We don't know the right model of care. Care navigation is kind of a Rorschach test right now about what that is. But I think some way to engage people in a non-judgmental way that values them, keeps them coming back to care. I mean, if one thing is keeping them coming back to care and engaged in a way that's meaningful to them, there's a better chance they're going to end up with a life worth living. And I think that's important. I spend a lot of my time trying to keep people alive. My coworkers keep trying to remind me, say, that's great. It's going to really help if there also is a life worth living at the back end of that. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Caleb. Okay. Thank you. And next, Daniel.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daniel Raymond with the National Harm Reduction Coalition. So I'm going to drill a little deeper into harm reduction. For the purposes of this discussion, I want to suggest that harm reduction is a context of care before, during, and after episodes of treatment. But for some people who are marginalized from the healthcare and treatment system, it is their de facto standard of care. So in this country, at this point in 2019, using the model of certain services programs, such as the ones in Washington State that Caleb was referring to, I would say that comprehensive harm reduction programs, at a minimum, are providing access to sterile syringes, access to naloxone, the opioid overdose reversal medication, and some degrees of health education, referral, and ad hoc counseling. They may also provide other health services such as testing and vaccination. They might provide case management. But that's what they're doing at a minimum. And if we could classify them, there's probably roughly 400 across the country right now. I say comprehensive harm reduction programs rather than the narrower phrase certain services programs because in theory, all of our federally qualified health centers, all of our opioid treatment programs, all of our recovery community organizations, homeless outreach teams could end up meeting the criteria of comprehensive harm reduction programs, but at this point, most of them don't. But what do these programs seek to do? Kind of parallel to some of the principles around patient-focused drug development, there's some echoes there. That harm reduction starts with people's own goals, motivations, and priorities, which may include seeking treatment, which may include abstinence, but often generally reflects an ambivalence towards their substance use and some broader goals around things like family reunification, stable housing, reconnecting to education or employment, or more broadly, seeking a sense of place, purpose, participation. These programs are designed to think through how to achieve that, focusing on the quality of engagement with people, focusing on rapport, focusing on a primary lens that people are showing up at these programs profoundly stigmatized, that they've experienced a lot of external stigma which they've internalized, and that stigma in and of itself requires some kind of remediation or mitigation in order to form that connection. The other thing that harm reduction programs do is that they start off with the principle that if we're going to address the harms or the risks of harms that people are going through, that we need to understand, again, as Caleb mentioned, the meanings of drug use in their lives and the harms as they have hierarchicalized them, whether that's about overdose, whether that's about violence, whether that's whatever they're navigating in their life. And that drug use in that context becomes one of several tactics that people deploy for navigating trauma, homelessness, depression, stigma, isolation, criminalization. And that even people who meet the criteria for a substance use disorder still have some degree of exercising agency, and that their substance use choices become part of that, even under the shadow of aspects that might feel like compulsion. And so if we're looking at managing or taking away or subtracting some of the substance use, we have to recognize the factors that people are using tactically to navigate other threats, other risks, other harms in their lives. I want to talk briefly about a couple of things that we've done at the National Harm Reduction Coalition to better understand and support programs that are trying to engage people who are using substances, stimulants, and in this case, I'm going to focus primarily on methamphetamine. So a couple of years ago, we recognized we were seeing from our own communities and hearing from some of our key partners like the Counter Narrative Project, like BEAM, that there was patterns of increase among Black and Latino, gay and bisexual men of methamphetamine use. And this has been a population that had been relatively ignored and neglected, not just in the epidemiology or the research literature, but also popular literature. And so we worked with our partners and we did some focus groups, we did some interviews, we did a survey to better understand what this looked like through the lens of Black and Latino, gay and bisexual men. And these were men who were navigating racialized social and sexual landscapes that were sometimes facilitated and sometimes disrupted by their methamphetamine use. And when they talked about what their primary concerns were, they did not first list addiction or stimulant use disorder as their primary issue. They did not list health issues, such as ones that Josh was referring to as their primary concern. These were in there, but it was primarily around social risks, which they described as around safety, as around intimacy, support, and loss of control, as the primary things that they were struggling to navigate. These dominated over health concerns, and they also reported that they had negative experiences with the healthcare system and healthcare professionals when they were trying to get help and support. The good news is that they had more positive responses from case managers at community-based organizations. And so we laid out some of our findings from that in a bit of a roadmap for providing better support for people using stimulants in this community. We also, several years ago, recognized that in the midst of heightened attention borne out by the epidemiology to opioid overdose, that there was a lack of discussion about the consequences of overdose or drug poisoning amongst stimulant users, both methamphetamine and cocaine users. And so one of my former colleagues did some qualitative work in San Francisco to understand why that was. And a couple of things surfaced from that. One is that people understood and saw what an opioid overdose was, and they said, I don't experience that on stimulants, but they did talk about patterns that may have been in terms of physical symptoms like hyperthermia or psychological symptoms like profound anxiety that we decided to call following their usage overamping. And that many people had these experiences. We subsequently did some focus groups in New York City where about a third of stimulant users reported these experiences. And we put together some information and resources about recognizing overamping, about managing it, where you needed to call for medical intervention, where you could self-manage with some support, some risk factors, and that's become an important point of entry into conversations with people who use stimulants and the people who are connecting to them in various capacities, such as outreach workers, about understanding and navigating some risks. And so I want to kind of put that together and say that in the context of thinking about both what the existing community standard of care is, where the gaps are, and how development of novel medications might play into this, that again from a harm reduction perspective, and it's somewhat similar to a public health lens, that with or without significant reductions in substance use as the primary metric, or abstinence as the ultimate goal, that we do think that there are opportunities to reduce harm and impact of stimulants in the lives of people who are using them, and that we expect that as these medications get developed, we want to think about how they can be relevant to, say, these the men that we talked to for our Blueprint project, the Black, Latino, gay, and bisexual men, to the homeless stimulant users and the stimulant users involved with sex work in New York City that we did focus groups with. And that their goals need to have some kind of bearing in the context of thinking through patient-reported outcomes of what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for great comments. So just summarizing briefly, Kelly started out by highlighting how we are definitely not there yet in terms of reliable, evidence-based, effective treatment paradigms for this population with stimulant use disorder. Not there yet in terms of evidence-based treatments that work, or in general combination treatments that work and take account of the patient's or the individual's phenotype and context and goals, and not there yet in terms of even effectively treating stimulant use disorder as the chronic condition that it is, with a lot of focus on acute treatments. That said, you heard a lot from the panel about some very promising directions that get away from that model and are much more person-centered around goals, are more longitudinal, and create some capacity, as you heard from Caleb and Daniel, to collect better evidence on what's really working for these populations. And I do want to leave a few minutes, and for those of you who do have comments on this topic, please start making your way to the microphone in just a minute. I want to leave a few minutes for that, but we'd just like to go down the panel for any further reactions or comments, particularly on the topic of what can be done. You've seen the discussion questions we had for this session. What can be done to improve this infrastructure for treatment, and also hopefully do it in a way, as we heard from Caleb and Daniel, that facilitates better evidence development related to the treatments and the endpoints that matter for people. So any priorities that you'd like to highlight for creating a more effective environment, not just for treatment paradigms, but also for developing better evidence on what works.
Sure. So
Right.
there we go. Sure. So really the first thing I think we need to do is to make some standards across the board, because we are not able to right now, when people are going to kinds of treatment, know what they're even getting. And to do that, we actually had to require it in this country. I mean, it used to be that hospitals did not use psychiatric medications until a lawsuit happened, which really established a duty to treat as an ethical requirement, a medical legal requirement. What we have not done, we don't have this infrastructure yet, but we're not going to get this infrastructure if we don't start requiring it. We need to stop paying for treatments that don't work. Some of the treatments that we are providing are harmful, as you've just heard. We need to demand that treatment programs utilize evidence-based treatments and standardize what that looks like across. So we've got some infrastructure upon which to analyze any data without the incredible confounds that we have in place currently.
Thank you. Larissa?
I agree with everything that's been said by Dr. Clark, and I'll also suggest that, to the extent that treatment programs tend to have some sort of program, and that's how you get what you get. You sign up to the program, and to the extent that we can individualize and tailor our treatments and actually think about the psychiatric comorbidity or meeting people where they're at, and not just a one-size-fits-all and dictated by the program's structure, but instead by individualized treatment decisions. I think that will be very helpful. And as we do look at expansion of technology-based delivery of treatments, in addition to studying abstinence-based endpoints and other clinical endpoints of interest, just how much does this facilitate initiation and retention and treatment? Are major issue with treatment of methamphetamine, cocaine use disorder, but also other substance use disorders is retaining people in treatment. And so just with the chronic illness model, how much are these treatments facilitating retention?
Excuse me. So I'll just expand just a brief moment on what Dr. Clark said, which I wholeheartedly agree with. And while we are sort of building the infrastructure and making these demands, I think that there are lessons to be learned from what has worked, specifically since we're talking about so many comorbid medical comorbidities, psychiatric comorbidities, and then social comorbidities. One thing that we've seen has worked out of the opioid use disorder treatment paradigm is the co-location of care. So while I agree that that an individualized infrastructure is necessary and vital, we can learn a lot from co-locating resources to address whether it's trauma that's underlying the stimulant use disorder. We can learn a lot by co-locating treatment for depression or anxiety. Caseworkers, this doesn't have to be just an HIV doctor co-locating ART with buprenorphine. This can be the co-location of a case manager who's helping with the housing process along with the evidence-based treatments that we have and that we're developing.
Thank you. Caleb?
So I think a big piece of this is that we don't have any one thing that works. We don't have anything as close to a silver bullet as we do for agonist medications for opioid use disorder, which are still don't work for everybody, and you still have to figure out how to have a life worth living even after that. They just give you a really stable footing. And I think that's what we're really struggling is, what is that really stable footing that we can get people on for a couple of years while we do a bunch of trial and error? Whether it's psychosocial interventions or whether it's medication interventions. And by the way, are those things going to work better when people have their basic needs met? We're really kind of missing that, right? You have people in complete chaos and like, well, this medication didn't work. It's like, what medication is going to work in complete chaos? That seems not logical or insane. So I think it really is, how do we hold people's hands for a couple of years through this process in a respectful way while we can do trial and error? Because again, we've been working, and I'm sure we'll find some things, and we'll hopefully be able to do better treatment matching eventually based on some magical medical things you all are going to do. But until that magical day happens, we have a lot of people using a lot of methamphetamine out there. And I think we really need to figure out how to retain them in some sort of care. I wouldn't even call it treatment. I would get it having some person with some knowledge of systems and resources and services in the community who can keep that person coming back over and over and over again as we try stuff and be respectful and treat them well. I think that'll go well if you treat people well, and that is often not our current systems of care. And I say that as a health services researcher, that our systems of care don't want most of these people, and guess what? Therefore, the people don't want them. So I don't think that's going to get fixed quickly, so I think we do have to rethink about where we're delivering services. I think harm reduction programs are an incredibly valuable place to do this work. People want to do this work, and so I will use that as a segue to hand over to Dana.
Great.
Well, I strongly disagree, Caleb. No, I would kind of build off of that by saying that I think that we need to take a dual lens of not just strengthening the kind of clinical care infrastructure and workforce, but non-clinical spaces of care that can include harm reduction programs as well as recovery support, recovery community organizations. And I want to make a particular pitch that as we think this through, that we need to be looking at what we heard this morning about the growth of methamphetamine use in rural areas of the country. And we see this, whether it's, we see this on the West Coast, the Southwest, the Midwest, the Appalachian region, that a lot of these areas do not have friendly neighborhood academic hospital or integrated care center, and that they have relatively weak public health infrastructure, and they do have some networks of community groups, they do have some networks of faith organizations, and we need to think about that place that people can go, as Caleb said, where they can access some kind of support, perhaps some kind of navigation, and ideally some kind of community. And that if it's some kind of connection to telemedicine or some other infusion of clinical services, that we need that foundation to make the clinical side work.
Great. Thank you all very much. Now, we do have a couple of minutes if there are any comments or questions from those of you who are here with us today on this topic of current treatment paradigms and how to build on them. It's a challenging topic, and I do appreciate the effort for of the panelists to help tee up some very useful directions forward. So thank you all very much for your perspectives this afternoon. It's been a really interesting panel. Thank you. And we're going to go right on into our fifth session on future direction. So I'd like to ask our panelists for session 5 to head on up here to the front while I introduce them on stage. We're going to wrap up today with a session to build on the themes that we've heard about today, as well as to identify some key areas for future research. So I think that was a nice transition from current paradigms. We can put that together with what you heard about earlier today on research opportunities and ways to support more efficient and effective research in this area. That's what we really want to focus on here. So we're going to we're rejoined by a number of people, also joined by Kurt Rasmussen, who's director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences at the National Institute on Drug Abuse, as well as backup Kathy Carroll from Yale School of Medicine, Kelly Clark from the American Society of Addiction Medicine, Phil Rutherford from Faces and Voices of Recovery, and Marta Sokolowska, who again is the Associate Director for Controlled Substances at the Center for Drug Development and Research, Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. So we're going to start out just with some reactions from you to what you've heard today. Not very specific guidance from me, but we're looking to you all to help us think about future directions in this challenging but increasingly urgent area of public health need. So Kurt, starting with you.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mark. Thanks for coming. Nice to be here today. Thanks for the invitation. I'm going to put another card on the table that hasn't been introduced too much in the discussion today. I think it'd be useful. In terms of directions forward, I've got a list here of potential new medications, new mechanisms of action that could all be useful. It would need to be empirically determined, of course, but would be worth investigating, and I could go through these. But how do we get these potential new treatments to patients? And I think we all agree that we need new treatments, and there's unlikely to be a panacea, especially for any addiction or stimulant use disorder. And I would advocate that we need multiple treatment options, multiple medications that can be used in different ways with different patients, because as we heard earlier, an individualized patient treatment approach is needed. So, in addition to medications, we need devices and psychosocial interventions. So how do we do that? One potential way to do it, I think, is to get the private sector more involved. We have some representatives here from companies, but we have components of our economic system, our society, whose job it is to develop new treatments for diseases. Now, they have not typically been focused on addiction. And there are reasons for that. There are business reasons for that. Typically, addiction is not going to be as profitable as new oncology treatment. So the private sector has avoided addiction for a number of reasons. But interestingly, because of the other topic that was brought up today, the co-occurrence, the comorbidity between addiction and mental health disorders, which is a bit of an artificial distinction, mental health issues and addiction. I think similar brain pathways are involved. But because of that, many companies develop new medications for psychiatric indications like schizophrenia and depression. companies come and go from the psychiatric disorders, and some of them are in development, some are not. Many of them are parked. So how do we get them to pay attention to addiction? I think we can do that. I think we can help do that. I think we can serve as, NIDA is trying to serve as a catalyst to do that, and we can give them incentives. Because companies don't do addiction because they're evil and greedy. They do it because their fiduciary responsibility is to their stockholders. So the best investment of their money is oncology and diabetes, because that's where the biggest return on investment. So how can we give, and we got this huge public health burden that's not being addressed by a large section of the private sector. So I think if we be the nexus between those areas, we can do that. So how do we do that? How can we give incentives? What will it take? There's a couple of very simple incentives that could work, and we can spend 3 or 4 hours talking about this. But one thing that the FDA could do, and this may take legislation, is use similar things that have incentives that have worked in other areas. So things like, and when I talk to businesses, the first thing you want to hear, a voucher priority review. Give them. That brings them to the table. That changes the whole dialogue. Oh, you'll do that for addiction? Let's talk. Exclusivity extensions, tax credits for the money they make on things that treat addiction. I've got a whole laundry list of things here that our group has put together that could be addressed to help give incentives to the private sector. Because I've got this list of medications, and guess what? Most of these are already in development, already in people for other indications. One of the ones I'm most excited about is a TAR1 agonist, 5-HT1A agonist, that a company has in development for schizophrenia. It's got priority review for schizophrenia. It's in phase 3. Beautiful phase 2 data. I know doesn't always carry through, but so we approached that company, and guess what? They're interested in addiction. They'll play with us. That's a bit unusual, but that's great. But there's other companies with compounds that we just need to help redirect it. We just have to make it worth their while. And I think we can get there. NIDA can serve as a catalyst because we have non-dilutive funding, otherwise known as grant money. You go to them and you say, this isn't grant money, this is non-dilutive funding. And they go, oh, there's nobody who doesn't like non-dilutive funding. And we can add data. We can say, well, we'll test your compound in addiction for free. And we think that's a good use of the taxpayer money because remember, we've got this huge, huge public health problem that the private sector is not necessarily addressing for business reasons. So I think if we put the right incentives and work as a catalyst, we can break the logjam. And a lot of those compounds that are already in people, already in development, we could get them redirected for addiction, and there's enormous hope out there. So I just want to throw that into the mix. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Kurt. Great comments. Next, Kathy.
I want to put on my clinician hat. I talked about outcomes today, but I've been working in this field for a long time, and I want to echo, I think I say it in a much blunter way than Kelly does, but we have to stop wasting billions of dollars every year on stupid stuff that doesn't work. And if we could take a fraction of that and move it to getting people to the evidence-based treatments that we have, I think we'd really have something. And I think we do have to change what the treatment system looks like. People don't want to come to specialty care. What do they get at specialty care? They don't get offered medications that work. They don't get offered, a menu. They don't get a comprehensive assessment. They get a lot of assessment, but nobody does anything with the assessment. I think it's absolutely criminal and I don't know another field where we say we treat people, but there's no ongoing assessment, there's no management of care, there are no rules to say that if something's not going well, you have to do this other thing. So, I'm not quite sure how we're going to shift that, but enough of us are starting to say this that it may happen. And listen, the other thing I've been doing is after having manualized therapies and made training videos and trained hundreds of thousands of clinicians and manualized 12-step, we are not going to get clinicians to do these evidence-based therapies unless there's some incentives for them to do it and some accountability, which is why I went to technology. So spend 20 years developing CBT for CBT,
it outperforms standard outpatient treatment. Well, that's not a really hard bar, let me tell you. It's effective, it's durable, it's far cheaper than other kinds of treatment. We are getting it out there, so it's in 25 states in Canada. But one thing is we may have to think differently about some of these treatments. When we had an initial discussion with FDA, and I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this because the way I manage my conflict of interest is to stay away from us. But when you go for FDA approval for these devices, there's two ways you can get them out there: a physician prescription or over the counter. And that's tough because that makes a barrier. Over the counter for CBT doesn't work because we want to assess people. We know they have comorbidity. We want to know that that's the right level of care for them. We want to have it, we want to have a clinician in, managing the care. Managing the care over time is really, really important. So the over-the-counter thing doesn't work. The FDA way for managing these technology devices is that it has to be prescribed by a physician and delivered by a pharmacist. That's a huge barrier. It's not a barrier if we're doing it in buprenorphine programs or we're doing it in primary care, where we are very successfully. No problem there. But that's not going to work when you're delivering CBT for CBT in the black churches. That's not going to work in most treatment programs. So if there's a different way to think about this, and we've gone to CMS, but it's a complicated thing because the last thing CMS wants to do is get into the business of approving or disapproving the 100,000 apps that are out there, hundreds of thousands of them. So I think we have to find a way to distinguish those that are truly evidence-based, that are based on something that they don't just say they're a thing, they are a thing. And I'd like us to consider that because it's sort of a strange new world, and I know it's going to take us some time to do it. But I think technology. Who are the first people to pick up CBT for CBT? The First Nation people, the Native American communities, the places that we're talking about, the rural places where people have no services, and it's something better. It's far better than nothing. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks very much. And Kelly?
Wow, okay, so I've got Titanic background, and I'm from the upper Midwest, and it's rare I find somebody who's more blunt than me, so thank you, Kathleen, I appreciate that. Just back to Kurt's comment, I think the business incentives are going to be really important. I know David Ridley at the Fuqua School at Duke has written a lot on these kinds of issues, but how to get medications into the marketplace using these kinds of incentives is absolutely critical. There is regarding what agents to look at, there is an enormous amount of stigma from the addiction treatment providers against using medication. I don't mean doctors. So there are addiction physician specialist physicians, but I mean the totality of the provider groups. So if I had options of what to do, even though as Dr. Levin said, and as Dr. Bazaga was saying at ISAM, certainly higher doses of amphetamines have been found to be useful for cocaine disorder. If there's an option to not use a stimulant agonist, it would have a substantially better uptake and be actually utilized by providers more commonly. We suffer from a lack of utilization of our medications for alcohol use disorder, primarily because what they really do is decrease number of drinks per day and decrease numbers of drinking days, which saves a lot of liver cells, brain cells, and motor vehicle accidents, but it doesn't do that gold standard in people's heads about, will you never ever drink again? Okay, so we have a huge amount of educating the entirety of the market about what is the disease of addiction, what are reasonable outcomes, what should people expect out of treatment, and et cetera, before people would actually sort of get with it to engage appropriately with this. And I would say, yet again, at the height of the AIDS epidemic, CDC sent a mailer to every residential address in this country talking about HIV and AIDS. And we have not done this for addiction. And so people are not understanding this is a brain disease. There are doctors who can treat this. There are medications that can be treated. There are evidence-based approaches and non-evidence-based approaches. And what is it they should be looking at and asking for? That still has not occurred, and I think educating the market is going to be necessary here. The comorbidity issue, particularly around making the value proposition, is extremely important because it's not just about HIV and hepatitis C and there to make that value prop to the pharmacy benefit manager. they own the risk, they own the spend for those medications as well as for the medications for opioid addiction. But where they don't own the spend is this emerging and enormously expensive issue that's associated with stimulants and opioids related to IV drug use, because the number of people who are sitting for months in our hospitals because they've got infected heart valves, infected bones, infected soft tissue because of injection use is enormous. I live in Kentucky. This is a huge issue. I've heard of this as in huge issues in areas around the country. That benefit will go to the medical side, and so there has to be some upstream value proposition in there as well to the purchasers and the medical plans. Clear concepts. Recovery is not the same thing as remission. Both are really great goals. They're really different goals. Peer support is not treatment. They're both really important, but they're not the same thing. I get concerned sometimes that we're using this concept of social determinants of health to further stigmatize people who've got addictive disease. That this is entirely a social determinants of health issue, and we need to focus our resources on basic needs. And the truth is, if you're a kid and have asthma and you live within a mile of an interstate, the best intervention we can provide for you is to get your family an air conditioner and close your windows. So social determinants of health are the same no matter what kinds of issues we're dealing with chronic disease management. Let's not focus, and I'm not saying that, what I'm saying is you're not controlling your sugar and your asthma when you're homeless and taking your PrEP when you're homeless and don't know when your next meal is, but that's not unique to substance use disorders, and let's not use that instead of looking at other pieces of care and treatment. And that there is specialty care that you can work with on this. There are doctors that specialize here. Please use us. One of the questions in the piece on this is around improving retention. And what I presented earlier is, look, contingency management shows improved retention. Matrix model, engaging in this kind of treatment improves retention. Utilizing those things that we know improve retention as we're building and layering in medications just makes sense to me on that. And, okay, finally. In terms of outcomes, we have really good markers for what we were looking at before, right? Decreased disease-related morbidity, mortality, total cost of care, and improved functionality. And those markers for us are utilization of emergency departments, involvement in the criminal justice system, and involvement in the workforce or school force. So if we are looking at, are we really making a difference? What are we looking at? What are the outcomes that we're looking at? Those are the markers for people who are actually having improvements and decreased risks for those things that I mentioned earlier. The same way that our goal is not really to decrease hemoglobin A1C for people with diabetes, it's really to keep them from losing their feet. But we use a marker. Those are markers we have. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. And Phil?
Thanks. I'm thinking about, and as far as the sort of clinical answer for what we should do with treatment, I'll leave that to far better qualified folks than me. I'm thinking about something a gentleman in the previous session said. He mentioned treating people in the midst of chaos. And I think I'm looking at the title here on the slide, and it's future directions. And I think the thing that is on my mind as we talk about all of these things is that whatever we do here and whatever comes of this, I think it's critical that we remember that we're talking about people in a time of chaos. And that, and I think I was stricken today as I looked at all the numbers and the charts and all of that. I understand why we need to do that. That's how we use good evidence to make data, but it felt a little bit antiseptic. It felt a little stiff. So part of me wants to make sure that we remember that we're talking about real life human beings with real life little kids that aren't going to do well if we don't get this right. So that's part of my thought. The other thought is I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, you mentioned stigma specifically of clinicians, but I think in general, earlier I was thinking financial people talk about the hidden hand of the market, right? I think Adam Smith said that. But the hidden hand of stigma is all over this. The problems, the reason that people won't seek treatment, the people that don't stay in treatment, the people who won't admit they have an illness. No answer is complete without some work towards stigma. I don't believe a treatment answer or a future direction for treatment is complete without some attention to stigma, to your point of sending something to every household. I think that that's appropriate, because until we address that, we still have this bottleneck of people that have the illness but won't come forward out of shame. So it's super important that we consider both that we're dealing with human beings and that we're fighting stigma.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Next, Marta.
So about 6 months ago, so when we thought about putting together this meeting, we realized that the stimulants use has very much changed. The crisis within the country has been changing, the patterns have been changing, and it was important to learn how different it is and what do we have to learn and what can we do to help move it forward. I think that this meeting really helped me, and from my understanding, many of my colleagues, to really get a better understanding of some of the challenges that are being faced. And having this discussion really reinvigorated some of the action points for us. There are a lot of things that then we can think moving forward of what we can do. Starting with prescription stimulants abuse. Again, there's a lot of information that we knew before. There were a lot of, especially during the first panel, discussions regarding the use. But at the same time, Dr. Levin made a very good point, very critical point, that we all remember that there are two sides to this issue. We have those who desperately need the medication for ADHD or hyperactivity, and we need to make sure that those people who need the medication, who are properly diagnosed, that they get that. While at the same time, we also think, what are the actions that we can put in place to make sure that this medication are properly being, are not being diverted, are not being misused. So this is definitely something that we can work on, and reviewing the 1,400 comments, as Dr. Throckmorton mentioned, based on that were submitted to the docket regarding stimulants abuse, prescription stimulants abuse, and the need for abuse deterrent formulation will definitely be important, in addition to this meeting, in guiding us how to address this issue, because this is something that as FDA we definitely can do and will try to do to address it. But that doesn't take away from the fact that obviously throughout this day, there have been so many great comments and so many great points being brought up regarding development and treatment of stimulant use disorder. It's bottomless, almost what it feels like. And there's definitely a lot that I've learned. Discussion regarding the endpoints was very important. Treatment of the patient as a whole, not just one aspect at a time, especially because it is such a complex issue. I always say if someone thinks that addiction can be solved with one treatment or with one solution, they do not understand this issue. So first of all, thank you very much for the voice of the patient. I think this is very important. We'll want to continue that discussion with our patient-focused drug development meeting in March. And I hope whoever has the opportunity to speak with others who are in fact impacted by this disease will be able to provide us even more comments during the meeting. It's important we understand their viewpoints when we are developing and we are thinking about the endpoints. And Dr. Celia made great points putting forward why we are open to a lot of different endpoints. Provide us justification why, and us with the guidance for development of opioid use disorder, we already specifies we are very much open to explore different endpoints, not only abstinence. I think technology is a way to go. I believe most of us have some sort of device on us. Many people in recovery have devices on them. And there's plenty of research showing that they are utilizing social media and other forms of apps that potentially could help them. Hearing some of the concerns regarding the delivery of this technology is very useful because that's something that we can take to and discuss it further. Real-world evidence, I think that's very much untapped territory for us. And more information, registry studies. There are plenty of different options that potentially could help us with getting informed regarding what works and what doesn't. One group that is not in here represented is the payers. We have had some mentions of the payers. I think that they are critical components. We can have the best treatments ever. If there's no reimbursement, the impact will be limited. That's what we are hearing with opioid use disorder. We have effective treatment, FDA-approved treatment, multiple treatment, yet we still have limitation in access or in direction of treatment. So developing treatment is one thing and getting FDA approval, but making sure that this treatment can get to patients, that's key, because otherwise we all failed, no matter how many clinical trials we run, how many drugs we have approved. And regarding the expedited programs, thank you for mentioning that. We have a number of different programs. So nobody questions that stimulant use disorder or addiction is a serious disease, serious condition. We have fast track, breakthrough, accelerated approvals, priority reviews already put in place, and there are guidances. If anyone needs any more information on that, we are happy to provide. You mentioned some additional potential pathways. It can be definitely explored, but we already have a number of those put in place to really, because we really understand that there is a great need for development of treatments in this space.
Great. Thank you, Marta, and actually all the panelists for a very comprehensive review of the wide range of comments that have come in today. I do want to, again, note that this is a time for, if you all have other comments or things you'd like to be sure FDA hears about as part of their effort to really listen here. There will be the patient-focused drug development meeting coming up in March of 2020. But while we're here together, focusing on these broad set of issues related to developing therapies for people with stimulant use disorders, this would be a good time to make your way to the microphone. Just to summarize a few of the themes that I heard in this very challenging but increasingly urgent area of public health need related to improving outcomes for, as Phil and others have put it, people that are often living in chaos and facing a care system that often delivers ineffective treatments in a fragmented way on top of having to deal with stigma. There clearly is a lot of challenges in the way for improvement. But we heard about some promising directions today, well summarized on this panel, including number one, there may not be some silver bullet treatment options out there that could be developed, but there are a lot of potential treatments that could make a difference in this condition. Kurt mentioned a number of drugs in development, including some with already approved or in development for other mental health conditions. We heard from, I think, Kelly, you reiterated this, and Kathy, but on previous panels, the opportunities for evidence-based apps, technology-enabled treatments to complement the medications and complement some of the other technologies or treatments, CBT, CM, that may be difficult to make widely available. Kelly, you had a call for treatment options other than stimulant agonists, if we can get there. So a range of potential treatment options that could be pulled forward. Second, we've talked about steps to encourage product developers to get into this space, including maybe some of the traditional drug developers, but also maybe technology companies, others that are interested in improving health outcomes for this condition. Both a number of steps like the expedited pathways and breakthrough pathways available at FDA, as well as interest from a number of other agencies, including NIDA. I would just add that from my impression of congressional and other public health interests in this topic, I think more of those opportunities will hopefully be coming. Third, support for the development of better systems of chronic care for people with stimulant use disorder, or at least chronic engagement and some kind of support for these individuals. We've seen a lot of examples, or heard about a lot of examples of these kinds of programs are very well represented at the meeting today, leading to fourth in terms of, I think, Marta, you mentioned this too, the way that we pay matters, and I think there are some opportunities for engaging health plans, community organizations, including those who are dealing with social factors that influence influence a broad range of health outcomes, including outcomes for this condition, to get them more engaged. Those organizations are already providing an opportunity to develop real-world evidence. We heard about that from Phil in terms of real-world lived experience. We heard it from our previous panelists in terms of the capacity to do empirical studies on populations who are staying with these programs over time. So some opportunities for building up our research infrastructure there. And finally, around the outcome measures, keeping in mind that what really matters for people are the outcomes that improve their function, improve their lived experience, but some surrogates for that, including total cost of care, emergency department utilization, criminal justice engagement, workforce engagement, and even in the shorter term, FDA's openness to additional surrogate endpoints, even in the shorter term for studies, to abstinence that would include surrogate endpoints related to reduced use. So lots of steps here to build on, but no question, a very challenging area. And I want to thank all of you for putting the time and effort in today to help FDA think about the ecosystem and the environment out there to make more rapid progress. Before we close, I would like to ask those of you who are here who have some further comments or thoughts to help FDA move forward, to help all of us move forward in addressing these challenges, to let us know about them. We have a little bit of time made available for this, and please let us know who you are when you make your comment or question.
Sure. Hi. Is this on? Do you have to do something? Okay. Jody Green from Inflection. And I think that the part that stands out to me at the end of this day, which many of us have been to several meetings of the same nature, is the specific next steps. And it seems like until there is a true agreed upon measure of success or target, it's going to be very difficult to design studies. It's going to be very difficult to say what works and doesn't work if we don't know what we're trying to get to. So in other areas, like with the opioids, I think it was the CCALC group or other ones that actually came together as a public-private partnership to really put some definitions and some standards and some expectations around what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And obviously that's a pretty urgent task if we are planning to make any progress in terms of treatment options or medications or even design of clinical studies. So I would just kind of urge the group, are there any specific things or logistical things we can do to really clarify that so we're all aiming at the same target?
Any comments that the group would like to add to that? I agree, and there are some successful models from opioid use disorder that have catalyzed some further progress around treatments and support for product developers in this space. Yeah.
I mean, I would say the PCOAT model, if that's what I heard you refer to, that was ASAM and the American Medical Association coming together to say, this is how we could imagine a bundled payment for these elements of care in this way but it's not the same as what is the outcome that we're looking for. And I think your question was more specifically about what is that outcome? What is our definition of success? And I don't think we have anywhere near an agreed upon definition yet, to your point.
Thank you. Yeah, she's pushing you on, okay, what's the next step on getting those, getting more consensus around those feasible and meaningful outcome measures. Yeah.
Peter Gomon from the Office of National Drug Control Policy. So one thing I've been having a hard time getting my mind around, and certainly not knowing much about clinical trials, not being a researcher or a clinician per se, is what the challenge would be around identifying outcomes related to reduction in the number of DSM criteria met for stimulant use disorder. For example, somebody goes from 8 to 4 to 3, and you may or may not have a period of X length of abstinence during that window. Why do you need the window of abstinence? Is there some empirical foundation that we have that says that this period of abstinence is more strongly correlated with the positive outcome than, or are we just assuming that the abstinence is the outcome? Just from a recovery perspective, one would say that the outcome is improved health, wellness, improved satisfaction of life, improved social engagement, sense of self-efficacy, et cetera, these other things, and they may be consequent to being able to abstain, but that's a second question.
Yeah. Kathy, you talked a bit earlier about some of the correlation between measures of steps towards abstinence, if not complete abstinence, and their association with things like with dimensions of improved function. You want to add to that?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think it's very exciting work, and the alcohol field is a bit ahead of us in this. That they've been able to show that this drop in steps and severity is associated with clear health outcomes. So I think the drug abuse field is a little earlier on, so it's going to take us a while to get those data. But the illicit nature of substance use makes it really complicated.
Yes.
I just lost a very successfully treated person with cocaine use disorder who had clearly reduced use and everything was fine. He had a toothache, he borrowed an OxyContin, it was laced with fentanyl, and he's gone. So, so are we going to find a safe level of use of stimulants? So that's what we're up against. And, and then I think, Celia exhibited some surprise that we could see that much change over a time period. So again, I think we have to put as much time into validating these outcomes as we did into developing this criteria. What would be an instrument to doing that? Is it reliable? Is it valid? And what health outcomes is it associated with? So it's just, I think it's a great idea. The devil's going to be in the details.
Yes.
And that's actually, so if I could just piggyback on that. So I'm a psychiatrist, so the way we diagnose this is here's your checklist, right? And is there a difference when we're looking at how's your depression doing? We're also looking at, okay, your sleep disturbance went from you were sleeping 5 hours to now you're sleeping 6.5. This is great. It's not 8. Where does that float in this? And that gets to that instrument construct, which also goes back to the, it's not, we're not treating just a drug in the urine kind of idea. So yes, you're having problems at school and work, but it's less than you were having before. Is that not meaningful? So instead of sort of that binary kind of, do you have this or not on the checklist, some kind of an instrument, and still those signs and symptoms, particularly since tolerance and withdrawal is part of that, that's got to correlate with, some meaningful outcomes.
And just to push on this, I think your question a little bit more is that, well, we have ways of measuring, urine tests and so forth. If what matters is improved function, why not go directly to that? How close are we to a reliable measure of improvement in DSM criteria that could be replicable, could be a basis for, could be collected reliably enough in these relevant populations to be a basis for a regulatory decision? That's challenging, but appreciate any comments on that.
No, I was just going to say that we use something called recovery vital signs, and it's not double-blind or placebo-controlled. I'm not even sure I know what that means, but it is. It is an index of things like the social determinants of health, like recovery capital, like there are a couple of evidence-based practices that we use to measure people on a visit-by-visit basis, and we track that over time. So it is possible to do. Now, would that meet scrutiny of the FDA? Probably not, but it's a pathway at least, and so it's kind of it's sort of our religion, right? What is this person's recovery vital signs? What are they? And are we seeing improvement over a 6, 12, 18-week period? And if we're not, then what we do is we say, okay, maybe they don't have the right person, so we move the person, or maybe they don't have the right type of treatment, so we move them to a different area and then give them a different type of provider. So.
What I was just going to add is that, you know, in the old days, the ADHD literature used to use CGIs, which were clinician global improvement. If somebody got a 1 or a 2, you know, very much improved or, you know, totally improved or whatever, that was good enough. And then we sort of moved away from it into instruments and this and that. And I think that's sort of, we're still doing it in our trials, but it's never our primary outcome of just asking the clinician, you're in the gestalt of the patient, and part of it I sort of thought was funny, Kathleen, because in terms of assessing drug use, we went with 75% reduction as very much improved, so that sort of there's a clinician kind of thing, and I guess you need something that's more objective, otherwise it may not get through you know, the rigor of what we do in clinical trials, but it was a very meaningful outcome that we used to use.
Yeah, no, we did, you know, but it was somehow subjective, and subjective is bad. But, you know, the reason that the person came to treatment in having improvement in you know, they're working, they're not in jail, they're contributing to society, and they're not at the emergency room. I mean, we actually look at those kinds of things in all of our trials. It's just, you know, when you got to write that grant in that 12 pages and you got to say what your primary endpoint is, you know, we're all back to...
Don't say CGI.
Not that, but, you know, at some point it's probably be like 75% urine and, you know, a 2-step reduction on the DSM criteria. That's, you know, we can validate that. We could start with somewhere and, you know, getting enough people to start doing this. You know, so I'm just here advocating that people come up with some sort of repeated measure of, you know, is the disorder changing? Because we need to know that.
Kurt, please.
Yeah, CGI, that's very important. One of the issues, though, is in our current healthcare system, which may be changing, but as it is now, CGI, an insurance company is not going to care. You'll have to show the insurance company how it's saving money.
And it's 3 times on investment. That was a wake-up call to me when we met with an insurance company who's doing it. They want at least a 3 times return on their investment.
So how does that work with those hepatitis C drugs? How does that work with any other disease state other than a psychiatric or an addiction disease state? This is a parity issue and needs to be forced.
Marta, did you have a...
No, I just want to say that just goes back to the issue that I mentioned earlier, that the need for payers in the discussion, and we need to really understand what are the endpoints that they want to see in the drug labels. And we have to consider them when in the broader scope on how we are designing clinical trials to make sure that they might not be the primary endpoint, but they have to be taken into consideration, because at the end of the day, we all will fail when we have another beautiful drug that is FDA approved and nobody gets them.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Farshoni. I'm the acting director of the Division of Psychiatry at FDA. So I'm in the division that approves new stimulants, not in the division that approves treatments for stimulant use disorder. So full disclosure. But I'm interested in this question about endpoints, and I keep hearing a lot of sort of dichotomous thinking here in terms of, you know, we have to have something that looks at a tangible outcome, like, you know, abstinence, or, you know, can you count whether somebody has improved by using less or whatever it is, versus something that's more distal, like improvement in employment or avoiding incarceration or things like that. And it strikes me that those things don't need to be mutually exclusive. You could have a primary endpoint and a secondary endpoint. You know, your primary endpoint is the thing that's most closely related to the effect of the drug, and that might be a shorter term endpoint as well. But your secondary endpoint can be something that helps to put the primary in context and gives you more information about the clinical meaningfulness of what you've seen with your primary endpoint. So those two things together are ultimately what helps us to determine the benefit in our benefit risk analysis. So I just thought that I would throw that out there in terms of something that people can think about. You know, and again, I'm not in the division that approves the treatments, but, you know, we all sort of think similarly. It also struck me that, you know, this whole discussion about endpoints, psychiatry versus the addiction space, we're used to, in psychiatry, looking at rating scales that talk about different symptoms and having checklists and things like that. but we are sort of stuck in a way with things that have been used for a long time and are sort of grandfathered in, in terms of trying to guess what a clinically meaningful within patient change on the HAM-D or the MADRS for depression is. Like, does 2 points versus placebo matter? 3 points? What matters? The exciting thing here is that if those scales don't already exist, then this is the time to develop them. And the patient-focused drug development meeting that we've got coming up in a few months is a great opportunity to hear from patients about what matters to them. Maybe they've lost hope for abstinence and they just want to, use less often. Like, okay, can you quantify that in some way? What is it that matters to patients? And if you can figure out what that is and how to measure it, that's your new endpoint. So, thanks.
Well, I see some nodding, but Kelly?
So it occurred to me as you were speaking earlier that you're sort of advocating that we conduct trials focusing on, lack of a better word, quality-adjusted life years, and the approach of, say, NICE, or the approach that other countries use to determine whether a certain therapy is sensible, is efficacious enough to bring to market, and cost-effective enough to bring to market. And that kind of construct might be, I think that's what I was hearing you talk about.
Thank you.
I find that most large number of nonprofits are involved these days for the treatment of substance abuse development, and I consult them. But I find that they have very little understanding on the drug development and also infrastructure. So what, as a helper to the drug developer, I think this thing should be, there should be good incentives to the large pharmaceutical companies to take up drug development for the treatment of substance abuse. And policy point of view, there should be good tax break or things like that in place so that they come forward to develop treatment for the drug abuse. That's my personal point.
Kurt, I don't know if you've got any further comments on this, but I know you've worked in a number of areas where you've tried to develop some of those incentives. Heard earlier from Marta about the panoply of FDA programs that are intended to make it easier and provide some extra engagement with companies that are willing to work in this space to hopefully get to market faster if their treatments really do work, are safe and effective, and to fail faster if they don't. Anything you'd like to add?
Just what I mentioned earlier, I think they could be very effective. It's used in other areas. So if you offer a priority review voucher if you develop a medication for addiction and you get a priority review voucher for some other drug you're developing, you're going to get people's attention. It's as simple as that. Well, is that simple? I don't know. It's a simple solution. Is it easily implemented? I don't know. Or if you have an exclusivity extension on that medication for addiction, okay, well, we'll give you 20 years of patent life. You'll get a lot of attention and get. You have to make it worth the while for them because the investment it's all a matter of numbers. So there's a number of, as you're well aware of, a tax credit, biomarker grants. I mean, there's a long list of things, and if we can make that a reality, it will make a difference.
It's definitely something worth considering. There are pros and cons for everything. So,
Sure,
and
at
drug
some point-
pricing is a key component because making sure that not only that we have the drugs, but it's also priced accordingly that people can get access to it, which is very different form of discussion. But your comments are well heard, and it's something that will be brought in for further discussion.
Yeah, just to link this back to the earlier comments about reliable outcome measures that matter, payments that are linked to results and better outcomes have made a difference in other areas of care, and you all made very clear that we're not there yet in this area. So, okay, one more comment.
Just one really quick thing I'll mention is that we have insurers coming to us because with our models of care, we are able to engage their most expensive people they can't find. So there is a reason to engage folks who are coming into ED 5 times a year from a cost perspective. So our engagement model, and in fact we're able to retain people, keep them alive and reduce costs of care is valuable to them. But you have to be able to find them, and it means you have to be able to...
And demonstrate that
and
impact over
demonstrate it.
time.
So just mention that from a cost component.
Yeah, a great point to end on. So clearly a lot more work to do, but I think, Kelly, you talked about some of the challenges in care in this space, but a lot of reasons to be at least hopeful about the future, if not optimistic. One reason to be optimistic is because of the commitment of everybody in this room to do better in the area of care for and treatments for stimulant use disorders. So I want to thank everybody here in person, online for attending the event, and also special thanks to our distinguished and diverse group of speakers and panelists today to help along the meeting. Thank you all very much. Before we wrap up, a couple of other special thanks. First to our partners at FDA in putting this event together, Marta, along with Menglu Yuan, Michelle Walker, and the rest of the FDA team have worked closely with us over the last few months to bring this all together. And finally, our team at Duke, Adam Crutch, Joy Eckert, Elizabeth Murphy, Sarah Sapsiri, for all of their efforts as well to put today's event together. Thank you all very much. And to all of you, safe travels, and thanks in advance for your further commitment to making progress in this critical area. Safe travels and have a good evening.